Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 601, Low-Grade Heaven Rank, 1. These mortals who had faked their resurrection in Tragic Death City did not need to eat anyway. They could dream day and night without worrying about starving to death. After connecting their dreams, not only did these mortals not feel that they were dreaming, they could even communicate with others normally. Apart from many things being more satisfactory and living more happily, it was almost no different from living normally. Therefore, although Jiang Li did not ask for their approval, from an objective point of view, it was indeed something that was good for Jiang Li and most of the mortal victims. With the nourishment of this large number of mortal dreams, the number of his dream clones had already become 5. The more dream children there were, the more mortals would sleep, and the faster they would absorb the power of the dream, the more dream clones they could nurture. This Tragic Death City was simply the best place to cultivate the power of dreams. If they spread the dream realm so openly in the mortal countries, they would make the weak mortals sleep and die in less than 3 days. They would be tainted by a large number of evil deeds for no reason. It was also very likely to attract the pursuit of other righteous people. However, in this Tragic Death City, saving people from their suffering was a good thing. At this moment, under the circumstances that no one stopped him, Jiang Li's dream talent combined with the cultivation of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra had already fallen into a virtuous cycle. Under the circumstances that no one caused trouble, sooner or later, Jiang Li's dream would cover the entire mortal kingdom of Tragic Death City. At that time, just the surging dream power of these billions of mortals would be able to provide him with a force that was enough to stand at the peak of the cultivation world of the eastern region. Jiang Li opened his palm, and a dreamlike colorful bubble slowly appeared. Looking at the bubble carefully, it was as if he could see the life he dreamed of in the reflection. Even now, this power was already so powerful that he had to pay attention to it. After letting the coffin expand and going inside, a loud sound that was like mountains and rivers cracking could be heard. Inside was a rock giant that was constantly roaring. The Yin burial ghost soldiers that were originally flying above were all afraid of the stone giant's roar and hid in the 4 corners of the coffin. Jiang Li frowned. With a flip of his palm, a purple vine whip appeared. As he waved it, the vine whip quickly stretched out and whipped the mountain-like giant 3 times. The 3 vine whips shattered the Demon King's body and rocks rolled down. The roar stopped abruptly. The huge rock giant wailed under Jiang Li's hand and was slapped to the ground. This Bakian Mountain's purple vine countered Manshi to begin with. At this moment, in Jiang Li's hands, its might increased even more. The other party's strength was sealed, so he had no ability to resist. Barbaric Stone Demon King, I advise you to behave yourself. Do you think you can escape after entering here? If I whip you a few more times, you might not be able to keep your Demon King realm. Jiang Li looked at the 9 nails that had fallen to the side. At this moment, they were already crooked. Clearly, they could not be used anymore. This Deathgate nail was Granny Nether Mountain's artifact. It was originally a set of 36 nails. Those who were nailed to death would only become weaker day by day. After 36 days, all vitality would be severed, and even their souls would turn to ash and be unable to escape. However, previously, in order to make this Barbarian Stone Demon King her mount, Granny Nether Mountain had taken away the 18 nails. One had to know that such artifacts that were used with special array formations could only unleash their greatest power when gathered. The half-complete Deathgate nails could only temporarily seal a portion of the Barbarian Stone Demon King's strength. In the past 2 months, the Barbarian Stone Demon King had been mobilizing its strength to grind the door nails every day and squeeze them out of its body one by one. At this moment, half of the 10th nail had been squeezed out. This Demon King had also recovered a certain amount of strength and was causing trouble in the coffin day and night. Kid, where's Sheepan? Get him to come out and see me. I won't let you off easily even if I die. The Barbarian Stone Demon King's entire body was made of stone. Clearly, its bones were very hard. However, Jiang Li only felt a little helpless as he looked at this blockhead. This guy had been captured for so long and still had not discovered it. With a thought, A large number of purple vines stretched out from Jiang Li's sleeve in the next moment, and then they wrapped around his body before quickly transforming into the image of the purple vine demon. Shi Pan has long been captured by me. I was the one who stuffed the white flames in your body. Think about it. How can that idiot have the brain to plot and harm you? Seeing that he was pitiful, Jiang Li told him the truth. Shi stared blankly at Jiang Li, who had stepped out of the vine armor again. Only then did he understand that he did not even know who the enemy was. The rock body that was originally lying on the ground and unable to move recovered its strength. You actually framed me. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. At the full moon banquet, the barbarian stone demon king could have relied on a moon well to win the favor of Granny Nether Mountain. After drinking the yellow spring water, he would complete his demon body and advance further, reaching the peak of his life. However, because of that flame that came from nowhere, he went from a high and mighty demon king to a prisoner who was in danger. Chapter 602, Low-Grade Heaven Rank 2. Now that he knew that the culprit was right in front of him, and it was not even the vine that he had always been at odds with, this made the barbarian stone demon king so angry that it almost turned into a volcano. Seeing the other party's emotions change violently and his mind become unstable, Jiang Li nodded to himself. This was the best time to break through his mental defense. Do you really want to kill me so badly? Then I'll give you a chance. Jiang Li approached and jumped onto the barbarian stone demon king's head. Before the demon king could resist, he slapped his hands on his head. Dense purple vines spread out like a tide and enveloped the stone giant's entire body. The purple vine wrapped tightly around Shi's body. Countless tiny roots grew out of the sea cucumber and pierced into any crack in the stone, starting to crazily absorb the spiritual chi inside. This was the reason for the conflict between the barbarian stone demon king and the purple vine demon king. Back then, the barbarian stone demon king had been fortunate enough to obtain an opportunity and could have advanced further. However, just as he was about to break through to a higher realm, he was ambushed by the greedy purple vine demon. He was attacked at the critical moment of his breakthrough. Although he relied on his strength to escape, not only did the barbarian stone demon king not succeed in breaking through in the end, his cultivation level fell and he suffered irreparable heavy injuries. He recuperated for hundreds of years and did not completely recover. This was why it yearned for the yellow spring water and wanted to kill the purple vine demon Shi Pan. At this moment, Jiang Li wanted to extract his spiritual chi again. It really aroused the deepest fear and anger in his heart. Right at this moment, the barbarian stone demon king saw a faintly discernible crystal bottle in Jiang Li's arms. It seemed to have slipped out because of his casting earlier. Moreover, he seemed to be focused on absorbing spiritual chi and did not notice this. In the exquisite bottle was a turbid liquid that looked like yellow mud. Wasn't that the yellow spring water? Enduring the pain of the spiritual chi in his body being swallowed, the barbarian stone demon king took advantage of Jiang Li's distraction to actually grow a small barbarian stone on his head. The little rock person was agile. He grabbed the crystal bottle and threw it into the barbarian stone demon king's mouth. Biting the crystal bottle, the yellow spring water flowed into his cave-like throat, turning into the thickest 9 nether turbid chi that surged into his body. The barbarian stone demon king immediately began to swell uncontrollably. The remaining 9 nails were squeezed out together, and then the demon king fell off. It grabbed the panicked Jiang Li and threw him into its mouth. However, in reality, Jiang Li was indeed standing above him. However, there were no purple vines that covered his entire body to extract spiritual chi. His hands were maintaining a huge 7-cult bubble. The bubble enveloped the entire barbarian stone demon king, causing this agitated stone giant to sleep like a child. Clearly, everything that had happened was another dream. It was a beautiful dream that Jiang Li had created for the Demon King. Although there were some loopholes, the elements were what the barbarian stone Demon King wanted the most at this moment. Freedom, yellow spring water, and killing Jiang Li. In the dream world, 5 dream clones and more than 10,000 subsidies were working hard to weave the dream spider web. Thick spider silk wrapped around the barbarian stone demon king's soul. It was not until a long time later that the cocoon that was as huge as a small mountain and struggling stopped. This time, the 7-colored spider web was the largest among all the spider webs, and it consumed a large amount of Jiangli's dream energy. However, as the dream realm formed, an even stronger dream energy returned. As expected, the dreams of the powerful were different from the weak. The joy of the strong was something that the weak could not imagine. After a long time and confirming that the other party would not break free, Jiangli released his hands. Success. The dream power really controlled a demon king. Although he could barely do it when the other party was captured and sealed, it was enough to prove that this power could already affect Earth Immortal level experts. Even if he could not let the experts of the peak period be captured by the dream spider web, as long as he affected the enemy slightly during the battle, it was enough to establish a huge advantage for him. Just as he was feeling the feedback of the dream in satisfaction, a large number of dream spider webs not far away fluctuated violently. It was the mortals in the outside world who were affected by some power. He immediately jumped out of the coffin and discovered that not far away, a huge spiritual chi tornado was gathering. The commotion was almost comparable to when he broke through to the nascent soul realm. When he saw this scene and the location of the abnormality, Jiangli already understood what was going on. The dragon transformation pill was about to be completed. The main material was the dragon blood of the dragon transformation island's dragon head and his hundreds and thousands of children. After mixing with the son of heaven's dragon chi, it went through the origin blood ancient leech of the ancient Xuanyuan dragon ruler lineage and purified it into dragon blood. The pill furnace was an earth-rank pill furnace left behind by the Cultivation dynasty that had ruled the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent for thousands of years after the spiritual chi recovery. The alchemists were led by 2 Earth Immortal masters and more than 10 masters who had left their names in history. Even the supplementary materials were top-notch treasures that were precious to the point of being priceless. Under such conditions, even a high-grade Earth-rank pill could only be considered a failure. At the very least, it had to be a top-grade Earth-rank pill. It could even break through to a higher realm. Not long after, an explosion suddenly sounded from the direction of the alchemy room. Chapter 603 Low-Grade Heaven Rank 3. The roof of the alchemy chamber that had been strengthened by multiple seals was broken by a soaring divine chi. The soaring aura actually broke through the thick clouds of resentment gathered above the city. In the sky above Tragic Death City, it turned into a golden dragon that swallowed clouds and fog. A large amount of spiritual chi in the surroundings was swallowed by the golden dragon phantom, and it immediately became more corporeal. The golden dragon phantom raised its head to the sky, as if waiting for something to arrive. However, there was no change above. Jiang Li knew that the golden dragon phantom formed from the pill chi was waiting for the heavenly tribulation to descend. This heavenly tribulation was a hurdle that he had to face when refining high-grade medicinal pills or high-grade artifacts. If they were not prepared enough, they might face the situation of their pill being destroyed and everyone dying. Therefore, when refining pills normally, they usually needed experts to help guard the pills. However, they were in the netherworld now, so they did not need to worry about this. The lightning in the continent of the 9 provinces could not strike here at all. However, to these top-notch alchemists, the lightning tribulation was one of the important steps to refining medicinal pills. There was no heavenly tribulation here, so they had to use some methods to make up for it themselves. Of course, what he prepared would naturally be more stable and suitable than the heavenly tribulation. A ball of yellow dragon flames that had long been prepared flew into the golden dragon's mouth. Immediately, golden flames quickly covered the golden dragon's entire body. This was a kind of spiritual fire of heaven and earth that had the shape of a dragon and liked to devour black and yellow chi. This spiritual fire replaced the position of the heavenly tribulation. Under the burning, the golden dragon phantom quickly shrunk and became more and more corporeal and agile. The black-yellow dragon flame that was extremely suitable was even less dangerous and could bring a better baptism to the dragon transformation pill. Below the pill furnace, a golden medicinal pill covered in scales was still absorbing spiritual chi. This pill furnace had long been planted by Jiang Li with the spirit surging technique. It had an endless supply of top-grade spiritual chi, so he was not afraid that it would not have enough demand. Soon, the golden medicinal pill gradually stabilized. However, just as the dragon transformation pill was about to form the cover, an Earth Immortal Master suddenly raised his hand and pointed out a drop of nirvana true blood. The golden dragon that was about to return to the medicinal pill immediately recovered its might and bared its fangs as it absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It turned out that other than saving damaged medicinal pills, this nirvana true blood had such an effect. Every drop of true blood could allow the medicinal pill to advance further. Then, every time the medicinal pill was about to form, they would use the nirvana true blood at the right time to continue improving the medicinal pill. After 13 nirvanas, the originally dazzling golden dragon phantom had already revealed an even more reserved dark golden color. Or perhaps, because the spiritual chi absorbed came from this netherworld, the golden dragon also began to show signs of being neither alive nor dead. In the end, as the golden dragon entered the pill, the Earth Immortal Alchemist threw a transparent cicada molting into it. When the golden dragon Korchi entered the pill, the originally golden and divine dragon transformation pill quickly dimmed, and the surface became pitch black. It looked a little ugly, as if it had failed. However, as the lid of the pill furnace opened, a wisp of medicinal chi blew, and the layer of black on the surface immediately dissipated. Only then did it reveal the crystal clear pill inside. The surface was still covered in exquisite dragon scales, and in the crystal-like pill, there was a lively golden dragon. He scanned it with appraisal. Name: Dragon Transformation Pill. Type: Medicinal Pill. Grade: Low-grade Heaven Rank. Chapter 604. Leave quickly. Innocent 1. Alliance Leader Jiang, we've succeeded. Situ King carefully put the medicinal pill with the golden dragon swimming inside into a jade box and sent it to Jiang Li. The dozen or so of them also revealed happy expressions. Even in the entire cultivation world of the eastern region, the number of times heaven rank medicinal pills appeared could be counted on one hand. Often, medicinal pills of this level were no longer determined by mere alchemy techniques. They also had to have enough top-notch materials and sufficient luck. To be able to refine such a pill after death was an extremely satisfying thing for them. Jiang Li took the jade box and looked at the heaven rank dragon transformation pill inside. The golden dragon in the pill seemed to have noticed his gaze. It slowly swam to the edge of the pill and looked at him through the transparent shell. Jiang Li even felt the suppression of his bloodline. This meant that the dragon blood in the dragon transformation list was of a higher quality than his own. After the ancient dragon race transformed into a true dragon, although there was no obvious bloodline classification, there was clearly an extremely huge gap between them. The worst kind was those from the dragon transformation pool. That kind of dragon was not a true dragon. It was more similar to Jiang Li's Rayquaza. It had a dragon shape but no dragon soul or dragon blood. The main use of the large number of dragons awakened from the dragon transformation pool was to supply the golden winged rock as food to satisfy its appetite. Occasionally, some would be slaughtered and take out the best dragon liver to pair with the phoenix gallbladder to be enjoyed by the mighty figures of the immortal and Buddhist worlds. The only advantage was that the taste was not far from a true dragon. A little higher were the dragons formed by the water race and the scaled beasts of the world after a long period of cultivation or after crossing the dragon gate. Such a dragon could already be called a true dragon. Jiang Li himself was roughly at this stage. In ancient times, the stronger ones would be conferred the title of river, lake, or sea god. The weaker ones might only be able to guard a few wells and ponds. The difference was all in personal cultivation. Above them were the legendary Four Seas dragon race that bullied the various forces all day long, and the even stronger ancestral dragon bloodline that was enough to intimidate an area. Under the power of the dragon ruler lineage of the Xuani Yuan clan, the dragon blood in this medicinal pill had already reached the level of the Four Seas dragon race. Perhaps one heaven rank medicinal pill was not enough to complete the bloodline transition, but the effect of 10, 100, 1,000, or even more heaven rank dragon transformation pills was definitely possible. Thank you for your help, masters. The dragon transformation pill is actually completed to the heaven rank. I can't thank you enough. Jiang Li put away the pill and thanked him sincerely. After all, if it was refined by an alchemist from the Great Mountain Alliance, it would definitely not reach the heaven rank quality. On the other hand, the few people opposite were slightly surprised. Alliance leader Jiang, you have good eyesight. The aura of this medicinal pill is restrained, and the phenomenon is not obvious. You can still tell the grade at a glance. They originally wanted to explain it to Jiang Li, but they did not expect him to notice it himself. This was because if it was in the outside world, when a heaven rank medicinal pill appeared, there would definitely be multicolored light that was tens of thousands of feet tall and auspicious. Everyone within 1,000 miles could see it. However, in this God-forsaken place, where even the heavenly tribulation could not strike, there was no need to hope for auspicious signs. Therefore, they were originally quite worried that Jiang Li would not know what this pill entailed. Now, it seemed that they had worried too much. Of course, whether it was auspicious or not did not affect the quality of the medicinal pill. It should be heaven rank or not. It was just that it lacked a sense of ceremony. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Li temporarily put away the medicinal pills and did not take a closer look because a large group of people had already surrounded them. Even if there was no auspicious sign when the pill was formed, everyone was not blind. The experts in the city had all seen the golden dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. After the Blood King Palace disappeared, such a huge commotion was rare in Tragic Death City. At this moment, they had basically rushed over to see what was going on. However, before they could get too close, more than 10 Earth Immortals stood up and stopped them. From the number of people, it was obvious that more than 10 Earth Immortals could not stop all the experts of Tragic Death City. However, under normal circumstances, the fake resurrected dead could not continue to become stronger. Therefore, even if medicinal pills reached the heaven rank, they were really useless to them. Moreover, without the appearance of the phenomenon, they could not be sure that he had really refined a heaven rank medicinal pill. They were actually just watching the show and did not have much desire to snatch it. Therefore, up until now, there had been no such thing as killing and robbing. There's nothing lively here. Everyone, disperse. Before Swordhead Peizong could speak, an Earth Immortal from the Blood King Palace stopped his former colleague. Old man, although the Blood King Palace is gone, we've worked together for 1,000 years. Why are you pretending not to know me? Watching the door for someone. Did you find a new owner? Why don't you introduce him to me? When a group of experts gathered together, it was naturally impossible for everyone to be compatible. Everyone was unwilling to be wronged. As Earth Immortals with clear personalities, forcefully getting along would only create conflict. Therefore, in the previous Blood King Palace, there were also many factions and conflicts. About half of the experts around were experts from the Blood King Palace who had revived later. Chapter 605, Leave Quickly. Innocent, too, without the Blood King's suppression, they had actually fought several rounds. Fortunately, Jiang Li used the Ghost Lantern Cold Flame to break through the ground in time every time and released a large number of maggots to take the initiative to attack, letting them understand that attacking in this city would still not end well. Only then did the situation stabilize again. Otherwise, the mortals in the city would die in large numbers because of the aftershock of their battle. The Earth Immortal was not angry at his former colleague's provocation. Instead, there was a trace of pity in his eyes. The more they caused chaos, the more these old fellows could show their faces in front of the two young people. When they swaggered out of Tragic Death City, it would definitely be quite exciting to see their expressions. There's no new owner here, and there's nothing to see. Leave quickly. He still blocked the way indifferently, not even bothering to argue. The dozen or so Earth immortals who had grasped the common secret were already faintly united again. The reason why they took the initiative to protect Jiang Li's secret was very simple. It was to improve his impression of them and obtain the opportunity to be expiated. They had the same goal, so they could use their strength together. On the other hand, the experts who had gathered to join in the fun did not trust each other at most. They were in small groups. Although they had more people in total, they were actually not too threatening. They basically could not fight. With someone helping to stop him, Jiang Li did not have the intention to appear himself and left with the medicinal pill. His cultivation was not high to begin with. After restraining his aura, he looked like an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Even if he ran around under their noses, it was very easy for those experts to ignore him. He swaggered away with his things and left the place surrounded. However, Jiang Li did not notice that a gaze still landed on him. On the roof in the distance, a figure covered in a black robe silently disappeared and followed from behind. He held the first heaven-rank medicinal pill in his life. Jiang Li's footsteps were light and he seemed to be quite happy with this medicinal pill and the preparations he had made in other aspects during this period of time. He had all the supplementary materials needed to break through to the soul formation realm. He could go back and get a few Dharma protectors to help him break through. However, Jiang Li, who was walking on the streets of Tragic Death City, gradually began to notice that something was wrong with his surroundings. Tragic Death City, which was originally only illuminated by the moonlight, was not very bright. With his strength and the few statuses on the interface, as long as there was a little light, there would be no problem in seeing things. However, at this moment, it seemed that the more he walked, the darker the light around him became. The light was disappearing from his world. When Jiang Li's footsteps completely stopped, he could already vaguely see that there were almost 5 fingers on the stone brick road beneath his feet. Looking up, the originally pure white moon had unknowingly turned blood red. He gently snapped his fingers. He originally wanted to use the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to probe the surrounding environment, but the sound that spread out disappeared without a trace. There was no response. At this moment, how could Jiang Li not know that he had unknowingly fallen for something? He tried to move his feet slightly, and the circle of light that was only an inch away immediately began to shrink again. This phenomenon seemed to be related to his footsteps. As long as he moved slightly, the light would continue to disappear. However, standing on the spot was not a solution. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Li still took a step forward. All the surrounding light suddenly disappeared, leaving only the blood moon in the sky. There did not seem to be any danger. He had already adjusted his condition. The immortal slaying flying sword could unleash its strongest attack at any time. The inverted domain covered his body, so if he was attacked, he could counterattack immediately. After waiting for a while, there was still no danger. However, there were some faint voices ahead. More than one person's footsteps, someone was crying, and the sound of chains colliding. Jiang Li carefully activated his hearing and explored forward. Only then did he vaguely hear the voices mixed in. Leave quickly. Don't pretend to be dead here. Are your feet for decoration? If you don't leave, I'll chop them off for you. I'm innocent, Lord. Let me go. I'll definitely repay you in my next life. I'm innocent. Listening to the conversation and imagining the scene, it seemed that someone was escorting the prisoners past. Jiang Li, who was prepared, carefully walked in the darkness towards the sound. Leave quickly. Do you think my morning staff is for show? If you miss the time, you'll be punished even more. Leave quickly. Leave quickly. Leave quickly. The voice from ahead became more and more ferocious and urgent. Soon, all that was left was the repeated leave quickly and the innocent cries. Jiang Li's footsteps continuously increased along with the frequency of the voices, but he was always unable to find the location of those voices. Angry urging and painful cries of injustice floated in the darkness from time to time. The voice seemed to contain a special power that led to the corrosion of those who heard it. As he ran endlessly, Jiang Li was vexed by the two voices. Just as his mind was in a daze, his lips suddenly opened. He had already said "Imino" when suddenly, the abrupt change caused Jiang Li to instantly recover from his shock. Jiang Li, who reacted in time, firmly covered his mouth. In the darkness, the two chains that were originally shooting at him stopped abruptly the moment Jiang Li covered his mouth. They slowly retracted it as if they were unwilling. As expected, they were waiting for him here. This should be a trap targeted at words. Once one was affected and said a specific sentence, they would completely fall into the other party's trap. It would be extremely difficult to turn around. He sent a portion of his mind into his consciousness. Sure enough, something was trying to affect his soul and disturb his judgment. However, because his consciousness was still surrounded by a layer of 7 cult bubbles, the outer dream world blocked these effects, but the effect on him was only minimal. That was why he could react in time. With a thought, Jiang Li transferred the invading power to a large area of the dream spider web, and the slight influence had completely disappeared. In its place, tens of thousands of mortals would have nightmares for a period of time. It was a great merit to help Jiang Li block the calamity. After this, he could let them be emperors for a few years in their dreams and have a taste of royalty. With the dream world blocking his sea of consciousness, his mental world became more stable and safe. Jiang Li suddenly wanted to see what would happen if someone wanted to possess him again. When he returned to the outside world, the repeated cries of "leave quickly" and "innocent" were already becoming louder and louder, and it was so noisy that his eardrums were trembling, and it seemed to be forcing Jiang Li to make a choice. However, how could Jiang Li, who had already escaped that slight influence, be easily affected? This darkness was clearly a trap set by the enemy. The choice given by the other party was most likely a scam. It was best not to choose either. Scratching his ears, Jiang Li suddenly widened his eyes in anger and roared, "How dare you!" Silence. This roar was like a bolt of lightning under the pitch-black night sky, instantly tearing apart the endless darkness. The surrounding darkness instantly retreated. However, the scene near him was no longer the old streets of Tragic Death City. It became a ghastly and murderous hall. He looked down at his body and realized that he had already changed into a pitch-black golden robe. His stomach was bulging and was tied in the middle by a belt, revealing 2 circles of extremely obvious fat. As he breathed, the fat swayed up and down, as if one could hear the sound of fat flowing inside. This was definitely not his original body. Chapter 606 Playing the Peeper. 1000 Jiang Li patted the huge belly helplessly. He sensed carefully and discovered that a layer of brilliant illusion technique had covered his body. Even he almost did not discover it. Moreover, there was an invisible thing that sealed his power, preventing him from using it for the time being. Looking at the interface, there was indeed a new status that he had never seen before. It was called Acting Life. It showed that the appearance that was covered by the illusion technique was that of a judge called Queej. There were no other negative effects, and the duration was only 12 hours. Jiang Li felt that he could try to forcefully break through or use the power of the interface to directly eliminate it. However, he had just mobilized the power in his body when he immediately felt a threat. It was like if he forcefully broke through, he would immediately suffer a strong attack. At his current strength, his instinctive spiritual perception was often very accurate and useful. Sensing the strength of this sense of danger, the next attack was enough to instantly heavily injure him. With his current condition, even if he was attacked by a trap, there was a high chance that he would not die directly. As long as the Earth Treasury Buddhist light could protect his life, even if he was on the verge of death, he could recover completely in a few breaths. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still did not attack immediately. There were still powerful enemies hidden in the surroundings. If he was heavily injured at this moment, he might not have those few breaths of time. He got the 9-nether clone who was hiding in the coffin to inform Kushui and Swordhead Peizong to come and help. Then, he looked around carefully. He had to see what kind of show this was. In front of him was a high and mighty table. The legs of the table were at least 20 feet tall. He was behind the table, sitting on a judge's chair carved from black jade. Over the long table, one could clearly see everything in the hall below. On both sides of the ghastly hall stood 18 green-faced, fierce-looking ghosts. The 9 on the left held the completely black staff of wind and lightning, and the 9 on the right held the completely red staff of water and fire. Together, they were ghost-torturing devices that could make ghosts cry. Just from the aura on their bodies, one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. This scene was really decent, like a real judge's hall. Jiang Li tried again, and indeed, he was unable to leave his seat. He could only check his surroundings. There was nothing else on him except for a long blank scroll on the table in front of him. Beside the long scroll was a brush. Beside the brush was a palm-sized piece of shocking wood with the words "Justice for the People" written on it. From the looks of it, this scene should have happened in an ancient netherworld night judgment. He had been given the judge identity because of that shout earlier. If he had shouted innocent or leave quickly, wouldn't he have become a ghost prisoner or a ghost messenger? In comparison, it was clearly more beneficial for him to be a judge. At this moment, a name suddenly appeared on the long blank scroll in front of him. However, this name was a little special. There was no specific name, but it was called Peeper One Woman. On the name, there was a crime word circled in red. It represented the identity of this Peeper woman today. Jiang Li's fingers tapped the table as he thought of something, and he tried to shout loudly, "Bring the prisoners." The 18 ghost servants below listened and began to beat the wind, lightning, water, and fire staffs in their hands. The sound of wind and lightning rumbled, blowing open the door ahead. Outside the door, a long sinister path could be seen from afar. 2 messengers of death were walking towards the hall with a woman covered in blood tied up with chains. That woman was like a stubborn donkey that was unwilling to walk. No matter how the 2 messengers of death beat her, she was unwilling to take a step forward. Her feet dragged on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. Jiang Li's gaze landed on the woman's face, and his entire body immediately shook. On her face, a palm-sized red mark could be seen clearly. This fellow, it was Granny Nether Mountain. In the chaotic battle 2 months ago, this powerful ghost from the Bakian Mountain had disappeared without a trace. He did not expect her to appear again here. Jiang Li looked at the mark and immediately understood. He was suddenly pulled into this place. This guy must have done something. The place he was currently at was most likely the performance stage that Granny Nether Mountain treated as a treasure. He had long felt that it was impossible for Granny Nether Mountain to not have an artifact as a trump card after accumulating for so many years. He did not expect it to be the stage that was placed in front of them every day. Unknowingly, he could enter the artifact space to play a role. The grade of this stage was definitely above the Earth rank. However, why did she look for him? He had hidden it quite well previously. Granny Nether Mountain should not know about his secret tricks. Why would she target an ordinary cultivator like him? Looking at the miserable-looking female prisoner from afar, Jiang Li's eyes only had vigilance and seriousness. "Since you like to act so much, let me act with you." The 2 messengers of death finally escorted the female prisoner through the door. Slam. However, they had just entered when they heard a thunderous explosion from above. Jiang Li fiercely swung the wooden stick, causing the 2 messengers of death to be terrified to the point their souls almost split apart. Chapter 607 Playing the Peeper, 1,000 Lifetimes as a Prostitute. 2. The 2 messengers of death immediately fell to the ground. Their heads kowtowed loudly as they begged the judge that Jiang Li had transformed into. "Lord Judge, this shrew is unruly. She obstructed us several times on the way, which is why she came late. Please forgive her. Lord Judge, please forgive us." The 2 messengers of death were extremely afraid because the person in front of them was not easy to deal with. Jiang Li did not speak immediately. At this moment, a line of ink words appeared on the long blank scroll in front of him. "Those who are not good enough at their job will be beaten 50 times and deep-fried for 15 minutes. This was probably reminding him how to proceed with the script. However, if they were late, they would be beaten up and fried. This was the rule of the netherworld. It was really strict and terrifying. Jiang Li thought to himself that he was lucky. Fortunately, he did not choose between leave quickly and innocent. If he shouted the word innocent, he would definitely be tortured like the person below. Even if he chose the messenger of death, he would suffer a beating at the beginning and be tortured. Once he could not withstand it and forcefully broke through, he would be attacked by the stage and suffer huge damage. Either way, it could not be considered good. The two of you were incompetent and missed the time. How dare you use this as an excuse to escape punishment? Left and right, beat them up 50 times and throw them into the pot to fry. Jiang Li did not stand on ceremony with them. He directly acted like a judge and issued a harsh punishment on the spot. The 18 cultivators standing on the left and right immediately separated 4 people from each side. They sandwiched the 2 messengers of death and picked up the staffs of water, fire, wind, and lightning, only beating the 2 messengers until they cried out. At the side of the hall, a pot of boiling oil was also boiling. After each person was struck 50 times, the buttocks of the 2 messengers of death had already flattened into a thin piece of paper. They lay on the ground weakly and could no longer move. Then, they were lifted up and thrown into the pot of oil. As soon as the oil was added to the fire, the skin was already soft. Then, the ghost messenger melted like dough in the pot, turning into a charred mess. The punishment of the netherworld was so severe, it could only be more or less. In order to prevent disturbing the judge's investigation, they even thoughtfully closed the lid, causing the painful struggling to stop abruptly. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction before continuing to look at the woman below. Who is the criminal below? Tell me your name. Jiang Li stretched out his hand to grab the wooden block at the side and suddenly slapped it again. He shouted with widened eyes. Lord Judge, I'm innocent. I beg you to show mercy. Granny Nether Mountain, who was pretending to be the Peeper woman, put on a fearful expression and cowered as she shouted that she was wronged. How dare you? Who are you to cry out in front of the judge? Someone get the knife bed. The woman dressed in white prison clothes and covered in blood below had just finished speaking when she was interrupted by Jiang Li's bold words. Then, the ghost staff soldiers on both sides brought over a knife bed and placed it in front of the Peeper woman. A mere criminal is not worthy of talking to the judge. Roll on this knife bed first. The woman below also revealed a trace of shock. Why was the development of the script different from what she had imagined? However, before she could think further, she was pressed onto the bed. The 4 ghost servants grabbed her hands and feet and pressed them on the bed, rubbing them back and forth. The sharp blade bed slashed through her heart, liver, spleen, and lungs, cutting off a pile of flesh. After rolling around 20 times and reaching the level of cutting potatoes, they put her down from the knife bed. After the woman got off the bed, she looked weak. However, Jiang Li knew that this method would definitely not affect that person. The other party was just putting on an act. However, from this, it could be seen that the rules of this scene were equal. Even Granny Nether Mountain had to abide by the rules. Otherwise, she would be punished. Now that he had the status advantage, perhaps he could try to force the other party. Jiang Li, who had a huge stomach and was leaning calmly, sat up straight. Since you've rolled over the knife bed, tell me what happened. If you dare to lie to a judge, HMPH, your punishment will be even worse. The woman put on a weak appearance, raised her head, and began to narrate miserably. She sang, I had my origin in the capital. My home was in the southern red light district. At the age of 13, I became learned in Peeper, in the performer's circle. I was the one with top-notch distinction. At the end of my performance, even music masters would offer their compliments. With makeup my visage would sicken many a courtesan with jealousies. Young men of the capital's noble hills would rush before me to riches proffer. For every tune I played, I received countless pieces of silk and satin. Many of my hairpins and jewelry fell to pieces as I clapped to the beats as I sang. My scarlet silk skirt was always getting stained with tipped-over drinks. Year after year time went by in cheers as I made my living. In my neglect, beautiful scenes of the changing seasons had slid by. One day, My brother was conscripted by the army and my aunt died. Gone was dawn and arrived dusk. Overnight my looks were a thing of the past. Coaches seldom came by my door to bring any to attention pay. Being past my prime, I had little option but to marry a trader. In business, parting plays second fiddle to achievable profits. Just last month he set off for Fuliang to buy tea, leaving me here by the terminal minding the boat. A bright moon makes the waters seem colder as I stay on board and afloat. Deep in the night a young man visited. I covered my face with half the peeper. My peeper play already had him heaving sighs of lament. Hearing my account further depressed him deep in grief. We are both disadvantaged wayfarers of this world. Must we be acquaintances in order to show compassion as our paths cross? This woman was indeed very energetic. As she spoke, she even started to sing. She spoke about her past experiences and the romantic encounter under the moon. However, her words were clearly incomplete. As she sang, some words began to appear on the long blank scroll in front of Jiang Li. Chapter 608 Playing the Peeper, 1,000 Lifetimes as a Prostitute. 3. 9 out of 10 sentences were similar to what the other party had said. However, the remaining key point was selectively ignored. The person played by Granny Nether Mountain was originally a member of the capital's entertainment unit. She was beautiful and was good at playing the peeper. She was once quite sought after by officials and scholars. However, everyone knew that the girls in the entertainment unit were not clean. It was fine to be flirtatious and superficial, but even if she married him and became a concubine, not everyone could bear to lower their reputation. However, under the protection of the stars, this peeper woman who had been sold to the entertainment unit since she was young did not have the ability or was unwilling to recognize reality. She felt that she was quite noble and thought that she could subdue all the men in the capital, even if just a small number of them were willing to redeem her for her beauty. However, under the selection of the arrogant peeper woman, she had missed out on too many good matches, so she had missed the best time to sell herself. In the end, her appearance gradually deteriorated, and she began to feel neglected. She could only choose a tea merchant that she usually looked down on to buy and marry her. In fact, to most of the prostitutes, this was already quite good. However, women who had seen the world and had been pampered by luxury often felt that ordinary men were not worthy of them. The tea merchant was old and weak, and he was out all year round. Naturally, he could not accompany her every day. The peeper girl recalled her youth and naturally felt very disappointed. Then, on that night, an elegant young man sailed on the boat while drunk. When he heard the sound of the peeper, he went up to her small building loose and unrestrained. The elegant young man reminded the peeper woman of her days in the entertainment unit. The two of them were in the same boat, so they naturally regretted not meeting sooner. Naturally, some stories happened on the ship. Then, the two of them separated overnight. The peeper woman continued to spend more time with her husband and gave birth to a child after October. At this point, the unlucky one was the tea merchant. To the peeper girl, it was nothing. However, the bad thing was that the elegant young man was actually a poet, and a rather talented and famous one at that. A song called Song of the Peeper spread throughout the country. It was one thing for him to write a poem, but he actually wrote down the peeper woman's home address and past experiences clearly. If she had an identity card at that time, he might have even written down her identity card number. How could the tea merchant who had traveled all over not know what had happened when he heard this poem? Immediately, he felt his hat turn green and was furious. He knew that the women of the entertainment unit were affectionate, but he did not expect that even if he specially placed her in the shipbuilding in the middle of the lake, it would not be able to stop her from jumping over the obstacle. Thinking about his newborn child, he almost died of anger. He decisively abandoned the tea leaves and returned to his hometown to gather his fellow villagers for the ancestral hall meeting. The final result was very direct. The peeper woman and the questionable child were drowned in a pig cage. Where did this injustice come from? How dare you lie to me? You deserve to be beaten. The evil ghosts at the side understood what he meant. After they heard Jiang Li, they immediately held the staff of water, fire, wind, and lightning and stepped forward to beat him up. However, this Granny Nether Mountain was indeed powerful. She could still speak confidently while being beaten up. Lord, I plead innocence. Ah, my death is not worth pitying. But my child was not even a year old. He's innocent. I hate him. I hate him so much. Why did he marry me? Why didn't he let me die in the entertainment unit? I hate him so much. Why did he look for me? Why did he write that poem? I hate them. I'll kill them all and never let them off. After saying everything, it was exposed by Jiang Li in front of her. Waves of black fog began to suffuse the Peeper Woman's body, and some words and large amounts of ink began to appear on the long scroll in front of Jiang Li. Corpses were everywhere. Not to mention that town, even the entire country was destroyed by the female ghost's resentment. Pulling back the long scroll, Jiang Li suddenly saw that there was actually some content inside. Thinking of something, he opened the entire scroll. However, the long scroll that was as thick as an ordinary person's arm was pulled out by him by more than 1,000 feet. It piled up into a small mountain on the ground beside him. This long scroll did not have any intention of reaching the end. Jiang Li's eyes quickly scanned through the words and read most of the content on the long scroll. The painting behind did not depict the life of this Peeper woman. It was the tragic lives of hundreds and thousands of prostitutes. Each of them would become prostitutes for various reasons. For various reasons, they would get pregnant and die not long after giving birth. Moreover, every single prostitute had a similar appearance and was accompanied by a peeper. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Jiang Li had reason to believe that this was a predetermined reincarnation. 1,000 lifetimes as a prostitute. 1,000 lifetimes of childbirth and death. What a ruthless method. Chapter 609 Helper 1. After 1,000 lifetimes of suffering and death, it could be said to be the greatest humiliation and pain for a woman. After such 1,000 lifetimes of torture, who knew how much hatred and unwillingness the Peeper woman in the painting had accumulated? What crime had her original body committed to deserve such punishment? Even if a golden immortal from the heavens had walked through this mortal world 1,000 times and rolled through 1,000 reincarnations, the probability of finding their past was close to none. Let alone such a meticulously planned calamity. After reading the contents of this long scroll, Jiang Li had already guessed the approximate background of Granny Nether Mountain. The other party was indeed related to the Peeper woman in the painting. But she was not a reincarnation. Even a mighty figure like Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha could not leave behind any memories if he wanted to reincarnate after the cultivationless age. This Peeper woman, who had suffered 1,000 tribulations, naturally did not have that ability. She crossed a long time and left behind nothing but the ugly red mark that covered half her face. After many interactions, Jiang Li had already discerned that Granny Nether Mountain's true body was actually not a granny, but a male ghost that was clearly alive. It was because of the influence of the mark on her face that she became the Granny Nether Mountain who had ruled the Bakian Mountain for 500 years and loved to sing and listen to music every day. It was dominated by resentment and some memories from ancient times. It seemed that the red mark was not natural. By chance, the male ghost encountered some ancient existence and was tainted by it, turning into a mark. The red mark was the source of his strength. It allowed him, who was unknown at the beginning and could not even remember the name of the local land spirit, to grow into a powerful existence who could control the 8 demon kings in an extremely short period of time. However, that mark was also the most vicious curse. Not long ago, his ghost lantern Cold Flame had burned that mark twice. Therefore, Jiang Li could roughly sense that what occupied the most of the mark was the resentment that was like a layer of red fog floating above Tragic Death City. The difference was that the resentment was even stronger and shocking. While the resentment and memories from the ancient times brought him strength, they also deprived him of his sense of self. This was almost no different from being possessed. Therefore, every time the Granny of the Netherworld Mountain recovered a little rationality, he would definitely think of a way to remove this red mark. However, because his strength originated from the mark, it was almost impossible for him to rely on his own strength to escape the mark. Therefore, after the other party discovered the effect of the ghost lantern Cold Flame, He yearned for it so much. It was understandable why he had acted irrationally when he saw Doll Street earlier, ignoring the invasion of resentment. This was because the one who occupied the dominant position was a ball of resentment. Where did the rationality come from? Fortunately, only resentment remained. If the other party was really the reincarnation of a certain powerful figure, Jiang Li guaranteed that he would definitely turn around and leave. Looking at the red mark that was stuck to his face and faintly showing signs of expanding, Jiang Li thought for a moment. Not only did he not stop the ghosts above and below, he even ordered the 18 ghosts to take out more than 10 torture tools in succession. He let them continue to torture the Peeper Woman. This effect might be very ordinary and might not really hurt Granny Nether Mountain. This was because all the ghost servants present were most likely transformed from Granny Nether Mountain's subordinates. This could only be used as a stage and was also the artifact of Granny Nether Mountain. If they were not stupid, they would not really attack their master. Even if they really attacked, it would be very difficult for them to injure that Granny with their own strength. This could stall for time. Now, because of his identity, he seemed to have the upper hand. He could order the other party to torture her at will. However, in fact, he was the one in danger. This was because after Jiang Li obtained the identity of a judge in this scene by chance, the other party did not forcefully end it immediately and continued acting as if nothing had happened. This meant that this scene had its meaning. If this scene reached the end, something bad might happen to him. Therefore, it was precisely because of this that Jiang Li wanted to stall for time. In any drama, there would always be a plot process with ups and downs. What Jiang Li had to do now was to extend the process of using torture as much as possible. Then, he would think of a way to completely defeat Granny Nether Mountain after this scene ended. In the outside world, Swordhead Pei Zong, who had already recovered from his injuries and rushed back from Fengdu City, was with Ku Shui. According to Jiang Li's information, he immediately rushed to a seemingly deserted street. However, through the obstruction of the stage's artifact space, it was not easy for them to accurately locate Jiang Li's exact location. He could only lock onto the nearby block. Little friend Ku Shui, the illusion technique that trapped Alliance leader Jiang's artifact space is very brilliant. We can't see any clues from above. The efficiency of searching door to door is too low. Pei Zong and Ku Shui circled in the air several times. They used their own methods to scan the rows of ordinary houses. However, they did not find any difference. Jiang Li was trapped. And Swordhead Pei Zong was far more anxious than Ku Shui, who knew Jiang Li's room methods. Chapter 610 Helper 2. In fact, this former swordhead of Shu Mountain had already persuaded Jiang Li many times along with Taoist 9 years. They hoped that he would seize the time to revive and not stay in this troublesome place. As elders, they naturally liked stability, especially with the aptitude Jiang Li had displayed. Even if he stayed at home and entered seclusion, he could still reach the peak of the cultivation world of the eastern region. At most, he would spend a few hundred years. To powerful cultivators, a few hundred years was not long at all. They naturally wanted Jiang Li to find a place to cultivate in peace. Moreover, Jiang Li had told them a portion about the Baqian mountain and expressed that he was very confident in his resurrection. However, Pei Zong also knew that no matter what method he used, resurrection was definitely extremely difficult. If he was not careful, all his previous efforts would be wasted. As old fellows from the previous era of the Great Mountain region, the last thing they wanted to see was Jiang Li's hope to die prematurely. Afraid that something unexpected would happen, he had always hoped that Jiang Li would quickly revive. However, ever since Alliance leader Jiang became the Alliance leader, he had always been very opinionated and had never been a puppet for a day. He still had his own plans in this city, which was why he had been avoiding it until now. However, he did not expect to encounter danger again in just 2 months. Swordhead Pei Zong had already decided that he would pull Jiang Li out of this city no matter what. Could it be that the prosperous Fengdu city was not comfortable to live in? Why did they have to stay in such a remote place? Swordhead Pei Zong, calm down. With the city lord's strength, nothing will happen so easily. Over there, our help is about to arrive." In the direction of Kushui, dust rose from the street not far away. Dense footsteps were quickly approaching. Looking closely, it was a group of ordinary residents of Tragic Death City who had their eyes closed and were sleepwalking. They rushed over. "These are our helpers?" It was no wonder that Sword-Head Peizong did not believe it. Although the mortals in Tragic Death City could continuously revive falsely, they were more fearless than ordinary mortals. However, they were essentially ordinary mortals. Even if they could be revived, what use were they? Although there were many people and they could search thoroughly, how could they have the ability to see through the illusion? Kushui's expression was calm. During this period of time in Tragic Death City, he had actually been expiating cultivators who were willing to be directly loyal to Jiang Li. Every successful expiation would bring him considerable benefits. Now, his strength had grown very significantly compared to 2 months ago. The spatial rules of the place where the city lord is trapped are special. Even mortals can do something. Jiang Li currently had 5 dream clones, and each clone could split into 3,000 subbodies. This meant that Jiang Li could temporarily control 15,000 mortals. 15,000 mortals surged into the nearby streets according to Jiang Li's orders. Their perception of his location was naturally more precise. The stage that trapped him was most likely hidden in the residences on these 3 streets. Every time the sleepwalking mortals pushed open the door and stepped in, they would shout, "Leave quickly," or "Innocent." Jiang Li was using this simplest method to find the location of the stage. Sure enough, not long after, one of his dream bodies disappeared from the outside world. At the entrance of the Judgment Hall, another confused ghost servant appeared. Found it. Jiang Li was delighted, and then with a thought, 2 masked figures with fine cracks on the surface of their bodies flashed to the front of the residence. These 2 people wearing masks were the 2 Saint Heart Elders that Jiang Li had taken advantage of their weakness to capture when they were revived in the secret room of the Blood King Palace. Due to the fact that they had almost been sucked dry by the broken wings, these 2 old fellows were at the Earth Immortal realm at that time, but they were already extremely weak. It was far easier to deal with than the barbarian Stone Demon King. Long ago, they had already been captured by Jiang Li's dream realm. After letting them recover some strength, they became Jiang Li's dream puppets. If they died once, they could revive and recover to their peak. However, Jiang Li did not dare to let them revive and reset. He could only let them temporarily maintain this status that was barely at the Earth Immortal realm. After being controlled by the 2 dream spiders and stepping into the small courtyard, they also transformed into ghosts and appeared at the entrance of the hall. At this moment, the seemingly inhumane beating continued in the Judgment Hall. Granny Nether Mountain's obvious fake cries did not stop at all. She was still full of vigor. It seemed that Granny Nether Mountain, who had the home ground advantage, was suffering. However, in fact, this granny was not worried about her situation at all. Instead, she seemed to be enjoying it. This was because besides Jiang Li, who had been forcefully pulled in, everyone else present was played by her subordinates. Even if Jiang Li somehow obtained the identity of a judge in this scene, his orders would only be carried out superficially. The punishment just now looked miserable, but it was actually just for show. Instead, the young cultivator sitting on the stage was the one who had really fallen into the spider web. He could still be smug now, but as long as she finished this show, the other party would be completely bound by the stage and would never be able to escape. Chapter 611 Helper 3. Unless he used the interface to remove the negative status, he would never be able to escape. At that time, she could use him to approach that monk. The monk who was preaching the scriptures was only hidden in the distance. He was illuminated by a small portion of the Buddhist light, and the effect was even better than the white flames. If the monk could expiate him, the trouble that had troubled him for 1,000 years might really be resolved one day. However, right at this moment, Jiang Li spoke again and interrupted the 2 ghost servants who were whipping below. "The 2 of you, stop. Hand the staffs of water, fire, wind and lightning to them." The 2 ghost servants who were crazily beating Granny Nether Mountain were stunned. They looked at the two new ghost servants in shock. Who were these two extra guys? Weren't they always 18 ghosts in the past? They were a little hesitant, but in this scene, the rule was that they could not disobey the orders of the judge. In the end, they could only hand over the stick in their hands. When the ghost servants transformed from the two elders attacked, the two black and red sticks immediately had a different feeling. They raised the staffs of water, fire, wind and lightning high and landed at the same time, hitting Granny Nether Mountain's back. Immediately, two blood flowers exploded on her back. Granny Nether Mountain was struck until she slid more than 100 feet forward and collided with the steps under the judge's table before stopping. Two eyeballs were squeezed out due to the high pressure in her body and hung on her face. Even if the two elders were currently in a weakened state, they were still Earth Immortals. When the ghosts received the orders of the judge, they could use their own strength to attack. Even Granny Nether Mountain could not withstand the attacks of two Earth Immortals without using her strength to actively defend. Granny Nether Mountain put the eyeball back to its original spot and turned around to glare at the two fellows who had really attacked. Clearly, even Granny Nether Mountain did not expect that Jiang Li would actually find two helpers to come in. How did he send the news out on the stage? However, before she could say anything, the Saint Heart ghost servants stepped forward again and locked the two shackles on the other party's ankles. They pulled her back in the most violent way and tied her to the knife bed that had appeared before. Then, the staffs of water, fire, wind and lightning smashed down alternately, directly splitting the other party's skin, flesh, bones, and tendons. Under the huge force of the collision above, the sharp blades below also pierced deeply into the body, shattering her internal organs. Courting death. At this moment, how could Granny Nether Mountain not know that Jiang Li had seen through her trap? In that case, continuing to be beaten was useless. She immediately decided not to continue acting. Although the effect of this stage artifact was special, as the owner, the restrictions she suffered in the play were still far inferior to Jiang Li. Even if she forcefully stopped it, she would only suffer some backlash. It was much better than being beaten up by two Earth Immortal level ghost servants. A force that belonged to Granny Nether Mountain filled the Peeper Woman's body. When the staffs of water, fire, wind and lightning landed on her back again, it directly broke into two. The two ghost servants were also sent flying. The originally weak Peeper Woman was currently transforming into the terrifying Granny Nether Mountain. Because a character had forcefully stopped acting, the surrounding scene of the Judgment Hall immediately became unstable. However, just as she was about to flip the table and grab Jiang Li, the words of the judge made her stop. Peeper Woman, do you want to see your child? Chapter 612 Help Benefactor Escape from Misery. 1. Jiang Li's actions were a little shameless, making it seem as if he was the villain who committed all kinds of crimes. However, when the target of despicable methods was an old ghost who had eaten countless people, any methods would become a righteous chant. After all, there was no need to talk about cultivation principles when dealing with evil cultivators. Child. Do you know where my child is? Granny Nether Mountain suddenly crawled towards Jiang Li, but the chain that was not very sturdy stopped her footsteps. Clearly, Granny Nether Mountain had taken the initiative to restrain her strength. Otherwise, with her strength, the two chains would be useless. At the mention of child, the red spot on the other party's face immediately turned bright red. This represented the power of obsession and resentment that far exceeded rationality. Any ordinary person could easily understand that it was impossible for Jiang Li to have her child in his hands. However, when it came to her, she would easily become stupid. Or rather, she was willing to be tricked. In order to deepen the other party's trust, Jiang Li, as a judge, clapped his hands. Immediately, cries sounded outside the hall. A messenger of death stood outside with the baby in his arms. It was a doll that the two Sacred Heart elders had brought back from Doll Street. Coincidentally, at the end of this scene, there was still the scene of throwing the Peeper Woman into the tragic Death City. Therefore, when the doll came in, it cried and directly replaced the child. This doll was covered by the illusion technique of the stage. It naturally sounded identical to the Peeper Woman's original child. Just by hearing the cries, Granny Nether Mountain was certain that it was the child in her memories. Now, she had completely forgotten her identity as the Granny Nether Mountain. Her memories had completely returned to the helpless Peeper Woman of ancient times. Fortunately, she met a good judge today. Outside of the law, human emotions exist. Peeper Woman, I understand your love for your son. If you can withstand the following 108 strikes, I'll let you see your child for the last time. Any normal person would not believe such words that could not fool a child. However, Granny Nether Mountain was willing to believe it because in fact, it was not Jiang Li who lied to her, but herself. Alright. As long as I can see my child, I'm willing. The mark on the face wriggled and spread out. The remaining bit of rationality in the body was suppressed without any resistance. The Peeper Woman transformed from Granny Nether Mountain lay obediently on the blade bed. There was no fear on her face, only hope. The ghost servants formed by the two Sacred Heart Elders snatched another pair of wind, lightning, water, and fire staffs. Without any hesitation, they continued to smash Granny Nether Mountain's back. Even the blade bed below was bent and broken. No matter how strong Granny Nether Mountain was, without using her strength, she could not easily resist the power of an Earth Immortal. This was because in the current cultivation world, there was actually no existence higher than an Earth Immortal. Even if one gathered the 3 flowers above his head and condensed the 5 chi in his chest, in theory, he had only walked a little further on the level of an Earth Immortal. Although it was just like how Concubine Yun and ordinary Earth Immortals might have vastly different combat strength, they were still existences of the same level and had yet to undergo any fundamental changes. Being beaten up without any defense like this, even Granny Nether Mountain would be injured. 10 strikes, 20 strikes, 30 strikes, 108 strikes. The Peeper Woman's illusion technique did not have any defense. The power of wind, lightning, water, and fire directly landed on Granny Nether Mountain's body, destroying it without any fear. After the punishment ended, the cracks on the 2 elders' bodies had already recovered greatly. This was because the blood that flowed out of Granny Nether Mountain, who had been beaten 108 times, turned into balls of extremely high-quality spiritual essence. After being absorbed by the 2 Sacred Heart Elders, they recovered a lot of strength. Although this kind of method of directly absorbing spiritual quality was extremely dangerous and could easily pollute the soul and distort oneself, Jiang Li did not feel any heartache towards these 2 fellows. Child, give it to me, my child. The 2 elders secretly hit her a few more times before stopping. The Peeper Woman, who was almost a pile of mush, could not wait any longer. Jiang Li waved his hand outside, and a ghost servant carried a child who looked to be less than a year old in. The child's clothes were wet, and his mouth and nose were covered in sand. It was obvious that he had died in the water. After all, it was a water ghost that had been soaked in a pig cage. It was not strange for it to look like this. This scene was formed from the Peeper Woman's memories. The image of the baby inside was naturally identical to her memories. In the original script, the Peeper Woman should never be able to see her child. However, with Jiang Li's intervention, he carried another child over to replace him. This allowed the other party to see the child that she yearned to see every time she acted but could not. Granny Nether Mountain pulled her body out of the twisted knife bed and crazily rushed towards the child who was crying and coughing out 2 mouthfuls of mud from time to time. She hugged the child gently, afraid that she would hurt her child. Compared to the ferocious Granny in the Bacchian Mountain, it was simply a huge change. Lord Judge, please show mercy. Don't let me be separated from the child. Lord Judge, please show mercy and let him reincarnate with me. I will repay you in my next life. Chapter 613 Help Benefactor Escape from Misery. 2. She hugged the child and cried her heart out. If not for the fact that he had seen that the other party had casually almost strangled a 4-armed child to death and the human corpses that covered the graveyard, Jiang Li would really be filled with sympathy. However, on the surface, he still put on a compassionate expression. Peeper Woman, Do you know that this is the 1000th time we've met? Every time, I'll say the same thing to you. Take a look at this. Jiang Li saw that the other party had been heavily injured by the 108 staff strikes just now, and her human consciousness had fallen into a daze. Moreover, because of the appearance of that child, she had already completely fallen into her past obsession. He immediately tried to throw the long scroll on the table in front of the other party. He still remembered that in the small scene he had seen on the Bakian mountain, the other party seemed to have seen this previous life scroll, which was why she awakened her memories and finally cursed at the heavens. Seeing that the time was ripe, Jiang Li planned to use this long scroll to add fuel to the fire. Is this me? They are all me? How? How can this be? Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? The red mark on the other party's face began to spread further. Every time she sang an opera and recalled the past, the other party's obsession would deepen. No wonder on the Bakian mountain, Granny Nether Mountain was either performing or on the way to perform. Yes, you're indeed wrong. At this moment, according to the script, Jiang Li should angrily berate the other party for her disrespect and throw the child into Tragic Death City. Then, the Peeper woman would go berserk and curse the injustice of heaven and earth. In the end, she would overturn the judgment hall. However, Jiang Li did not do that. Instead, he followed the other party's words. But the current you is not wrong. The one at fault is you in your previous life. The heavens punished you to atone for what you did in your previous life. You originally had 1,000 lifetimes of calamity, but I judged you to be benevolent. On account of the deep relationship between you and your child, I don't want you to fall forever and not have a good ending. There's a chance now. Perhaps it can allow you and your mother to reincarnate. Jiang Li put on a difficult expression and spoke to her reluctantly. In this scene, Granny Nether Mountain, who had finally seen her child, no longer had any rationality left. When she heard that there was a little hope that she could save herself and her child, she did not even consider if his words were true. She immediately treated it as her last straw and grabbed it tightly. Lord Judge, please show mercy. Please save us. If there was no hope, she naturally had to curse. However, as long as there was a little hope, it was not a problem for her to beg others humbly. Jiang Li seemed to be touched by the other party's sincerity, and his face revealed a difficult expression. All of you can leave first. He first waved his hands and waited until there was no one around before saying, "It's not impossible for you to get rid of your sins and escape the calamity. Perhaps there's someone who can help you." Jiang Li paused for a moment before continuing. Recently, an accomplished monk came to the netherworld. He has profound Buddhist dharma and is benevolent. He once saved 1,000,000 ghosts from the 18 levels of hell. If you have the determination and wisdom, I might be able to introduce you. Hearing this, the Peeper woman's eyes were filled with hope. It was as if a desperate person had finally seen the light. However, this doesn't conform to the rules of the netherworld. I'm afraid I'll be punished by the king of hell. Jiang Li continued to appear very hesitant. Although there was no king of hell in this scene, Granny Nether Mountain, who was completely immersed in it, was willing to believe it. This sinner is willing to offer everything to the judge. She took out a small mountain of treasures from her thin prison uniform. Unfortunately, he did not see anything that looked like roots. It seemed that the broken root of the 9 netherwood was not on the other party. Ever since she arrived at the netherworld illusion where Tragic Death City was located, Granny Nether Mountain had indeed not used the power of the 9 netherwood's roots. The root was very likely still on the Bakian mountain. The treasures had already filled half of the judgment hall, but Jiang Li waited for a while and still did not say anything. The quality of that pile of treasures was indeed shocking, but that was all. To the current Jiang Li, not everything could catch his eye. This bit of treasure was enough to exchange for the help of a divine monk. Soon, Granny Nether Mountain, who was filled with awareness and wisdom, also understood the meaning of the judge. After thinking about it, she found a dagger from the pile of treasures. Using a sharp dagger to cut open her chest and abdomen, The Peeper Woman actually began to dig out her heart. Although the scene was a little bloody, Jiang Li's eyes suddenly lit up through her open chest. In the other party's chest and abdomen, there was a section that seemed to be made of jade. Clearly, it was not a normal organ. It grew in the other party's body and was surrounded by her internal organs. As the heart that blocked his vision was removed, Jiang Li was able to see the full appearance of the jade stone. The jade looked like a broken peeper. From it, Jiang Li could sense an obscure and extremely shocking aura. This was probably the powerful opportunity that led to the birth of Granny Nether Mountain. At the same time, it was also the source of the mark. I see. That thing is your sin. If you want to let you and your child escape, this thing must not be left. Quickly take that thing out and let me keep it for you. Looking at the jade stone, Granny Nether Mountain was clearly a little hesitant. Jiang Li continued, if you want the master to enlighten you, you have to cut off your past and eliminate your greed and hatred. If so persistent, no one can help you. Judge Jiang's tone was already very displeased. It was obvious that he was reprimanding the other party for not knowing how to appreciate favors and was hesitating whether to continue helping her. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Granny Nether Mountain was afraid that her last chance would be lost. She hurriedly reached out and grabbed the jade stone in her stomach. The jade stone had an extremely deep root and was intertwined with her ghost body. It seemed to be inseparable. The ranks of ghost cultivators could be divided into Yin Harvest, Soul Condensation, Ghost Core, Fallen Nascent, Body Possession, Ghost King, and the true body that Granny Nether Mountain was currently in. From the beginning of the nascent soul realm, ghosts had actually begun to condense their yin bodies step by step. When it came to the Ghost King, they basically had a physical body. This was also the reason why the Fengdu Ghost Kings could last so long under the White Ghost Lantern Cold Flame. As for Granny Nether Mountain's yin body, it was clearly much stronger. Her internal organs were all intact. Apart from the color being a little off, she looked no different from an ordinary person. Under such a rough extraction, the meridians that seemed to be growing on the jade were directly torn apart. Every meridian that was torn could make Granny Nether Mountain tremble. When all the meridians were torn apart and the jade left her body, Granny Nether Mountain softened like a deflated ball. However, as he had expected, the mark on the other party's face did not disappear. Most of the resentment was still in Granny Nether Mountain's body. This way, Jiang Li was more confident in dealing with this peeper fragment. He reached out and grabbed it, but the jade stone's originally ferocious aura suddenly converged. This jade stone that had died for countless years seemed to be slightly afraid of Jiang Li. It seemed that they were indeed fated to have a deep relationship. All right, since so determined, I'll go all out and introduce you to the divine monk. Please welcome Master Kushui. As soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, the light in the entire judgment hall seemed to have lit up a little. Kushui, who was wearing a white plain robe, walked in on one leg. In a sense, Jiang Li and Granny Nether Mountain's request was actually the same. Granny Nether Mountain wanted to use capturing Jiang Li to threaten Kushui to purify the red spots on her face. As for Jiang Li, he actually wanted Kushui to purify the other party. However, his goal might be slightly different. Jiang Li wanted to save the other party from evil and put on a mask to devote the remaining time to helping the successor of the human emperor and protecting the great cause of the human race to redeem her sins in the past. Now that they had hit it off, it was good. Kushui walked into the judgment hall and did not sit on the meditation mat. Instead, he landed on the sabba bed opposite Granny Nether Mountain. Amitabha. I am Kushui. I have come to help benefactor escape from misery. Chapter 614. Returning to the Bakian Mountain. 1. Sword-breaking cliff. 2 white sword lights blossomed at the same time. 1 mile away, they collided at the same point where the two spaces intersected. From the inside, it looked like the judgment hall, and from the outside, it looked like a small house. However, that was only an extremely brilliant illusion technique. In fact, this place had long been replaced by a stage. Under the exact same two sword techniques, a long and narrow crack was split open here. and Jiang Li's figure transformed into a dim light that shot out from the crack. When he returned to his human form, he had already returned to his original appearance. However, at this moment, Jiang Li's expression seemed to be slightly unsightly. His face was pale like paper, and he seemed to have suffered considerable injuries. It was the backlash from forcefully leaving the stage. It was not easy to trick that Granny Nether Mountain. He was afraid that forcefully breaking through the illusion would cause too much of a commotion. If he stimulated the Nether Mountain Overlord who was mentally unstable, there would be another huge battle. He could only endure it and suffer a little. Now, on the spot, he took a breath or two to recover from his injuries. Jiang Li, you must return with me this time. I can't stay here anymore. Pei Zong, who had joined forces with Jiang Li to cut open the stage space, came up and grabbed Jiang Li's arm without any intention of letting go. He forced a serious expression on his originally kind face, determined to bring him out of this troublesome place. This was the concern of an elder, so Jiang Li could only feel helpless. Fortunately, since he had called Swordhead Pei Zong over this time, he naturally planned to leave. Don't worry, Swordhead Pei Zong, I indeed plan to return. However, I can only cross the Bakian Mountain first and return there after I return to the living world. Otherwise, it might affect my resurrection. The Netherworld illusion was the land that the Netherworld overlapped in the living world. It was located in the direction of the Yang side of the Bakian Mountain and allowed living people to step foot in it. From the huge expenditure of connecting Fengdu City and Tragic Death City, one could tell that the rules between the two were completely different. If he was covered by the rules there and his death status changed, who knew what would happen? Since he had come from the Bakian Mountain, it was best to return the same way. Alright, I'll protect you. It's definitely quite risky for you to cross the mountain and return to life. My sword has already been reforged. Let me accompany you. You're not allowed to refuse. Otherwise, I'll call your master and the Valley Master over. Jiang Li did not know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and agreed in the end. At that time, when crossing the mountain and reviving his body, he would definitely break through to the soul formation realm. Due to the qualitative change in the soul of a nascent soul cultivator, Jiang Li would definitely take back all his parallel minds. At that time, his defensive methods would definitely fall to rock bottom. There were countless evil demons in the Bakian Mountain. Although Granny Nether Mountain and the 8 demons under her had all come to Tragic Death City, there were definitely many hidden experts left. For example, the Bakian Mountain spirit that had secretly hidden in the mountain and was sent to Fengdu City by Jiang Li. There were also the shadows of the monsters hiding in the shadows behind the Bakian Mountain. If a few appeared at the critical moment, it would be too much for Jiang Li to endure. Now, Kushui was continuously expiating Granny Nether Mountain and could not leave. The top strength he could bring out might not be comparable to Pei Zong. Alright, then I can only trouble Swordhead Pei Zong. Why are you talking to me about trouble? You pulled me out of Tragic Death City. So what if I die now? This time, because they did not have the omnipotent key, Kushui, they walked to the main entrance of Fengdu City. With their speed, although Tragic Death City was huge, they could cross it in a moment. What entered his sight was a very grand and tall city gate. The city gate was dark and crowded with countless mortals. The people outside the city gate were exhausted and wanted to come in to rest. The people inside the city gate had been locked up for many years. They yearned for freedom and wanted to run out. Most importantly, the victims in the city were bound by the power of the rules. It was as if there was an invisible force blocking them from stepping out of the city gate. The city gate was clearly more than 1,000 feet wide, but it was forcefully squeezed by the crowd on both sides. From above, it looked like a black mass of heads. With such a crowd, there were many people who died from stepping on them every day. However, it seemed that when they reached the city gate, a small number of people could regain their consciousness and decide whether to enter the city gate. When Jiang Li and the others had just arrived at this netherworld fragment, the soldiers who fought each other were the type that chose to stay outside the city. The densely packed human heads were quite spectacular. Of course, These mortals who could not fly naturally could not stop Jiang Li and his companion. Stepping on the flying sword, he easily flew over their heads. Look! A few more want to go out. Hey, I see hundreds of such people every day. Have they not given up? These people think that they can break through the barrier here by studying some Dao techniques. It's been hundreds of years, but I've never seen anyone who can go out. If it's really that easy, we wouldn't have to wait here bitterly. Wait and see. Do you think they'll fall later? Chapter 615. Returning to the Bakian Mountain. 2. In the distance, a few cultivators who had nothing to do happened to see Jiang Li and the other two and habitually teased them. Just as they had said, when they first arrived in Tragic Death City, anyone would have to use their own methods and try hundreds of times for hundreds of years before they could stay here in peace. These guys had long given up hope on this. However, what happened next made their jaws drop. Jiang Li and Pei Zong seemed to have not encountered any obstruction and crossed the line that should have been impossible to cross without any delay. They did not have the chains of the Tragic Death City on them, so this place naturally could not trap them. If the Tragic Death City had its own consciousness, it might wish for them to disappear as soon as possible. What's going on? The Tragic Death Barrier has disappeared. A few cultivators rode their artifacts out with unbelievable joy. However, with a few muffled sounds, they collided with an invisible barrier and fell with bruised faces. After falling into the crowd below, they finally reacted. It was not that the barrier had suddenly disappeared, but that someone had really grasped the method to leave this damned place. Fellow Taoist Senior, wait. They erupted with spiritual chi and blew away the surrounding crowd. They stuck to the barrier and shouted to stay. However, even if Jiang Li's ears were sharp, he did not intend to pay attention to them. A group of Earth Immortals begged him, but he had yet to relent. How could these guys be worth his attention? After leaving the main entrance of Tragic Death City, they could see an area shrouded in illusions ahead. In the illusion was a barren land with only a few cultivators guarding it. Seeing someone fly out of the door in the opposite direction, they also stood up and looked over warily. Although most of the forces of the Divine Judgment Hall had already retreated, because they did not know the subsequent situation inside Tragic Death City, the Divine Judgment Hall, who was afraid that something would happen, naturally could not completely give up on this side. At this moment, the information they came out with had probably been sent back to the headquarters. Is that the land of blood in the illusion? I heard it's a very dangerous place. He glanced over, but the intersection in space was far inferior to the netherworld illusion. He could only barely see the other side. Without interacting much with the people from the Divine Judgment Hall, they directly circled around. It was not until he was far away from Tragic Death City and casually found a wilderness that no one saw that Jiang Li pressed his palms together and summoned the familiar gate to hell. Pushing open the door, the opposite side was already filled with sinister cries. Of course, he still had to use Fengdu City as a jumping point to open the gate of hell. However, he did not want to be affected by the rules of the netherworld illusion, so he directly summoned two pairs of the Gate of Hell at the same time. One pair led to Tragic Death City and Fengdu City, and the other led to the inside of the Bakian Mountain and Tragic Death City. Then, he stuck the two gates of hell in the middle tightly together and connected this side to the Bakian Mountain bridge. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it was never a problem for him. After crossing the Gate of Hell, he arrived at the territory of the Bakian Mountain. A miserable cold wind blew over, and dense scratches immediately appeared on the rocks beside him. This was the wind of the Bakian Mountain. It was enough to blow away one's flesh and bones. Their soul would be destroyed. Under the soul formation realm, they could not withstand even a gust of cold wind. However, before such a cold wind, Jiang Li did not dodge. Instead, he opened his arms and took the initiative to face it, and his expression was like a spring breeze. After returning to this desolate land, to Jiang Li, who cultivated the 9 Nether Dao scripture, it was as if he had returned home. In Jiang Li's eyes, the harsh environment that could kill anyone below the soul formation realm was even more comfortable than a paradise. However, This place was not too friendly to Swordhead Peizong. As soon as he arrived, he immediately lost his footing. He held his head and felt the world turn upside down. In the next moment, his entire body fell upwards. He could withstand the cold wind that corroded his body. However, the inverted domain here was too powerful. Caught off guard, Swordhead Peizong could not even pull out his sword, let alone use the cliffless sword technique to slash open the domain. Jiang Li, who was still enjoying the cold wind, finally recovered from his shock. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed Peizong's sword head to prevent him from falling into the void. Then, spiritual light surged in his hand and quickly transformed into a wooden tablet that hung on the other party's waist. Jiang Li's inverted domain cancelled out the inverted domain of the Bakian mountain. Only then did Swordhead Peizong's body return to normal and land on the ground again. Senior Peizong, the effect of this wooden tablet can last for 30 days. If you use spirit stones to replenish it, it can last even longer. If I need too much time to revive, I might not have the time to care about anything else. Swordhead Peizong, please be careful and don't take off their wooden sign. In addition, if a demon attacks, please take note not to use long-range sword techniques. If it was the original Jiang Li, he would definitely be unable to do this. However, after crossing the Bakian mountain and going from living to dead, the 9 Nether Dao scripture made great progress. The inverted domain that was based on the Dao scripture naturally obtained a huge improvement. This was the effect of a long-term single domain on other items. However, in terms of quantity, they could not compare to Granny Nether Mountain. Then, a few more people came out from the gate of hell. They were Kinhuman, who also had Jiang Li's wooden tablet on her waist, and the 13 ghost kings of Fengdu City. The remaining Changla guards and the demons of the 10 Directions region were all alive. Therefore, they could not appear on the yin side. They were already waiting for orders near the mountain top. At that time, they would protect Jiang Li along with Kinhuman and the others. Greetings, City Lord. Kinhuman bowed with the 13 ghost kings. She was still the same as before. With a bow, she knelt on Jiang Li's body. Her shoulders were smooth and weak-looking due to the special method of death. This female ghost was molded into a clay statue. The person who crafted it was indeed not bad, causing her body to be very intact. Moreover, the soul and body had always overlapped, and the connection was much tighter than ordinary ghosts. Now that her cultivation level had already reached the level of a soul formation cultivator, she had fused with her body again and cultivated the yin body. She looked no different from an ordinary person. The cold white skin was even more tempting. Cough cough. There were elders present, so how could Jiang Li let her continue acting? He hurriedly helped her pull up her sleeve and helped her up. Oh, your long dress. When Jiang Li came into contact with the long dress, he clearly sensed something. Kinhuman immediately raised her chin proudly. She turned around in front of Jiang Li and displayed the black dress on her body. On it, a churning yin burial ghost cloud appeared in the originally pure black color. Kinhuman actually put a large number of yin burial ghost soldiers into her dress. This is the illusory art life record. Previously, as the commander of the yin burial army, she could have combined the power of tens of millions of ghost soldiers and displayed powerful strength. As long as there were enough ghost soldiers, they could even temporarily surpass the Ghost King. However, he did not expect that with the help of the illusory art life record, Kinhuman could already do this. She put away an exaggerated number of ghost soldiers and carried them with her. This way, with the help of the ghost soldiers, there was no need to create such a huge formation every time. They did not have to worry about being eliminated by the enemy again, causing them to become weaker and weaker. This female ghost could be said to be overflowing with talent in the cultivation of illusions. Even if Jiang Li's investment in her was not small, Kinhuman was the only subordinate who had walked all the way and could still keep up with his footsteps. With Jiang Li's cultivation speed, this was an extremely rare thing. Of course, there was also Kushui. The reincarnation of Xitigaba was not a joke. Every time they met, Jiang Li could sense a huge improvement in the other party. Presumably, it would not be long before that fellow became an earth immortal. If he wanted to resist those reincarnated immortals and Buddhas, he had to hurry up. Let's go up the mountain. The last time he went down the mountain, he was still following behind Granny Nether Mountain. This time, when he went up the mountain, Jiang Li was already the leader. Chapter 616 Dead Man's Child 1. In the cultivation world of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, in a quiet courtyard in Phoenix Sun City, a slender young woman with an astonishing upper body was standing by the fence of the small building and looking at a young boy cultivating below. The boy held an ice blue beautiful small sword in his hand and was practicing a set of ice attribute intra-level sword techniques suitable for chi refinement realm newbies. As the small sword waved, a thin layer of cold air spread in the air, making people feel a faint chill. After practicing a sword technique, a thin layer of frost had already formed within 7 feet of him. If Jiang Li saw this scene here, he would definitely sigh with emotion. When he first stepped onto the path of cultivation, the days of the chi refinement realm were truly too incomplete. From the beginning, he had walked the strange path of stacking various statuses and suppressing others with his iron fists. Or, he could slap his hands and send people to their deaths. Jiang Li had never practiced such an entry-level sword technique, fist technique that looked beautiful but was actually not very useful. Speaking of which, it was a regret from back then. Little Luo, come over quickly. Let mother wipe your sweat. Seeing the young man put away his sword and gasp for breath, the young woman stepped forward and used a piece of silk cloth to gently wipe away the sweat on the boy's face. However, as she moved, she casually lifted the boy's collar and quickly checked the back of his neck. After discovering that the black line there did not expand or extend, he heaved a sigh of relief. Mother, how's my training? The young woman patted the boy's head lovingly. Little Luo, your cultivation is very good. Even your father's sword technique was not as good as yours at your age. She praised the boy, but in fact, the boy's father did not use a sword at all. She did not know what the boy's father was like at this age. The environment of this Green Mountain residence is really not bad. In a few days, when you reach the 9th level of chi refinement, it'll change to a better small building and help you break through to the foundation establishment realm faster. What do you want to eat today? Mother instructed the kitchen to give you the best. This mother and son were the concubine and illegitimate son of the original Polar Castle Lord. They were not strong, but they were very lucky. The Polar Castle was completely wiped out on the night of the tragic Death City's attack. The inheritance of the territory had somehow fallen into their hands. In the meeting organized by the Divine Judgment Hall, they met the kind-hearted alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance and sold the inheritance at a price that both sides could accept. Coupled with the small wealth she had accumulated when she was originally the concubine of the Polar Castle Lord, she suddenly became a popular widow in Phoenix Sun City. Many cultivators with all kinds of thoughts circled around her all day and night. Some were fawning over her, while others were tempting her. Those cultivators who clearly had ill intentions not only frightened her, but also her child. As someone who cultivated the furnace cultivation method, she was good at pleasing men, but she did not have the ability to protect herself. Therefore, forget about living in another place. Even in Phoenix Sun City, the mother and son did not dare to step out. Once they lost the protection of the Divine Judgment Hall in the city, they would immediately become a piece of fat meat surrounded by wolves. At that time, her outcome would be miserable. She, who was not knowledgeable enough, could not even imagine it. Fortunately, she heard that there was an expensive Green Mountain residence in Phoenix Sun City. Green Mountain residence built a place of bountiful spiritual chi and rented out courtyards. They also provided all kinds of considerate services such as daily life. It was extremely suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Moreover, it was said that the Cloud Manor was behind Green Mountain residence. No one in the entire Phoenix Sun City dared to cause trouble there, and it could greatly ensure the safety of the residents. In order to escape the pestering of those cultivators and provide a better cultivation environment for the child, The young woman gritted her teeth and moved to Green Mountain residence. In any case, she had quite a number of spirit stones on her now. It was enough to support the mother and son for several years of luxurious life in Green Mountain residence. Looking at the obedient and sensible little Luo with excellent cultivation talent, the young woman also revealed a gratified smile. In the first half of her life, although she had the protection of the Polar Castle Lord and looked glorious on the surface, no one knew that that Castle Lord had a very abnormal hobby. There were many women who had been killed by him. She was already the luckiest one. Now, her only goal was to nurture the child into a talent. In the future, she might be able to regain her dignity and glory. Knock knock. However, at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the wooden door of their small courtyard. The young woman looked at the wooden door in confusion. She had just arrived at Green Mountain residence for a few months and did not know any friends who would visit. Now, it was not time to deliver the medicinal cuisine in the kitchen of Green Mountain residence. Who would come here? Before she could open the small courtyard's array formation to see who it was, the wooden door was pushed open from the outside without any warning. A beautiful man with a blood drop mark between his brows pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. The man was gentle and elegant with a trace of demonic charm. Just looking at that face, the young woman's cheeks blushed. Cultivating a cauldron cultivation method that was beneficial to others would result in these miscellaneous problems. Apart from her weak combat strength, her body would also be modified by some strange cultivation methods. Chapter 617 Dead Man's Child 2, for example, her desire and sensitivity in certain aspects far exceeded ordinary people. The Polar Castle Lord had been dead for a few months, and she had long felt uncomfortable holding it in. Seeing such a beautiful man not drooling on the spot was already quite worthy of praise. Who are you? The young woman, who had just recovered from her shock, asked the person nervously. The array formation in this small courtyard was created by a famous person. At the very least, in her opinion, it was already extremely profound. To be able to easily break through the small courtyard's array formation without even triggering the alarm, how powerful was this man in front of him? How did they, an orphan and widow, provoke such an expert? The man ignored her and looked straight at the boy beside him. The young woman looked at the other party's strange expression and her heart sank. This was because she discovered that the man in front of her actually looked quite similar to her child. The art of intercourse with the dead. HMPH, that brother of mine is quite a blessed person. He can still have a child after dying for thousands of years. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. The man did not attack. Instead, he comforted them in a gentle tone. However, when she heard about intercourse with the dead, the young woman's expression froze. The most unbearable secret in her heart was revealed to her face, causing her heart to be filled with fear. That was the special hobby of the Polar Castle Lord. The high and mighty Castle Lord did not keep the concubines for his own enjoyment. What he liked the most was to watch his concubine sleep with a corpse. He would also feed the corpse some medicinal pills that could react like living people. The experience during that period of time had greatly traumatized the young woman. However, what terrified her the most was that the corpse actually made her pregnant and gave birth to this child. Fortunately, after the child was born, all the suffering finally passed. The Polar Castle Lord never let her do such a thing again. She also treated the child as a blessing and raised him until now. However, who would have thought that this secret would be mentioned by a man who suddenly barged in? Who are you? Her voice trembled as she questioned again. However, the beautiful man was no longer in front of her. Take good care of this child. I'll pick him up when the time is right. The voice came from beside her. She quickly turned around and saw that the man had one hand on little Luo's face. In the next moment, her little Luo fainted on the ground. She rushed forward without caring about herself. The man did not stop her. Instead, in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared. If not for the fainted child, she would even suspect that she was hallucinating. She quickly called the medical cultivators of Green Mountain residence over. After checking repeatedly, They did not find anything abnormal. On the contrary, after the child woke up, she discovered that he had unknowingly broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. She was worried. But she did not have a trustworthy expert to help. She could only spend spirit stones to exchange for a small courtyard with a higher safety level. Then, every few days, she would go to the medical cultivator to check his body. No one cared about what happened to the mother and son in the netherworld. On the inside of the Bakian mountain, a tall stone giant was carrying Jiang Li and the others as they worked hard to climb up. The surroundings were still the same vile environment, but compared to the last time he came, there were fewer wandering shadows. Every 1,000 feet, only a few stars could be seen. It seemed that his shadows had really wasted this place recently. It was unknown if the other shadows had been eaten or found a place to hide. This is really a peaceful place. Jiang Li threw the shadow monster he had casually grabbed into the coffin and could not help but sigh. Along the way, none of the monsters that attacked them were decent. Granny Nether Mountain had been missing for more than 2 months. The other monsters on this mountain naturally began to become restless. They began to attack each other and seize territory. However, those were only small fights. How could a true expert be so impatient? Even if they seized the territory, if Granny Nether Mountain returned, wouldn't extreme joy turn to sorrow? Therefore, up until now, those powerful monsters were still hiding in the shadows and watching. Even the barbarian Stone Demon King was used as a mount to climb the mountain and travel. Only those ignorant fellows dared to stir trouble. With Jiang Li's current strength and faction, there was utterly no need for him to personally make a move. It could naturally be considered peaceful. Under the huge footsteps of the barbarian Stone Demon King, they quickly approached the mountain top. 2 stone hands grabbed the long and narrow peak. The stone head had already risen to the same height as the Bakian mountain. This allowed Jiang Li, whose eyes flickered with the 9 nether spiritual light, to clearly see the boundary between yin and yang. The spiritual chi in his body was spontaneously stirring. Every part of his body was urging him to cross back quickly. Jiang Li had already adjusted himself. Now, he was still missing the last thing and needed to prepare. With a thought, a dense black color surged towards them from afar. The shadow was extremely fast. When they got closer, it made one's scalp go numb. Under the moonlight, there were countless mosquito shadows flying around. However, there were no mosquitoes in the air. The few shadows that were originally hiding nearby were unlucky to be discovered by the mosquito shadow and were instantly sucked dry. Only then did the large number of mosquito shadows begin to gather together. The huge shadow continuously shrunk, and in the end, it transformed into a humanoid shadow with the same outline as Jiang Li's movements and stuck tightly to the ground. He looked at himself from the shadow's perspective. It was still that familiar awkward feeling. However, he also felt the majestic energy contained in the shadow. In the past 2 months, the shadow clone had used the broken wing black mosquito's talent, spirit essence absorption, to devour crazily. Up until now, it was unknown how many shadows it had swallowed. The terrifying power contained in it even faintly surpassed Jiang Li's main body. It could be seen how terrifying that unreasonable talent was. If Jiang Li had not defeated the broken wing black mosquito and sealed it again back then, the 10 Directions region would have probably turned into a wasteland. A peerless demon that was not inferior to the Blood King would cause a great storm of blood in the cultivation world. The shadow took 2 steps closer and stuck to Jiang Li's feet again. Apart from being much denser than the shadows of others, there was almost nothing abnormal with the shadow. Jiang Li could be revived. However, in this mountain, there was a treasure most suitable for him that was waiting to be taken. Jiang Li took out another jade fragment and a small toe bone from the coffin. After putting these 2 things together, the originally ferocious jade fragment immediately became much more docile. On the way here, Jiang Li chanted the 3 sovereign scripture repeatedly. Not long ago, he had already refined it as the 3 demons of the Xuanian tomb. You received the favor of the human emperor's lineage. However, You three sisters repaid kindness with ingratitude and stole the final providence of the Shang dynasty. The calamity of 1,000 lifetimes was not an unjust punishment. This jade fragment and the Peeper woman who had been a prostitute for 1,000 lifetimes were none other than the jade Peeper spirit of the three demons of the Xuanian tomb. In the entire divine investiture tribulation, one could say that King Zhu had lost the most miserably. The bloodline of the human emperor had been severed in his hands. He had let down the ancestors of the human race. The second most miserable ones were definitely the three demons of the Xuanian tomb. They could only blame themselves for being too stupid. After accepting the mission from Goddess Nuwa, they thought that there was a sage behind them. They had actually offended both sides in such a critical situation. They did not want to curry favor with the human emperor, and they had also offended the other party. In the end, Nuwa turned around and denied it. They ended up losing everything. The nine-tailed fox Daji had the protection of King Zhu, so she could still land in the Fox Immortal Queen's tomb in the end. The other two were in a worse state. If not for Daji secretly hiding the main body of the Jade Peeper spirit in the Bakian mountain, she would probably not have been able to escape the bitter sea until the reincarnation cycle of the cultivationless age shattered. You'll make some contributions to the human emperor's bloodline now to atone for your sins. Chapter 618 Pulling Out the Nine Netherroot, 1. Translator, Atlas Stud. Following this half of the Jade Peeper fragment, Jiang Li quickly sensed the other half buried deep under the Bakian mountain. The Peeper fragment was embedded in a section of the root that seemed to have withered and lost its vitality. That seemingly ordinary broken root was the Nine Nether Mother root that Jiang Li had been thinking about for a long time. Granny Nether Mountain was originally an ordinary ghost king on the Bakian mountain. One day, by chance, he went deep into the mountain through a crack. He discovered the Nine Nether broken root embedded with a Jade Peeper. He was very lucky to refine it, or rather, he was very unlucky to be trapped in the Nine Nether broken root for hundreds of years after being parasitized by the Jade Peeper. Only then did he transform into Granny Nether Mountain. Moreover, because of the interaction between the two Jade Peeper fragments, Granny Nether Mountain could control the Nine Nether root to a certain extent. She was powerful to begin with. Coupled with the power of the broken root, she could suppress the demons and ghosts on the Bakian mountain in one go and become the overlord of this place. Of course, that Granny had not really refined the root. Otherwise, if she could easily refine the broken root, the Bakian mountain spirit was not stupid. How could it leave such a precious treasure to others? After all, it was one of the 10 connate spiritual roots, the broken root of the Nine Nether wood. It had been so many years, and it was probably only a piece of the main body's root. However, the extremely high quality and background would not change. It was too wishful thinking to forcefully refine it before even reaching the true immortal realm. If he wanted to use it for himself, he had to have a special method. Jiang Li was slightly confident about this. After all, Jiang Li, who cultivated the Nine Nether Dao scripture, could be considered a Nine Nether branch. The meaning of the birth of the Nine Nether branch was to return to the netherworld after becoming powerful and seize everything. Jiang Li also had this ability. Although he was still far from the true Nine Nether wood, he could still give it a try. Under Jiang Li's continuous summoning, 15 minutes, half an hour, and half an hour passed. A hard and huge black mountain rock in front of him suddenly shook, and then a crack appeared on the spot. After tens of thousands of years of embedding, the Jade Peeper and the Nine Nether broken root had a magical high-fusion state. Under the indirect control of the Jade Peeper, a small fossil-like root penetrated the layers of rocks and stretched out from the Bakian mountain. It was almost identical to when Granny Nether Mountain extracted the yellow spring water. At that time, Jiang Li did not dare to attack, but now, he could. The root did not have any consciousness and only had instincts. After reaching out of the ground, it discovered that the environment outside was not as comfortable as the earth vein core and wanted to retreat into the mountain to continue sleeping. However, how could Jiang Li let go of such an excellent opportunity? 2 strange wooden lumps were taken out from his arms. The 2 wooden lumps were 2 small statues sitting with their backs facing each other. On a closer look, one would discover that although their styles and auras were different, the appearance of the four small figures was very similar to Jiang Li. After being thrown out by Jiang Li, the two pieces of wood immediately swelled up in the air. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into two huge trees that were 10,000 feet tall. They were the two Nine Nether clones that Jiang Li had subdued. In the outside world, the Nine Nether clone had always been a huge tree with inverted leaves. However, that was the common characteristic of the native creatures of the Bakian Mountain. After returning to the Bakian Mountain in her family's territory, the characteristics of the inverted growth happened to match the rules of heaven and earth here. It looked like the most normal thing here, compatible with the surrounding environment. Jiang Li had taken a huge risk for this operation. The direct forces he controlled in the Great Mountain Alliance, prosperous Jianghong, and Fengdu City had all been mobilized. Among them were the two Nine Nether branches that suppressed the territory. At this moment, if someone took the opportunity to attack his territory, Jiang Li would really suffer a huge loss. However, in the cultivation world where one's power determined everything, he could still tell which was more important. He was not delayed by the temporary safety of his territory. After the two branches of the Nine Netherwood appeared, countless roots stretched out at the same time and wrapped around the broken roots that were about to retreat into the mountain. The Bakian Mountain was a spiritual mountain of the two worlds. The environment was special and could cut through yin and yang. It was extremely sturdy. Back then, when the two monkeys fought here, they were unable to do anything to this mountain. It could be seen how sturdy it was. Jiang Li and the two Nine Netherwood did not have the ability to enter it. Therefore, he could only seize the opportunity to attack when the Nine Nether root reached out of the ground. However, the foundation of the two branches was clearly insufficient. The thicker and more numerous fresh roots could not resist a broken root. In the entanglement, a large number of roots were violently torn apart, causing heavy losses for a time. The two Nine Nether clones wanted to forcefully absorb the other party's spiritual chi through their roots. But a large amount of spiritual chi and vitality was snatched away by the other party. The other party knew everything they knew and was even more powerful than them. The suppression of such a bloodline level made the two clones helpless. Jiang Li could clearly sense the pain of the two clones, and he stopped watching. He put away the jade peeper fragment, and his hands transformed into two roots at the same time to wrap around it. Chapter 619 Pulling out the Nine Nether Root. 2. As soon as the roots formed from the Nine Nether spiritual chi came into contact with the broken root, Jiang Li felt an enormous pressure. The barbarian stone demon king under his feet bent its back under such force. Cracks appeared all over its body, and countless huge rocks rolled down. Jiang Li did not make things difficult for his dream puppet. He simply landed on the ground and started to compete with the root. In the end, he was still a body cultivator. The beast blood diagram, the true dragon body, Baxia's strength, the human emperor's body tempering, Qi Yao's muscles, and other powers combined made him nearly unrivaled in terms of strength. He had always been successful in suppressing others. However, this time, Jiang Li had finally met his match. Bang, bang, bang. A sound that was like a thick steel rope being pulled apart sounded in his ears. Accompanying it was a tearing pain. It was the sound of his muscles being torn apart under the huge force. One had to know that with Jiang Li's current physical strength, even lifting an ordinary mountain could not be considered hard work. Every muscle as thick as a hair was enough to hang a ship. However, such a powerful body could not withstand the competition of strength. Fortunately, Jiang Li had a powerful recovery ability. The broken muscles immediately recovered and became even stronger than before, emitting wisps of seven-cold luster. However, this speed of becoming stronger could not change the fact that he was not at a disadvantage. Soon, more muscles were torn apart. In serious cases, there were even open wounds. Hot blood was squeezed out by the high pressure in his body. He lasted for 30 breaths before a crisp crack sounded. Jiang Li's right ankle could not withstand the immense pressure and was actually directly torn apart. The sharp bone scab pierced through his muscles and cut open his skin, exposing it to the air. He only needed less than half a breath to recover from such injuries. However, at this moment, the bones and joints in his entire body began to creak. Clearly, if he waited a little longer, his other bones would not be able to withstand it and begin to break. This was under the premise that there were 2 other clones of the 9 Netherwood to help him share the pressure. It was clearly just a broken root, so why was it so difficult to pull out? Jiang Li gritted his teeth. He could still sense that the spiritual qi in his body was being quickly absorbed by the other party. Although that speed was far from his own recovery speed, it was clearly not a solution if this continued. It was clearly impossible for Jiang Li to give up on this route. Then, he could only rely on other forces. Everyone spread out. The only successor of the human emperor in the world suddenly gave a strange order. He was clearly at a disadvantage. Instead of asking for help, he let his subordinates leave. This order was not normal. The great demon guards surrounding the yang side of the Baekhyun mountain and the Ghost King experts gathered on the yin side retreated without any hesitation. With their speed, they had already created a safe distance in the blink of an eye. Ever since they joined Fengdu City, they only knew one thing. They should not have any doubts about the city lord's orders. Only the Cliffless Sword, Pei Zong, was worried about the safety of his junior and was unwilling to retreat. Under Qin Shuman's persuasion, he barely pulled away a little. After everyone left, the 2 9 Nether clones also pulled away at the same time, leaving all the pressure to Jiang Li alone. Under the explosive pressure, a layer of blood mist suddenly erupted from his entire body, and 50% of his muscles were torn apart on the spot. The strong and muscular alliance leader could not help but cry out in pain. However, his hands still grabbed the roots tightly, unwilling to let the other party leave. The rock layer beneath his feet could no longer withstand such force and shattered. Jiang Li hugged the 9 Nether broken root, but it was as if it was wrapping around him. He was quickly pulled down just like that. The mountain rocks rolled. The successor of the human emperor who had not appeared for 10,000 years seemed to be dragged underground and crushed to death. However, in the next moment, a strange fluctuation spread out. Wherever it enveloped, even the cold wind on the Baekhyun mountain fell silent, feeling the fluctuation that assaulted their faces. Everyone in Fengdu City immediately retreated a distance. Before that fluctuation, all the humans, ghosts, and demons subconsciously felt uncomfortable and terrified. After all, that was the cultivationless age that ended the era of the ancient immortals and Buddhas. No wonder Jiang Li wanted them to retreat earlier. If they were closer, they would have been injured. Even the Dragon Rock Island's dragonhead was still recuperating in the cave. Not everyone could endure a taste of the anti-cultivation domain. From afar, this group of experts grunted. On the other hand, Jiang Li, who was at the core, turned pale and suffered considerable injuries again. Even the Earth Treasury Buddhist light could not resist the power of the anti-cultivation domain. However, correspondingly, the root wrapped around its body was quite uncomfortable. The pulling force from it immediately decreased by half. The 9 Nether root wanted to get away from the anti-cultivation domain and shrug off Jiang Li to retreat underground. However, how could Jiang Li let go of something that had fallen into his hands? From the shield in his hand, a large number of dark red tendons surged out and instantly covered Jiang Li's entire body. Under the enhancement of the Qiyu armor, his strength increased exponentially. He hugged the roots on his body tightly and stepped back to the ground. Under the envelopment of the anti-cultivation domain, most of the power of the 9 Nether broken root was ineffective. Compared to the Qiyu armor that had absorbed Jiang Li's strength and was still growing stronger, he was finally at a disadvantage. The broken root that was like a fossil was dragged out of the ground bit by bit. A root without intelligence did not know how to survive. After being dragged a few thousand feet step by step, it actually darted out of the mountain and wrapped tightly around Jiang Li's body. It seemed that it planned to use this method to directly deal with the source of the danger. Then, because of the attack of the 9 Nether broken root, the Qiyu armor stopped working. The dark red tendons that were originally focused on absorbing Jiang Li's energy surged, and they started to resist the roots on the body. They continuously swelled and twisted, wanting to open the roots. This time, It reduced the pressure on Jiang Li greatly. Feeling the two ancient remnants that were tightly stuck to their bodies, it was hard to imagine how powerful their main bodies were at their peak. Since it's already come to this, let's work harder. Jiang Li took a deep breath and prepared himself, and then he directly closed the anti-cultivation spiritual bead on the sealed shield. The anti-cultivation domain disappeared, and the suppressed Qi Yaos muscles and 9 nether root immediately became active again. Both of them were extremely greedy. The speed at which Jiang Li lost his life force and spiritual Qi immediately increased by more than 10 times. However, this did not stop his decision. At this speed, they could not do anything to him for a while. The 9 nether clones that had originally retreated flew back. Each stretched out a root and entered the huge hole left behind after the 9 nether root was pulled out. There was also a pool of the yellow spring water that had been left behind for many years. Taking advantage of the fact that the cave had not collapsed, the two 9 netherwood exerted their strength and sucked out all the yellow spring water inside. On the ground, the two statues on the 9 nether tree stretched out their hands and pieced together to form a bond. Then, turbid yellow spring water surged out and filled the wooden bond. Jiang Li was also prepared. He walked forward step by step with the double restraints of the Qi Yu armor and the 9 nether broken root. With the last step, his entire body had already crossed the boundary that separated life and death. In an instant, the boundary of life and death shattered in front of Jiang Li. The life force that had been stripped away from the shadow instantly flowed back into his body. The dead Jiang Li was revived. There were great mysteries and opportunities between life and death. It was as if two pieces of a puzzle had been pieced together seamlessly, revealing a brand new scene. Jiang Li's 9 nether Dao scripture broke through the shackles in time and transformed to a deeper level. Crack. A crack immediately appeared on his nascent soul. The barrier between the nascent soul realm and the soul formation realm could no longer be suppressed and began to break through. Immediately, Jiang Li leapt into the yellow spring water and took out a few things from the yin burial coffin. Chapter 620 Heavenly Creation, 1. In the Netherworld. On the peak of the Bakyan mountain, Jiang Li, who had taken a step back, finally began his long-suppressed breakthrough. This place was originally a place of extreme yin, but it was swept up by the phenomenon of a nascent soul breaking through the soul formation realm. With a sniff, it could rot flesh and blood. Yin Qi that could rot a person's muscles and bones swarmed over from both sides of the Yin mountain. This was definitely the worst place for other cultivators. However, to cultivators of the 9 nether Dao scripture, it was no different from heaven. Under such circumstances, soaking in the netherworld water was really an extreme enjoyment. The only variables were Qi Yaos muscles and the 9 nether root that were entangled in his body. At the critical moment of breaking through, Jiang Li naturally did not want to increase the difficulty of obtaining these two things. The current situation was for the sake of truly controlling these two powerful and wild forces. This breakthrough was probably the only chance before he truly became an immortal. Perhaps it was because of the special experience of the spiritual Qi recovery after the cultivationless age. The spiritual Qi environment of the cultivators in the continent of the 9 provinces gradually increased. It was not that the spiritual Qi after Pang-U split the heavens in ancient times gradually decreased. Therefore, although the foundation was still born from the ancient inheritance, the cultivation system born was already completely different. Heaven immortal, earth immortal, human immortal, divine immortal, and ghost immortal. These 5 ancient immortal Dao paths were not suitable in the current environment. Currently, the most famous earth immortals in the cultivation world were only at the highest cultivation level on the surface. It was not the same as an earth immortal like Zhen Yuanzi, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, soul formation, and earth immortal. Step by step, one could ascend to immortality. The last 2 stages were the most important and mysterious. In theory, the first 4 stages could be considered the accumulation and polishing of spiritual Qi. It was not until these 2 steps that the cultivator truly broke through the shackles and changed towards the direction of divine and immortal. These two changes would even be greater than the previous four breakthroughs combined. In the soul formation realm, the qualitative change was in the soul. By transforming his soul into an essence soul, he could escape from the shell and directly comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. Therefore, other than a certain freak with high-grade merit blessing, they often only had the ability to come into contact with the power of domains after the soul formation realm. However, while the soul followed the nascent soul out of the body might be able to transform too. In the 2 months in Tragic Death City, besides expanding his dream realm, Jiang Li had not stayed for nothing. Under the recommendation of a few experts, he successfully joined the highest level Earth Immortal circles in Tragic Death City. He also obtained some precious secrets that only the highest level forces in the cultivation world of the Eastern region could grasp. For example, when breaking through to the soul formation realm, he could actually take advantage of the time when his soul left his body to strengthen his body to the limit. As long as he finished refining his essence soul before the breakthrough ended, it would not be a problem to put his body into the furnace and refine it as an artifact. After refinement, the body would still be perfectly compatible with the cultivator. It was completely different from those low-level limb transplants in the cultivation world. This was also the only chance before breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm. As long as he seized the opportunity and was not as unlucky as certain people, he would have a huge advantage over other cultivators of the same level at the soul formation realm. Some lucky ones or direct descendants of large factions could even use precious treasures to cultivate a special body in one go. There were always all kinds of miracles. It was extremely beneficial when breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm. As such, Jiang Li naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that the two monsters on his body were fighting each other and had no time to pay attention to him, the master, he reached out and tore open the ball of muscles in his mouth. The dark red muscles crawled and were about to enter his mouth. But Jiang Li was quick-witted and stuffed two things into his mouth. Low-grade heaven-rank medicinal pill, dragon transformation pill. There was also the precious treasure left behind by the mother of humanity, the Nuwa stone. Consumed a heaven-rank dragon transformation pill. Added status, dragon blood black yellow. Added status, 9 transformations dragon, dragon blood black yellow. Temporary mastery of the black-yellow dragon flame. Every hour, gain a drop of the direct descendant dragon blood. Every hour, gain a wisp of the direct descendant dragon soul. Every hour, gain 1000 direct descendant dragon chi. Every hour, gain 1000 wisps of black-yellow chi. Duration, 9 days. Minus plus, 9 transformations dragon, catalyze the purification of the dragon race's bloodline. Every 9 days, undergo 1 transformation. Every transformation will increase the strength attribute by 10,000 points, speed attribute by 3,000 points, constitution attribute by 12,000 points, mind attribute by 4,000 points, and awaken a dragon race talent inheritance. The highest 9 transformations can purify the bloodline to the extent of the Dragon Palace's main family. Duration, 9 days. Minus plus, as soon as the medicinal pill entered his stomach, the transparent pill shell on the surface melted. The dark, golden swimming dragon inside immediately darted out as if it had been waiting impatiently. After swimming around Jiang Li's entire body, it swayed its tail and entered his heart. Then, the first drop of purple gold dragon blood appeared in his heart. After Jiang Li's true dragon blood sensed the drop of dragon blood, it immediately worshipped it. It could be seen how noble and powerful the purple gold dragon blood was. Jiang Li's original dragon blood was roughly equivalent to the river dragon race that was formed by the million dragon blood descendants after many years of cultivation. The 9 transformations of the fish dragon and flood dragon transformation that he had often heard of referred to these descendants. Chapter 621 Heavenly Creation, 2. These dragons that had cultivated could also be considered true dragons. However, compared to the true descendants of the ancestral dragon, there was still a certain gap. It was not to the extent that, like some dragon blood demon beasts, They would be completely unable to move under the pressure of the dragon might and be at the mercy of others. However, if this kind of river dragon really faced the direct bloodline of the dragon palace, the power they obtained from the dragon race bloodline would also be suppressed and completely unable to be used. They could only use other powers to fight the enemy. Now, this medicinal pill gave Jiang Li a chance to ascend to the heavens. After all, to him, one medicinal pill was equivalent to countless medicinal pills. As long as he went through the dragon transformation 9 times, he would be able to raise his dragon blood to the level of the direct bloodline of the Four Seas Dragon Palace. After that, if he were to transmigrate back to the ancient times, he might be able to go to the Dragon Palace to acknowledge his ancestors and become a prince. Of course, only Jiang Li could think about this 9 transformations dragon. It was basically impossible for others to attempt this. This medicinal pill could last for 9 days, and one could undergo a level of dragon transformation in 9 days. However, even if it was a heaven-rank medicinal pill, the effect would be the best when it was eaten for the first time. When he consumed it for the second time, he might have to eat 2 heaven-rank dragon transformation pills to achieve the same effect. As this continued, the effects of the medicinal pills would continue to decrease. If it was anyone else, even if they had the Xuan Yuan clan's origin blood ancient leech that could purify dragon blood and use the true dragon blood to purify the dragon palace's direct bloodline, he had to kill more than 1,000 true dragons and refine more than 1,000 heaven-rank dragon transformation pills to truly reach the 9 transformations stage. Not to mention now, even in ancient times, in the vast 4 seas, it was hard to say if there were so many true dragons to kill. Right when Jiang Li was happy about these 2 new statuses, the seemingly ordinary stone that he swallowed also changed. Consumed the new Wa stone. Added status. Petrification curse, status, blessing of new, was descendant has taken effect. The petrification curse has disappeared. Added status, heavenly creation, seize the power of creation of heaven and earth. Become the favored spirit of all things, transforming from postnatal to connate. There is a small chance of obtaining the connate body. Reforge the spirit with all things and reconstruct the body. Duration, 7 days, minus plus. The effect of this new Wa stone did not seem to be as direct as the dragon transformation pill. There were not many specific stats, but the actual effect was not inferior to the dragon transformation pill at all. In fact, it was even better. The new Wa stone had a trace of new Wa's power of creation. It had a more magical effect than going back into the mother's womb to be reborn. In the primordial world, God Nuwa had used mud to create humans. How profound was that? Previously, Galanfron had only used a little powder from the Nuwa stone to successfully knead Mulan's body. At this moment, Jiang Li used an entire Nuwa stone. Not only did he have the chance to advance from postnatal to connate and transform his physique into that of the first human, he could also throw in other spiritual objects and reconstruct his body. Of course, Nuwa's power could not be used casually. If not for that person, Jiang Li's childhood sweetheart, junior sister Kua's approval. If others wanted to do the same, they would only be instantly petrified and become a lifelike statue. Speaking of which, he had not seen the little princess of the Shinshan clan with the water and fire swords for a long time. This was a precious girl. In the future, Jiang Li would condense the 5 qi in his chest. If he could draw out a strand of the Mother Earth qi of Nuwa in his chest, the 3 divine pillars would be his little brother. There was also the water and fire dual cultivation technique that he had learned from Tragic Death City. With their relationship, the other party would not reject him if he wanted to practice it together. Cough cough. At this critical moment, Jiang Li temporarily threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused on adjusting his condition. His greatest confidence in the reconstruction of his body was this new Wa stone. The materials that Jiang Li had chosen to forge his body were undoubtedly the Qi Yaos muscles and 9 nether root. One was the remnant muscles of one of the strongest ancient humans, and the other was the broken root of the spiritual root of heaven and earth. They were extremely compatible with Jiang Li's foundation. Coupled with the fact that both of them had their intelligence erased by a mighty figure, they were an excellent choice for materials. Next up, talent skill, cocoon break. After everything was prepared, Jiang Li activated a skill that he had obtained a long time ago but used extremely. Now that he had the buff, heavenly creation, this skill would really have an even more magical effect in the future. After activating cocoon break, Jiang Li, who was originally wrapped in Qi Yao's muscles and 9 netherroot, suddenly felt his entire body go soft. Then, a large amount of liquid surged out and seeped into the outer layer of the most muscular roots, condensing into a layer of flesh cocoon that wrapped around the muscles and roots that were still wriggling. Surrounded by the tough cocoon skin, the dark red muscles and grayish-white roots lost their target for a moment. They could only tangle together and curl into a ball. In this flesh cocoon, it was filled with a vast amount of vitality and spiritual qi. To these two, it was an unprecedented comfort. The irritable them finally gradually calmed down. Coupled with the influence of the new Wa stone, everything in Jiang Li's body gradually softened like a burning iron ingot. Then, the 7-color Tao essence swam in the human cocoon, turning into 7 sledgehammers that began to ceaselessly reconstruct Jiang Li's body. Chapter 622 Heavenly Creation, 3. Why do I feel like I'm using my body to make soup? Through the eyes of the two clones, Jiang Li could clearly see that he was floating in the yellow spring water and had already turned into a large flesh cocoon. This scene was always a little strange. Forget it. With these 2 ingredients, I can leave the rest to time. The divine statue clone sitting on the blood lotus platform stepped forward and grabbed the yin burial coffin floating in the air. It shook it and a large amount of beautiful green amber poured out. The amber pearls floated on the surface of the yellow spring and quickly covered a thick layer. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there were 1 to 10 small broken-wing black mosquitoes sealed in each amber. This time, Jiang Li planned to transform his body using cocoon break and awaken the abnormally strong skill, spirit essence absorption. The modification naturally required some broken-wing black mosquitoes as materials. When these 9 nether amber touched the flesh cocoon formed by Jiang Li, they were quickly swallowed into it. Every time, he only digested less than 10 black mosquitoes. Under the power of the new Wa stone, this group of mosquitoes did not have a chance to turn the tables. Up until now, everything was still stable. The modification was ongoing step by step. Next, Jiang Li was going to throw in the most dangerous part of all the materials. The statue clone left the blood lotus platform. A moment later, he pressed his palms together, and a spatial crack split open on the lotus platform. This action was already very familiar to him. However, as soon as the crack appeared, strange and chaotic shouts came from the other side. In a territory controlled by the fallen blood Yakshaw clone in the Azura world. At this moment, it was completely filled with flesh. All kinds of organs from humans, animals, insects, plants, and so on were stacked together. These disgusting things combined to form a mountain of flesh and blood. Here, there was no longer any trace of Jiang Li's Yakshaw clone because he had also used himself as a material to throw into this body. Not only that, besides the 2 Sacred Heart Elders, the other 5 Earth Immortals who had been captured had also been thrown in as materials by Jiang Li. This made the power of the chaotic flesh mountain even more terrifying. Mouths emitted all kinds of strange sounds. After mixing together, they were filled with chaotic power. Just hearing this voice was enough to make cultivators below the soul formation realm go crazy. Among them, there was only one sound that had a frequency in the chaos. Dong, 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 dong. Following the muffled sound of the drum, past the nauseating chaos, one could discover the existence of a heart at the top of the mountain of flesh. This heart was not big and was beating slowly in a strange rhythm. If one could see the internal veins of the entire mountain clearly, they would discover that this heart was the center of everything. It drew out the blood of madness from the blood pool and shot it towards the entire body. This was the stability born after the chaos reached its peak. It was hard to imagine how smart Galanfron was to predict such an outcome. The divine statue clone grabbed the heart and tore it off. After hesitating for a moment, he still threw the heart into Jiangli's flesh cocoon. Some time ago, he had more than 10 Azure blood tattoos on his body, which provided him with enough Azure bloodline and control over the power of chaos. Now, he was probably qualified to try absorbing this heart. Chapter 623. Deep in the palace. 1. The heart landed on the flesh cocoon that Jiangli had transformed into. The flesh cocoon instinctively resisted, because if anyone else touched this heart, they would suffer greatly. However, under Jiangli's active control, the flesh cocoon still opened a hole and swallowed the heart. The heart of chaos that had been forcefully torn off was still beating at that special frequency. Red blood surged out from a few broken blood vessels, quickly dyeing the liquid in the flesh cocoon blood red. The blood that was pumped out of this heart was even more chaotic, disorderly, and dangerous than any blood of madness that Jiangli had come into contact with. He had tried to use the blood of madness that flowed out after cutting through the mountain of flesh according to Galanfron's suggestion. The power of chaos contained in the blood of madness might not be comparable to the blood of a Lord-level Azura. However, the quality seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. When the blood splattered on the bodies of a few evil human demonic cultivators, they had actually experienced a terrifying reproduction like the armored trolls. They swelled into a few balls of flesh in front of Jiangli. One had to know that even if one drank the blood of madness, they would only transform into an Azura. There would not be such a change. It could be seen how terrifying the knowledge of the strange Dr. Fran was. Who would have thought that when the armored troll's flesh and blood were mixed with the blood of madness, such a thing would be born when the chaos reached the limit? If such a thing was placed in the continent of the 9 provinces, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fortunately, Galanfron's will was controlled by the 9 Nether Earth fruit, so Jiangli's own opinion had to be the priority. While creating such a monster, she had already thought of a way to control it. Jiangli had been using the beast blood diagram to continuously make preparations since a long time ago. The bloodline power provided by more than 10 Azure blood tattoos and the 9 Nether Azure power that had already fused into his system when he was in the core formation realm made his resistance to chaos extremely high. This was why it did not explode because of the high concentration of spiritual chi and the blood of madness. Instead, the two could peacefully coexist in the flesh cocoon he formed. However, the all-encompassing Nuwa stone and the 7-color Tao essence hesitated when faced with such a heart, as if they did not know where to start. That was because there was a large amount of crazy and chaotic will contained in this heart and blood. The material used to reconstruct the body could not contain any will. This was the prerequisite. Even a will fragment could not be allowed. Regarding this, Jiangli only circulated the beast blood diagram and blood fiend divine art that he was good at. Immediately, endless blood chi was attracted by his soul and surged into his consciousness. Without the chaos blood chi causing trouble, the power of the Nuwa stone began to pull the heart of chaos over and place it where his heart should be. With this heart as the starting point, he began to reconstruct the entire body. The modification of his body was on the right track, so he did not need to worry anymore. In Jiangli's consciousness, countless blood-colored baneful chi surged in and quickly formed a mountain of flesh that was not inferior to the 5 elements peak. This was the largest and most terrifying blood fiend Jiangli had ever seen. The entire mountain of flesh was wriggling. Amidst endless howls, the blood-colored chaos would continuously devour his mental world. Even if such a huge thing was piled there and did not move, it would be a huge problem to completely destroy it. Moreover, looking at the appearance of the mountain of flesh, it seemed to be about to transform into countless flesh monsters at any moment and collapse to destroy everything. If this mountain of flesh dispersed, Jiangli would probably have to use all his methods to deal with it. Fortunately, there was barely one main body on this mountain of flesh that could control the chaotic blood fiend. On the top of the blood fiend flesh mountain, there was a fallen blood yakshaw that had its lower body fused into the mountain. It was trying its best to control everything below. That yak sure happened to be his clone. With the control of the parallel mind, the blood fiend Flesh Mountain could not cause any trouble. That was only the nourishment of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra that he had long prepared. What Jiang Li was most worried about was to stuff his huge mental world into the nascent soul sitting inside as soon as possible. However, this step that should have been very simple became abnormally slow on him. Jiang Li's mental world had stars and tribulation clouds in the sky, while the earth vein and dragon soul were the foundation and base. In the middle, 100 demonic beasts were running, the 9 netherwood was flourishing, and 7 colored rainbows pierced through the sky. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was an immortal mystic realm. His soul was so solid and his foundation was so deep that even cultivators who had already transformed their essence souls could not compare to him. However, it was precisely because of this that his huge soul size made his progress especially slow during the first step of this breakthrough. He had already stuffed at least the souls of 120 nascent soul cultivators into his nascent soul. However, in terms of the soul, his mental world could not even see any obvious shrinking. This is too slow. At this moment, Jiang Li also felt that something was amiss. As expected, with his accumulation, he could not use the standards of ordinary people when breaking through to the nascent soul realm as a reference. He did not expect that it would take so much more time than others to absorb his soul into the nascent soul. Now, the modification of his body had already begun, and it was reforging. If his nascent soul and human soul did not leave his body in time. Chapter 624. Deep in the Palace. 2. Not only would his will uncontrollably affect the transformation of his body, but it would also destroy the process of the 7-color Tao essence creating his body. The changes during the body transformation would also directly reflect on his soul, causing some uncontrollable consequences for this breakthrough. This was not something he wanted to see. However, it was already too late. The crack on the nascent soul had already expanded to his entire palm. It was impossible to stop. Now, he only had 2 choices. One was to let the soul and essence soul stay in the body until the soul completely entered the nascent soul before leaving the body to undergo the baptism of heaven and earth and finally transform into the essence soul. This would definitely affect his soul and body, but the loss was still acceptable. The second was to leave the body and be exposed to the outside world. While enduring the baptism, he would fuse his soul and essence soul. By doing this, although the soul would be tested by the harsh environment of the outside world, wasn't this also a way to accept the gift of the world? Once he could endure it, he would definitely obtain greater benefits. There was a certain amount of danger on both sides, but to Jiang Li, the second was undoubtedly more suitable. This was not only because he was confident in the strength of his soul, it was also because he still had this pool of yellow spring water. With a thought, a colorful bubble suddenly appeared in the flesh cocoon and quickly swelled. When the colorful bubble swelled to the size of a person, a transparent palm suddenly stretched out from the flesh cocoon. Then, he used his other hand to pull himself out of the flesh cocoon. The person who crawled out of the flesh cocoon looked identical to Jiang Li, but he was in a translucent smoke-like state and was not corporeal. It was Jiang Li's soul that had left his body. He looked at his hands and then at the nascent soul that was sitting cross-legged on the chest of the soul and continuously absorbing it. Jiang Li felt a little magical. This was the first time his soul had left his body and was exposed to the air. It made him feel an unprecedented sense of weakness. If a cultivator's soul left their body before they transformed into an essence soul or a ghost, it would feel as if his skin had been peeled off, exposing his bloody muscles. Any breeze that touched anything was enough to injure the soul. Personally, when Jiang Li stayed in his body, he was not afraid at all even if an earth immortal wanted to possess him. Not to mention arm wrestling, with his soul foundation. He might be able to keep the other party here and bury them in the ground as nutrients. However, after his soul left his body, 90% of the methods in his consciousness were useless. He would be at a loss if he encountered any ghost king. This was also the reason why cultivators would not take the initiative to let their souls leave their bodies before reaching the soul formation realm. That was because doing that usually meant courting death. Even if he was lucky enough to not die and return to his body, it was not so easy to recover from the pollution and trauma of the outside world. Apart from that, a living soul was a fatal temptation to any demon or ghost. Right after Jiang Li's soul left his body, in a mere 2 to 3 breaths of time, the originally calm Baekhyun mountain immediately produced countless demons and ghosts that pounced at him. These evil spirits that were originally hidden somewhere suddenly went crazy. What a wonderful soul. He's mine. No one can snatch him from me. First come, first served. I want to eat his eyeballs. It's too tempting. I want his left hand. Left leg. The left leg is mine. All kinds of strange ghosts surged towards him with cold wind and black clouds. This scene was more lively than Granny Nether Mountain's subordinates at her peak. Jiang Li, what's going on? Quickly absorbed the soul into the nascent soul. Sword lights transformed into streaks of light that tore apart the cold wind and black clouds that pounced over Jiang Li's breakthrough at the critical moment when he returned to the living world. Already surprised sword head Pei Zong enough. Now, his soul was actually exposed in such a sinister ghost realm. What was the difference between that and courting death? The other experts of Fengdu City also attacked together to stop the demons from approaching. With their strength, they could barely block these demons and ghosts outside the safety line. However, Jiang Li, who was in the center, felt that there was no need for them to work so hard. He symbolically snapped his fingers, and the dream bubble that wrapped around him immediately expanded, enveloping the entire yellow spring pool and even the 2 huge 9 netherwood clones. Capture as many as you can and throw them over after crippling those above the Ghost King realm. It was rare for Jiang Li to have the time to speak, but the order was actually to let those ghosts in. They were only tasked with injuring the powerful ghosts and not anything else. The subordinates who obeyed the orders decisively gave up on the large-scale killing spell technique and focused on dealing with the powerful ghosts mixed in a large number of ghosts. Without their obstruction, a vast number of ghosts surged forward. They all wanted to break through the thin layer of colorful bubbles and tear apart Jiang Li's soul. However, they were like raindrops hitting a lake. After crashing into the bubble, they instantly disappeared. The hundreds of thousands of demons and devils only caused the seemingly fragile 7 cult bubble to tremble slightly before stabilizing again. Chapter 625. Deep in the Palace. 3. One had to know that it was not only Jiang Li who supported this dream bubble, but also the billion mortals who had already fallen asleep in Tragic Death City. If he wanted to face Jiang Li directly, he had to first break out of the dream matrix constructed by a billion people. On the other hand, the torture of the dream was terrifying. Even if Jiang Li or Ku Shui were thrown into it, they could not guarantee that they would definitely be able to break through and escape. These demons and ghosts without intelligence could forget about it. They could dream together inside. Oh, the feedback from the dream power has increased again. With the addition of these ghosts, the dream array that originally only had mortals and a few cultivators became even more exciting. The feedback that became stronger and stronger made Jiang Li's soul that had shrunk with great difficulty actually become larger again. He had already become like this before he could even retract his other parallel minds. How long would it take for his soul to enter the nascent soul realm after he digested the parallel minds? It seemed that this breakthrough could not be rushed. After glancing at the stable dream bubble, Jiang Li paid no further attention to it. His soul lay in the yellow spring water and soaked comfortably. His soul directly came into contact with the yellow spring water. Immediately, a turbid force surged into his soul. Since the creation of the world by Pang-u, chaos was divided into clear and turbid chi. The clear chi floated above and transformed into the 9 heavens, and the turbid chi sank into the 9 nether. The Taoists led by the 3 pure ones felt that they should leave the turbidity and retain clarity. However, Turbid chi was not necessarily bad to those creatures and cultivation methods that came from the nine nether. The yellow spring water formed from turbid air surged into Jiangli's soul. The originally light soul quickly transformed, becoming heavy. The illusory soul gradually condensed. The feeling of weakness from being exposed was also disappearing. If his soul was like water vapor that turned into the water after turning into an essence soul, then with the yellow spring water, he would become an invincible landslide. The change in his soul made Jiangli feel even more sleepy. The soul fell into the pool and fell into a deep sleep. The nine nether Tao scripture, Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, and Blood Fiend Divine Art represented the three cultivation methods of chi, spirit, and body. They spontaneously circulated at high speed. The light in the eyes of the divine statue clone, the two nine nether clones, and the sword cultivator clone millions of miles away disappeared, and they lost their consciousness one after another. For the first time, a few parallel minds were pulled back into Jiangli's body. Also, the parallel minds that had experienced completely different lives, like the Yakshaw clone that had already transformed into a blood fiend and the shadow clone that had first become a mosquito and then a shadow, returned at this moment and became the best nourishment for the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. Time passed bit by bit. This was the first time Jiangli had slept so comfortably in the outside world, in a certain palace buried deep underground in the cultivation world of the eastern region of the azure cloud continent. A transformed dragon vein sealed inside was crazily colliding with the palace door. Due to the abnormality of the dragon vein, disasters of different scales occurred in the mountains and rivers within 100,000 miles. The ground cracked, rivers moved in reverse, snow fell and lava erupted. Clang! In the huge palace, a chain tied to the dragon vein was tightened by an unknown force. The dragon vein that had transformed into a corporeal body let out a sorrowful cry and was pulled back into the depths of the palace. Chapter 626 Mysterious Person 1. There's another abnormality in the Ipang Palace. The 13 mortal gathering points have suffered considerable losses. Recently, the disasters caused by the dragon vein fluctuations have become more and more frequent. Everything has been fine for thousands of years. Such a sudden change in recent years is very likely caused by the Blood King Palace. That guy really won't give up. It's a pity we couldn't take him down last time. Now that the Blood King has left Tragic Death City and has the help of a heaven rank artifact, we can't even find his traces. We're too passive. In the headquarters of the Divine Judgment Hall, in a pure white building, the leaders of the various Divine Judgment factions gathered. It was to deal with the Avenger from 5,000 years ago. Most of them came with their main bodies. If they could not come, they would come as avatars or illusions. This was the first time all the members of the Divine Judgment Hall had participated in the battle. In the middle of the leaders of the various forces, there were 3 white, blue, and golden pillars of light standing in the middle. To deal with the Blood King, the 3 mysterious divine pillars had recently appeared more often than in the past 500 years. It was precisely because of them that the power of the entire Divine Judgment Hall could be united. Lords, thousands of years have passed since the dynasty was destroyed, but the cultivation world has always been developing. Is a national treasure that could suppress the eastern region really still so powerful now? What exactly is that national treasure? At this moment, in the medium-sized Divine Judgment seats, a young girl dressed as a pirate stood up and asked the 3 pillars of light in front of her. This was a question that many low-grade Divine Judgment forces wanted to ask. They did not want to face a terrifying enemy who could destroy everything, so they instinctively had many thoughts of escape. Privately, in the circle of these low-grade Divine Judgment forces, the various conspiracy theories regarding the 3 divine pillars were very rampant. This was because as long as one searched for information back then, they would discover that 5,000 years ago, the highest cultivation level was only at the soul formation realm. At that time, chi refinement cultivation was far inferior to now. Just like the city god's ghost head saber that Jiang Li had once obtained, the artifact obtained would often be stronger than back then after using the current technology to refine it again. Therefore, Many low-grade divine judgment forces that did not know much about the Cultivation dynasty back then generally looked down on the legendary national treasure. They felt that it was not a big deal even if it was snatched away by the other party. The seat sitting on is the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head. Who are you? The blue pillar of light ahead flickered a few times, and pressure enveloped the pirate girl. After discovering that the girl's cultivation was low, they seemed a little surprised. My name is Gai Jianmo, and I'm the daughter of Dragonhead Gai. I'm currently the acting Dragonhead. This pirate girl was the only young lady of the Dragon Transformation Island, Gai Jianmo. Gai Tanchu was in seclusion to heal his injuries and deal with everything with the ancient method. The only young lady he recognized on the Dragon Transformation Island naturally became the substitute Dragonhead. Although her strength was still weak, with the help of Sasha and the others, she had already established her prestige and grasped a portion of the authority. She had been doing quite well recently. Under her management, the group of pirates who had been plundering everywhere without any fear restrained themselves. The neutral forces that were originally righteous and evil were transforming into righteous sects. Moreover, with the authority and influence of a medium-sized divine judgment faction, they also helped the Great Mountain Alliance greatly during this period. After the recent incident in Tragic Death City, under Jiang Li's instructions, Gai Jianmo was trying to obtain detailed information about the Qin dynasty through various channels. However, so many years had passed after all. The forces that knew about this were also secretive. They investigated from many directions and did not obtain much useful information. Since there was a chance to ask in person during this meeting, she had nothing to hide and directly asked. After knowing the girl's identity, the will in the blue pillar of light paused for a moment before answering her question. In fact, although 5,000 years have passed, we still haven't stepped into the Ipang Palace. We don't know what that national treasure is. Even 5,000 years ago, the exact information about that national treasure was only passed down among the previous Qin emperors. I'm afraid even the last 9 kings don't know what that national treasure is. However, the only dragon vein in the eastern region is sealed in the Ipang Palace. In the past 5,000 years, that Ipang Palace has been absorbing the power of this land at all times. We could not stop it even if we placed layers of seals. We've done 1,000 calculations. If all the power accumulated over the past 5,000 years erupted, it would be completely enough to destroy 30% of the land in the cultivation world of the eastern region. If the enemy obtains this power, even we won't be their match. The voice in the blue pillar of light was very clear. As the spiritual chi environment recovered, the cultivation world was indeed becoming stronger, but the national treasure also experienced the same thing. The sealed Ipang Palace and the Dragon Vein were absorbing a large amount of spiritual chi at all times. Not to mention what the spiritual chi was used for. Even if it was only detonating spiritual chi, the harm caused was shocking. Chapter 627 Mysterious Person 2. One had to know that their previous battle had also destroyed a vast area called the Salt Crystal Plains. However, that kind of place that was already vast and boundless on the scale of mortals was almost not worth mentioning in the entire eastern region. The area it covered was only about 2/3 of the original size. Compared to something that could destroy 30% of the land, it was simply on a different level. Once that power was obtained by the enemy, they might really be able to suppress the eastern region and establish that huge dynasty. With Jianmo's knowledge, she could not understand that level of strength after cracking her fingers for a long time. She could only nod and sit back down. When the other low-grade divine judgment officials heard this, they finally became nervous. They might not be of much help in terms of high-end combat strength, but they were also indispensable backbone forces. Is there any news about the corpse of the Polar Mountain King? The blue pillar of light representing the Sea Palace asked again. This matter was clearly more important. The last one, the corpse of the last 9 kings, meant that he had the initiative. The 2 high-grade divine judgment leaders who had accepted this investigation stood up and began to report the results. We've investigated the ice plains thoroughly. There were two battles that reached the level of Earth Immortals. The first time was naturally the night of the tragic Death City's attack. That attack almost destroyed the Polar Castle. All the people left behind died or disappeared. However, we believe that the corpse of the Polar Mountain King was not discovered and taken away by the other party. It was precisely because of this that after the dead Polar Castle Lord joined the Blood King Palace, he returned to the Ice Plains to retrieve the corpse. At that time, he encountered a mysterious expert and a second battle occurred. These are the traces of the second battle. As a leader spoke, he casually waved his hand and released an illusion technique, displaying a few key traces of the battle in front of everyone. The illusion technique covered the huge space. Everyone felt as if they were at the scene and could clearly see the destruction. At their level, even if they had not specially cultivated illusions, it was not difficult to use them. We once thought that the mysterious expert failed and his corpse was obtained by the Blood King Palace. However, in the previous battle, the Blood King never took out the corpse of the Polar Mountain King. Moreover, the Polar Castle Lord did not appear again. This is very abnormal. According to the performance of the Blood King Palace, we think that the mysterious person should have obtained the king's corpse during the battle on the frozen ground. At that time, the other party had already grasped the ability to stop the Blood King Palace from summoning the souls of the dead. Everyone present guessed which faction that mysterious person came from. Was it a powerful faction in the cultivation world of the Eastern region that had not joined the Divine Judgment Hall? Apart from that, there are two other points worth paying attention to. After that conflict, the Ice Plains barbarians on the northernmost Ice Plains disappeared in an extremely short period. After that, rogue cultivators saw those barbarians in Fengdu City in the Netherworld illusion. We think that Fengdu City might be involved. Jiang Li had opened Fengdu City to the public earlier, and many rogue cultivators were staying in the city. Suddenly, tens of millions of people moved in. It was impossible to conceal unless they lived in the Changla Palace below the ground. Jiang Li had expected to be discovered. Here's another thing. We discovered this on the battlefield. One of the high-grade Divine Judgment leaders took out a lump of ice. Inside was a ball of golden blood. None of the people present had poor eyesight. Almost all of them recognized this blood at a glance. Then, they all turned their gazes to the weak-acting dragon head sitting on the medium-sized Divine Judgment seat. This was because that ball of blood had clearly reached the level of a true dragon. It was naturally the blood left behind by the battle between Jiang Li and the Polar Castle Lord. After all, he was fighting an Earth Immortal. With Jiang Li's strength back then, it was impossible for him to not be injured or bleed. Later on, although he seized the time to let his subordinates clean up the battlefield, it seemed that he had not completely cleaned it up, leaving behind such a ball of dragon blood. However, the problem was that others did not know that he could transform into a dragon. As far as was recognized, in the cultivation world of the Eastern region, the only faction that specialized in dragon blood and had certain achievements was the Dragon Transformation Island. Several of them had seen Gaitanchus' dragon transformation before, so they immediately suspected him. Thousands of gazes landed on Gaijianmo. Acting Dragon Head, can you explain who the person who fought with the Polar Castle Lord for the corpse in the Ice Plains is? Gaijianmo was dumbfounded and could only express that she did not know anything. In fact, she really did not know anything. Gaitanchu was heavily injured. During this period of time, the entire Dragon Transformation Island basically closed its doors and lived its own lives. They were afraid of external enemies, so how could they snatch something that was at the center of attention? Seeing that they could not get anything out of him, they invited several Earth Immortals who specialized in divination to act. They tried to use the two balls of blood as a medium to deduce and find that mysterious person. There were many talents present, so it was not difficult to find these masters. However, as several masters worked hard to deduce, the result was shocking. The first master to deduce the result swore that the mysterious person was currently in the clouds of the 9 heavens and was accompanied by colorful clouds. Everyone looked at the white cloud pillar. Wasn't this referring to the cloud manna? Could it be that the mysterious person was an expert of the cloud manna? However, the next master overturned the previous outcome. No, no. That person is in the 9 nether underworld and is surrounded by yin wind and evil ghosts. These two masters had been famous for a long time. Usually, they could tell everything from your birth to your death with a glance. For hundreds of years, there had been very few mistakes. They did not expect that today, there would be two completely different results. Before the two of them could argue, the result of the next master was out. According to my calculations, that person is only a commoner who struggles to buy food every day. Halfway through, he did not believe it himself. He broke the tortoise shell in his hand and looked confused. How could a mysterious person like the Polar Castle Lord be a commoner? Cough cough, that, I think this person is no longer in the living world. The four masters looked at each other, their expressions doubting life. Even if their deduction was wrong, there was actually a slight connection. They had more or less peaked at the tip of Jianglis iceberg. What they saw was the rainbow spring immortal powder status on Jianglis' body, the surrounding netherworld illusion, the life of mortal in the dream world, and the fact that he had indeed died once before. However, to say that it was right, the result they obtained was beyond comprehension. That was because Jiang Li possessed great merit and was protected by the heavenly Do's merit blessing. He also had the human emperor's inheritance. How could he be so simple to deduce? Not to mention that he was very strong to begin with. Even an ordinary mortal was immune to these deductions under the protection of the merit blessing and the human emperor's inheritance. As for forcefully deducing people with great merit, these masters would probably be unlucky for some time. We have to find the corpse of the Polar Mountain King before the Blood King Palace. Since that mysterious expert can't be found, who is willing to go to Fengdu City to investigate? Since the attempt to deduce divine calculations was fruitless, the Divine Judgment Hall could only give up on this method and target Fengdu Ghost City. My Inkscar Academy is willing to accept it. Previously, a great scholar from our academy disappeared there. I wonder if it was the Blood King Palace or Fengdu City. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, 81 days passed. At the border of Yin-Yang, back Yin Mountain Peak, there was a flesh cocoon that emitted powerful heartbeats from time to time. Beside the flesh cocoon was a nascent soul with 3 heads and 8 arms. Its entire body was covered in cracks, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Chapter 628 Banishment Wind 1. You have to remember what you said. When we return, I want half of Granny Nether Mountain's inheritance. Also, Manshai's territory is mine. In the dark and lonely void of the famous land, a flying ship made of pale bones was slowly sailing. This skeleton flying ship was not floating aimlessly, but moving in a clear straight line. Above stood 6 demon kings with ashen faces. They were the remaining 6 of the 8 Nether Mountain demons. Previously, Granny Northern Mountain had forced them to go to Tragic Death City. Later on, because Granny was missing, they parted ways and found their way out. Jiang Li did not expect that these 6 fellows would actually get together again without him knowing. Demon King Tai Yui. Don't worry. This time, the 5 of us owe you a huge favor. In the future, in the Bakian Mountain, no one will dare to touch you. I just didn't expect that you still had such a good thing hidden. If you had taken it out earlier, Granny might have rewarded you with a pot of yellow spring water. HMPH. If I take out this flying ship, how can we return to the Bakian Mountain today? Moreover, if not for the other half of my body still buried in the Bakian Mountain, even with this flying ship, we would not have been able to return. We're almost there. Remember your promise. As they conversed, they learned that one of the demon kings had secretly left a way out, which was why he could cross the void and return to the Netherworld Mountain. The skeleton flying ship quickly arrived at the yin side of the Bakian Mountain. However, the 6 demon kings who landed stopped after being happy for a while. Their expressions changed drastically, each looking uglier than the other. Something's wrong. I can't sense my shadow anymore. Tai Yui, old demon. What about you? The other 5 demon kings used their methods, but they still did not obtain anything. I didn't find it. Moreover, there are too few shadows on the yin side. While we were away, something must have happened to the Bacchian mountain. Everyone, wait a moment. Let my flesh fetus see the situation. The Tai Yue demon king, who looked like a pile of rotten flesh, closed his asymmetric eyes. An obscure fluctuation spread out with him as the center. The lumps of flesh that grew on the Bacchian mountain immediately opened their spores and released a large number of dandelion-like things. However, below the dandelions were rolling eyeballs. The few eyeballs near the top of the Bacchian mountain rolled around and immediately saw the two strange huge trees and the Bacchian spiritual chi that surged like the wind around them. On the mountain top, someone is breaking through. How dare he? That person must have captured our shadows. Those fellows who usually hide themselves really think that they can occupy the mountain and become kings without us around. In their anger, the 6 demon kings transformed into their true forms and rushed towards the mountain top. At this moment, on the Bacchian mountain peak, on both sides of the mountain, there was a 9-nether branch that looked almost identical. On the statue-like tree, each stretched out a pair of wooden hands and crossed them, forming a pool in the air. 81 days ago, the wooden hand was still filled with yellow spring water and a large amount of 9-nether amber. However, at this moment, the yellow spring water had completely dried up, and the 9-nether amber that sealed the dangerous mosquitoes had already disappeared. At this moment, the nascent soul that was lying in the wooden hand suddenly shook. Then, a rainbow light suddenly blossomed from the dense cracks that covered its entire body. The rainbow light was like a staircase that unfolded in front of the nascent soul. The 3-headed, 8-armed nascent soul walked up on its 2 short legs. With every step it took, its figure would change. After just 3 steps, the nascent soul that was originally roughly the size of a newborn baby had already grown to the appearance of an adult. Its appearance was still practically identical to Jiang Li's main body. With the 4th step, its left and right heads disappeared. Instead, 2 dots that were golden and red respectively appeared on its earlobes. The 6 additional arms on its body disappeared at the same time, turning into 3 interlocking rings on both shoulders. With the 5th step, the golden dragon crawling on the body slithered twice. After shrinking, it transformed into a dragon-shaped belt with the head and tail connected. After the petals of the karma cleansing lotus under the feet scattered, they turned into a pair of long boots that could not be affected by karma wherever they went. Taking the 6th step, the 9-nether wood that was originally standing behind the nascent soul directly fused into the body. The human fire and ghost lantern flame floating on both sides entered the eyes of the essence soul. A ball of blurry dream poured down from above, causing its black hair to emit a 7-cold luster. With the last step, the merit runes from the Xuanyuan tomb ruins rearranged the pattern, turning into a black robe that covered Jiang Li's body. His nascent soul had shattered, and he had finally reached the soul formation realm. The 7-colored rainbow beneath his feet entered his essence soul again. Jiang Li was a little confused before he recovered from his shock. In these 81 days, he experienced the lives of the 6 clones from a first-person perspective. After absorbing the power of the parallel minds, his soul power increased exponentially. Chapter 629 Banishment Wind 2. Then, his consciousness split into 7 and swam in the dream world constructed by his dream talent and the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. While using the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to comprehend the memories of others, he personally entered the huge dream country and played different roles to be reborn for 7 lifetimes. At times, he would watch the rise and fall of dynasties and families, and at other times, he would personally immerse himself in the feeling and experience the sorrow and joy of people with completely different statuses. With his current dream world, he could already do it. One day in reality was equivalent to a year in his dream. Every time he experienced a complete life, he would have a feeling similar to Buddhist enlightenment. Each of the 7 clones had 81 years, which was a total of 567 years. It was a long time that he, considering his previous life, had never experienced. When he woke up, he originally thought that he might feel as if a lifetime had passed. Even if he did not, After comprehending the lives of so many people and living for 7 lifetimes, his emotions would become numb and slow because he had experienced too much. He had always been a little worried about this, however, that was not the case. The 500 years of dream experiences, memories, and emotions in his life were not fake. However, those memories were only a dream to Jiang Li. When he thought of the touching experiences in his dream, he would at most smile when he woke up. His soul had grown more than 10 times, but his mind had not changed much. The most important thing was still the profundity of the great Carefree Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. This spirit refinement cultivation method that was passed down by a mighty figure protected Jiang Li very well while comprehending life. In ancient times, the reason why the goddess of mercy had always been a bodhisattva and not a Buddha was because of that person. That was because the Buddhist Dharma he cultivated was not pick it up, comprehend it, and put it down. Instead, it was pick it up, put it down, and you can still pick it up. The Bodhisattva Heart Sutra did not observe the voices of the world to forget and abandon them. He had always maintained his original intent and was not the high and mighty supreme emotionless one. This was the true goddess of mercy who saved people from suffering. It was precisely because of this trait of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra that Jiang Li dared to encroach on his dream talent. Otherwise, although this talent was strong, after absorbing the dreams of too many people, his body would unknowingly become impure. Without the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, directly absorbing the power of the dream was even more dangerous than cultivating the Tao of incense. I slept really well this time. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Li familiarized himself with his essence soul. After stretching symbolically, he raised his hand and greeted the people guarding him in the distance, protecting him on this mountain for 81 days. Just the omnipresent cold wind was unbearable. However, it was soon. His essence soul only needed to experience another 15 minutes of the baptism of heaven and earth before it could completely stabilize and return to his body. Just as he put away the dream bubble and accepted the attack of the cold wind and black fog of the Bakyin mountain, he suddenly heard 6 terrifying auras rushing over from the yin side. Enemies are attacking. Be careful. He warned the people below but discovered that the cliffless sword, Pei Zong, and the others waved at him even more intensely. They seemed to be in a hurry and were shouting something. After shifting the attention of the Bodhisattva technique from the 6 fellows at the foot of the mountain to them, Jiang Li heard what the previous sword head of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak shouted. Heavenly tribulation, be careful of the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation? Jiang Li knew about the heavenly tribulation because the soul formation realm was a stage where one cultivated the essence soul and approached the ancient immortals and gods. According to the information Jiang Li knew, this world had already been forced to start the cultivationless age by the greedy immortals and gods in ancient times. The will of the heavenly Tao naturally hated things like immortals, gods, and Buddhas. Therefore, cultivators who broke through this stage often had to undergo a heavenly tribulation. Its power was related to the strength of cultivators, their foundation, and even their merit and sins. However, lightning tribulation could not strike here. While Jiang Li was puzzled, he felt a chill beneath his feet, as if a whirlwind was spiraling into the sky. Jiang Li suddenly understood what he was about to face. Among the 3 calamities, it was the most terrifying wind calamity. However, even if he had to face the natural disaster, shouldn't it wait until his essence soul returned to his body? Could it be that his overly condensed soul was no longer inferior to the body of an ordinary cultivator, causing the calamity to be brought forward? In ancient times, when a mortal attained the Tao, a calamity would descend every 500 years. It was the lightning tribulation, yin fire, and sorrow wind. This sorrow wind was silent and invisible. It blew into the 6 internal organs from the anus, passed through the dantian, and penetrated the 9 orifices. The flesh and blood were disintegrated, and the body vanished on its own. Even the body of the Monkey King might not be able to withstand it. On the other hand, the wind that Jiang Li encountered was even more wretched. It actually wanted to enter through the area between his legs. Jiang Li's expression immediately darkened. "I'm not going to die yet." Fortunately, in the next moment, The status on the interface made him heave a sigh of relief. Affected by the heavenly tribulation. Added status, banishment wind spirit destruction, high-grade merit blessing has taken effect. The power of the banishment wind has weakened. Yellow spring has taken effect. Essence soul resistance has increased. Dragon soul golden scale has taken effect. Essence soul resistance increased. Banishment wind spirit destruction, the essence soul will tremble slightly. Loss of 3000 health points per second. Duration, 165 minutes, minus plus. Chapter 630 Banishment Wind, 3, so it's the banishment wind, not the sorrow wind. You frightened me. Feeling the shade on his crotch, Jiang Li heaved a sigh of relief. That was true. The world did not even have immortals or gods yet, so how could there be a calamity like that? He was thinking too much. Although these two types of wind were only one word apart, the effect was worlds apart. If he encountered the sorrow wind, he might not even be able to last for 5 seconds. As for the banishment wind, Jiang Li was extremely powerful to begin with. Moreover, he had absorbed the turbid qi in the yellow spring water and had almost transformed his essence soul into a corporeal body. This wind could almost not blow him away. The slight shock and damage were just right to baptize his essence soul. There was nothing much on his side, but Swordhead Peizong and the others had already fought. Where did you come from? How dare you come to the Bakian mountain to wander? Did you do something to those shadows at the foot of the mountain? Hand over the shadows quickly. Otherwise, your souls will definitely perish here. Facing 6 demon kings at the same time, the experts of Fengdu City who were on the Yang side of the Bakian mountain could not come to help. It made them fall into a disadvantage immediately. The difference between a ghost king and a demon king was still too great. The only ones present who could fight the 6 demon kings were Peizong and Qinchuman, who had been augmented by the ghost soldiers. However, the difference in numbers was too great, and they were fighting in their territory. Fighting these 6 guys in the domain of the Bakian mountain was really too disadvantageous. In just a few rounds, they were already in danger. Jiang Li's essence soul moved, and he originally wanted to rush over to help. However, the wind on his body immediately became much stronger, causing him to have no choice but to stop. It was common knowledge that the more people under the envelopment of the tribulation, the stronger the power of the natural disaster. If he rushed over rashly, he might harm them. Jiang Li could ignore the rumors, but others could not. With a thought, the coffin floating at the side shook, and the barbarian stone demon king and the 2 elders walked out. The 3 controlled by the dream clone immediately joined the battle. In the end, the dream clone was not a parallel mind and could not perfectly unleash the strength of his body. However, with the addition of these 3 demon kings and earth immortals, they temporarily resisted the decline. At the earth immortal realm, as long as the difference in strength was not too great, it was not so easy to determine the winner. Even if he was injured, it was not a problem to last for a while. The Cliffless Swordhead fought a bloody battle, as a sword cultivator, to stop a demon king from approaching Jiang Li. He even leaned forward and used his body to block the demon king. This scene caused Jiang Li to be furious. However, at the last moment, he could not use most of his strength. He could only summon the Immortal Slaying Flying Sword to help resist the enemy. With the addition of the Immortal Slaying Flying Sword, it formed a 6-on-6 situation. However, they were still at a disadvantage because they could only move around on the Bakian mountain with Jiang Li's wooden tablet. After 165 minutes, which was 15 minutes, the banishment wind around his body dissipated on its own. He had just broken through to the soul formation realm and had already become perfect under the baptism of the banishment wind. Originally, breaking through realms should be a happy thing, but these guys ruined his mood. Jiang Li glanced at the battle with a cold expression. His essence soul transformed into a stream of light and directly entered the flesh cocoon. In the next moment, the weather changed. Just the aura made the Bakian mountain below tremble slightly. Rocks rolled down, and the demons and ghosts residing on the mountain fled. In this flesh cocoon, a terrifying existence was about to appear. Chapter 631 Bakian Master. 1. Damn it. What's that? Stop him. We can't let it appear. The 6 demon kings were uneasy. It felt as if they were facing Granny Nether Mountain. No. Perhaps it was even stronger than that. The 6 Nether Mountain demons, who were originally not too anxious, did not dare to hide their methods after sensing the terrifying aura. Leave it to me. Among the 6 demon kings, a thin and tall demon king wearing a tattered cloak suddenly changed his figure like rubber. Due to the cloak, they could not see its exact appearance. However, they could also see that the outline of this demon king had become the shape of a bird. Then, he instantly erupted with an unimaginable speed, dodging Kinhuman's obstruction. In an instant, the bird appeared above the flesh cocoon. This guy who had been in a stalemate with Kinhuman for a long time could actually erupt with such speed. In fact, although these 6 demon kings could not directly defeat the guards of Fengdu City in a short period of time, they could still surpass them. However, earlier, they were afraid of the threat of the 9 Netherwood and the 2 9 Netherwood beside Jiangli. So they did not step forward immediately. Although they did not know the 9 Netherwood, they still felt a familiar aura from the 2 branches. It was almost identical to the power that Granny Nether Mountain had used to dominate the Bakian Mountain. Today, their instinctive fear made them not dare to step forward. After observing for a while and confirming that the banishment wind had dissipated and that the 2 huge trees that emitted a terrifying aura would not move, he dared to step forward and stop Jiangli from breaking out of his cocoon. The demon king that had transformed into a bird under the cloak held large black scissors in its 2 claws. Without any hesitation, it stabbed at the flesh cocoon below. This pair of scissors looked ordinary, but in fact, it was an Earth-Rankian weapon. It was refined by this demon king with a 10,000-year-old black stone from the Bakian Mountain. There were countless forces condensed within. If he was cut by it, even if it was only a small cut, it would also cause severe injuries and vitality. As long as it was alive, it could not escape the power of this pair of scissors. After being stabbed into the flesh cocoon, nothing could come out. Clang! However, with the sound of iron colliding, the momentum of the pair of scissors stopped abruptly. A palm stretched out from the flesh cocoon and steadily caught the scissors. This stunned the demon king under the cloak. For thousands of years, he had never seen anything that could stop his scissors from advancing. The demon king clearly could not accept such an outcome. Die! After roaring, the body under the cloak rolled again. The originally bird-shaped outline suddenly swelled. The cloak also enlarged, covering the demon king. However, through the outline, one could still see that the other party had turned into a huge ape. Jiangli, who had once cultivated the mountain-crushing scripture, immediately recognized that the other party had become a mountain-crushing demon ape even if he did not see it with his own eyes. Earlier, his bird form had increased his speed. Now that he changed his form again, his strength increased exponentially. The 2 ape demon arms that were so thick that they almost took up 2/3 of its body swelled up. This demon king was using all his strength to close the scissors and cut off the palm. However, the palm that was between the sharp blades of the earth rank scissors still did not move. With the edge of an earth rank artifact, the power of the mountain-crushing demon ape was actually unable to leave even the shallowest wound on the human palm. Only the scissors creaked under the immense force and let out mournful cries. You can change your talent by changing your form? Interesting. When did such a species appear on the Bakian Mountain? Or are you also from outside? A calm voice sounded from the flesh cocoon. There was no sign of difficulty from the owner of the hand. An even more invincible force came from the palm. The demon king, who had already transformed into a demonic ape under the cloak, was actually pushed back step by step. The owner of the hand was breaking out of the flesh cocoon bit by bit. What walked out of the flesh cocoon was a handsome human with every part of his body conformed to the Tao essence of heaven and earth. It was as if one look at him would make people unable to look away. This person was the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, the city lord of Fengdu City, and the current successor of the human emperor's lineage, Jiangli. Under the reconstruction of the new Wa stone and the 7-colored Tao essence, Jiangli's current appearance was still recognizable. However, the change was also huge. Anyone who saw it would doubt their life and sigh at the workmanship of nature. If 80 favorability points could make female cultivators willing to give birth to children, just this face alone had the terrifying power of increasing Anun's favorability by 90 points. The omnipresent Tao essence aura on his body made this not only effective on humans. If Jiang Li went to the Cloud Manor Mystic Realm now, he would probably be able to capture more than half of the rare beasts with a whistle. However, this face only made the Demon King under the cloak feel fear. "You, what are you? I've never seen you in the Bakian Mountain," the cloaked Demon King questioned fiercely, but Jiang Li only glanced at it before increasing his strength slightly, and he actually directly pressed the mountain-crushing ape demon to the ground. Chapter 632 Bakian Master 2. Without a doubt, Jiang Li had a crushing advantage in strength. I'm only a human. As soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, he suppressed the cloaked Demon King with one hand, and then he turned around and swept his gaze past the divine statue clone and the 2-9 Netherwood. The three parallel minds had already entered the clone's body again. The three who were originally motionless immediately woke up and surrounded the cloaked Demon King. Clearly, they did not plan to let this guy off. When his figure approached, Jiang Li raised his other fist and was about to smash it into the other party. A heavy fist slowly smashed down, and the light distorted under his fist. However, in fact, what was bent was not light, but space that was under too much pressure. This was the power brought about by Qi Yao's muscles. If one cut open Jiang Li's skin at this moment, he would discover that the muscles in his entire body emitted a deep dark red color. The originally ancient and dangerous Qi Yao's muscles had already completely fused with his body. Without the suppression of the anti-cultivation spiritual bead and absorbing the spiritual qi and vitality in Jiang Li's body for 81 days, Qi Yao's muscles finally recovered a little strength after countless years. On the interface, Jiang Li's strength attribute increased explosively again. Even suppressing the Demon King in front of him did not make him feel any difficulty. A huge danger appeared in the cloaked Demon King's consciousness. This punch could definitely smash his head into mush. Bang! A punch landed, and a huge hole was instantly blasted open in the tattered cloak. However, the ape demon was no longer under the cloak. Only a few red feathers were fluttering and a strange bird with only one wing. "This is a winged bird?" Jiang Li's expression was strange because this winged bird had suffered a punch from him, but there was another pair of red birds that should have taken the opportunity to quickly escape. It flapped its on-sided wings and flew very quickly. This Demon King was indeed magical. At the critical moment just now, it decisively let go of the scissors in its hand. Then, its figure suddenly transformed into a winged bird, and it sacrificed half of its body to dodge the fatal blow. He turned into a red light and fled towards the yin side like lightning. Jiang Li was a living person. He couldn't chase to the yin side. As long as he returned there, he could survive. This was what this Demon King thought. However, he saw a black light flash on Jiang Li's finger. In the next moment, a wooden spike pierced through its body. The red-winged bird fell from the sky and landed on the ground, turning into a strange creature. It was a spirit beast that looked like a red ball of flesh. There was no obvious difference between its body and head, and there were no eyes or mouth on the ball of flesh. It only had 6 short legs and 4 wings. It was fluffy and looked a little cute. Wasn't this the strange beast of the mountain and sea? Jiang Li thought for a moment and found the background of this thing in the depths of his memories. However, when did such a strange beast run to the Bakian mountain? The strange beast Jiang was born with the ability to transform into the heavenly constellation to a certain extent. The lowest was 3 transformations, and the highest was 36 transformations. The things they transformed into were all strange beasts of heaven and earth. Moreover, every change could unleash the special talent of this strange beast. It was extremely magical. Fortunately, he had held back and did not kill this Jiang directly. He would put this thing into the coffin first and perhaps it could result in a good effect later. Then, the other 5 Demon Kings. Do you still plan to struggle? After dealing with the Demon King Jiang, Jiang Li looked at the 5 demon kings who had already stopped and were silently about to retreat. Your cultivation is astonishing. We admire you. In the future, the entire Bakian mountain will belong to you. We will definitely not step foot in it. But don't go too far. No one can step foot on this yin side. I think it's better to. The 5 demon kings still wanted to use the characteristics of the Bakian mountain to threaten this mysterious expert. However, they had only spoken halfway when they saw Jiang Li casually crossing the line between life and death. They stared fixedly at Jiang Li and were just about to gloat when they noticed that this person was naturally full of vitality, and he did not seem to be on the verge of death at all. Jiang Li, who had already seen through the mystery of life and death and fused with the 9 netherroot, could now completely jump between the yin and yang sides of the Bakian mountain without being affected. If he wanted to, no matter where he was, he could change his status at will, swapping life and death. The current him was already more like the 9 nether wood. This did not make sense, causing the 5 demons to be speechless. At the moment, they did not seem to have any guarantee. Sir, can you let us leave? We still have some savings on this Bakian mountain. Jiang Li approached step by step. The 5 dignified demon kings were actually forced back step by step. They even reported their life assets. You don't go too far. The 5 of us are demon kings here after all. If we really fight, you won't have an easy time. Seeing that Jiang Li was unmoved by their conditions, another demon king started to threaten Jiang Li. However, from their retreating footsteps, it was obvious that they did not dare to risk everything. Swordhead Pei Zong, Qin Shuman, and the 13 demon kings who were covered in injuries felt that this scene was a little unreal. If he remembered correctly, his alliance leader City Lord had just broken through to the Soul Formation realm, right? How could he kill a demon king with just a punch? Then, without doing anything, he forced the remaining 5 demon kings to retreat in a sorry state. Just now, these demon kings were still suppressing them. Their strength was definitely not fake. How powerful was their City Lord? Not long ago, the youth who needed the ghost lantern cold flame to subdue the 13 ghost kings already had power that they could not compare to. Do you want to fight me to the death? Come, show me your strength. Not only was Jiang Li not angry when he heard their threats, but he was also even slightly eager to give it a try. After breaking through to the Soul Formation realm and reconstructing his body, he obtained the direct bloodline of the Dragon Palace, the connate human race, the power of Chi-Yu, the 9 nether broken root, the 7-color Dao body, and a series of new powers. He wanted to find an opponent to test his strength. The 5 netherworld mountain demon kings should be able to last a little longer, right? With a stomp of his foot, a stream of 9 nether power surged forward. The ground around the 5 demon kings cracked, and grayish-brown roots grew out from the ground. The roots weaved a net. Jiang Li was just about to see if they could fight to the death. The expressions of the remaining 5 collapsed. Even if they looked strange, Jiang Li could see the despair on their faces. They gave up resisting? It's actually that power. We can't win. Why is this happening again? After Granny Nether Mountain left, another one came. We shouldn't have come back. The 9 nether roots constricted and did not struggle much until they completely bound the 5 of them. This made Jiang Li rather dispirited. Although they were beaten up and sealed in the end, as demon kings, wasn't it too spineless to not struggle? However, in fact, they could not be blamed. 500 years ago, that Granny Nether Mountain had used the same method to suppress them. This grayish-brown fossil-like root left a deep shadow in their hearts. As the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the original overlord of this Bakian mountain, the power of the 9 netherwood countered almost all creatures on this mountain. Even if only a broken root was left, the suppression on them was overwhelming. Not to mention now, Jiang Li's main body's strength was above theirs to begin with. Even if this root was controlled by any earth immortal, they would be slacked until they could not flare up at all. Moreover, there were 2 9 nether branches behind Jiang Li. Even if they were revived and recovered their full strength, it would be difficult for them to fight, let alone in this situation. In any case, they had already been suppressed by Granny Nether Mountain for 500 years. It was not so hard to accept that they had a new master. Tai Yui, Yonj, Heu, Kyangu, and Natu of the 8 Nether Mountain demons are willing to serve you as the master of the Bakian Mountain. Chapter 633 Roasted by 10 Suns. Natu, 1. The master of the Bakian Mountain? Quite sensible. The Bakian Mountain was the birthplace of the 9 Netherwood. Its importance to Jiangli was not inferior to the human emperor's inheritance. Fengdu City. Even if they did not say it, Jiangli had to occupy this place. From time to time, he would come here to cultivate and take a break. If an enemy attacked, if he used his home ground advantage and the natural reversal rules here, he would almost be invincible. However, aren't you afraid that person will be unhappy if you acknowledge a new master like this? Jiangli deliberately waved his hand and let go of them. Then, he looked past the 5 demon kings and looked behind them. There were 2 people slowly walking over. Their leisurely footsteps were like walking in a garden. The 5 demon kings who had regained their freedom did not escape. Not to mention whether they had the ability to escape. The area of this netherworld fragment was indeed vast and unchanged for the weak. However, against demon kings, they could only barely stretch their legs. Under such circumstances, even if they could escape for a moment, where could they hide? If they were found in the end, the outcome would definitely not be good. When they heard Jiangli's words and saw his strange gaze, the few demon kings suddenly had an ominous feeling. Following the footsteps, it was a young crippled monk and another person carrying a child. Nether Mountain. Granny Nether Mountain. The 5 demon kings were all stunned. They had just acknowledged someone else as their new master, but in the end, their original master had returned. Cold sweat poured out of their body. When blown by the surrounding cold wind, even the demon king's body could not help but tremble 3 times. They did not know if it was because of the cold or because they were afraid. They cursed in their minds. It was good that this granny had returned half an hour earlier. At least they had a chance to take sides. Why did they have to choose such a time? They had just become a traitor and were caught by the granny. If this new person could not defeat Granny Nether Mountain, they would be suppressed. Then, the few of them would not have a good ending in the future. Although Jiangli had displayed powerful strength in front of them, Granny Nether Mountain had accumulated her might in the Bakian Mountain for a long time and had long left an impression in their hearts that she was practically invincible. In their minds, they were naturally more inclined, so Granny Nether Mountain was stronger. The evidence was that they did not dare to stand behind Jiangli at all. Instead, they took a few steps back sneakily, wanting to wait until the outcome of the battle was decided. At the very least, they had some brains and did not directly change allegiance again and place the bet on Granny Nether Mountain. However, the 2 sides that approached were not as hostile as they had imagined. In addition, where did the child in Granny Minxing's hands come from? Why was there a red spot on her face? Could it be that she had really found the child in Tragic Death City? Amitabha, I've succeeded. The crippled monk who walked over with Granny Nether Mountain pressed his palms together and bowed to the new Bakian master before walking directly to stand behind Jiangli. Clearly, they knew each other. Moreover, the arrival of Granny Nether Mountain was already within Jiangli's expectations. Where did this expert come from? What was his relationship with Granny Nether Mountain? The 5 demon kings could not understand the current situation. However, before they could think further, the next scene almost made the 5 demon kings' eyes pop out. Granny Nether Mountain, who had suppressed the Bakian Mountain for 500 years, actually knelt to Jiangli. She was so respectful that she did not look like an expert at all. From now on, there will be no Granny Nether Mountain in the Bakian Mountain. Peeper Woman greets City Lord Jiang. I kowtow and thank you for your kindness. This Peeper Woman is willing to repay the City Lord with my incomplete body. I will sacrifice my life for you. On Jiangli's side, he spent 81 days breaking through and being reborn. On Kushui's side, he also chanted the scripture for so long, he had not drunk water for 81 days and did not stop for a moment. He did not even care if his throat was dry. The Peeper woman in front of him was his achievement during this period of time. According to Jiang Li's instructions, it was naturally impossible for Kushui to remove the red mark from the Peeper woman. Instead, it completely mixed the resentment and memories from ancient times with the male ghost of Granny Nether Mountain's main body. Moreover, a portion of the obsession in the red spot had become the child in her hand. Through this method, it immediately made Granny Nether Mountain, who was about to go crazy from time to time, quieten down. The obsession that had tortured her forever finally had a source of sustenance. Her mental state would no longer fluctuate violently for no reason. Kushui took the opportunity to reveal Judge Jiang's true identity and expiate this fated person. Congratulations, Madam Peeper, for escaping the sea of suffering. In the future, you can bring the child to stay in my city in peace. We'll talk about other things in the future. Jiang Li was very satisfied with the Peeper woman's current state. He secretly made a thumbs-up gesture to Kushui. Then, he clapped his hands and spiritual chi surged. A ghost-faced door rose from the ground. It was the gate of hell. Madam Peeper, please. The Peeper woman who had found the child had been enlightened by Xitigara's reincarnation for 81 days. Now, she listened to everything Jiang Li and Kushui said. As long as he did not touch the child in her arms, she was willing to do anything. Chapter 634 Hosted by 10 Suns. Not you, too. Without a word, the Peeper woman stepped into the gate of hell. Jiang Li looked at the remaining 5 demon kings. From earlier until now, the expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. However, after seeing the scene earlier, these 5 fellows did not dare disobey Jiang Li's orders at all. They were not a match for either Jiang Li or Granny Nether Mountain. Now that they were together, how could they have any room to resist? Although they were a little nervous and did not know what was on the other side of the gate of hell, on the surface, they still actively stepped in. After passing through this ghost door, they returned to the headquarters that Jiang Li was familiar with, in the huge and prosperous Netherworld city. He had not returned for several months. Fortunately, the Netherworld illusion was still considered safe, and Jiang Li's luck was not bad. There were no accidents in this city. The Great Mountain Alliance and prosperous Jianghong were also normal. They continuously sent souls and various supplies to Fengdu City. At this moment, the ground in front of him wriggled. An old woman with an inverted face on the back of her head appeared. It was the Earth Spirit of the Bakian Mountain. After Jiang Li helped her escape, he even found her a job. With this experienced Earth Spirit tidying up the Earth vein, the concentration of spiritual chi in Fengdu City visibly increased by 30% during this period of time. City Lord, while you were away, there were many strangers in the city. This is, wait, she's Granny Nether Mountain. And Thera the 8 Nether Mountain demons. City Lord, what's wrong? When the Earth Spirit saw that face, she felt her scalp go numb. She abandoned her mountain and ran to Fengdu City to start afresh. It had only been a few months since she settled down, but she actually saw that damned face again. She immediately wanted to escape through the ground, but fortunately, Jiang Li stopped her. Don't worry, she's not Granny Nether Mountain. She's the Peeper woman now. We'll talk about other things later. In the future, these former 8 Nether Mountain demons will be our colleagues in Fengdu City. If there's anything you need, you can assign it to them. Now, we only need to prepare a few cave abodes for them. The Earth Spirit looked at the few people on the Bakian Mountain in fear. After confirming that they did not want to start a massacre, she barely relaxed. However, it would probably take some time for her to accept this fact. Jiang Li did not care about this. After entering the territory of Fengdu City, he directly controlled the power of the city to move space and move everyone into the Changlu Underground Palace. This was the second most important place in the entire Fengdu City, second only to the lower-level Star Tower space. In the center of this underground palace, there were 5 magnificent halls. The Human Emperor's Hall in the center and the Northern Profound Hall in the north were already taken. City Lord Jiang Li, Vice City Lord Qin Shuman. There was also the Northern Profound Hall Master, Kushui, and his Deputy Hall Master, chanting. Now, Jiang Li planned to let the former Granny Nether Mountain, the current Peeper Woman, become the Hall Master of the Western White Emperor Hall. Although she had committed many sins, she indeed had powerful strength and had once cultivated in the Xuanyuan tomb in ancient times. Letting her become the Hall Master might bring Jiang Li some new strength. The Peeper Woman carrying the child did not reject Jiang Li's request. She pressed her hand on the stone monument of the Western White Hall, and soon, the Peeper Woman's name appeared on it. This meant that with the power of Fengdu City, Jiang Li could already control her life and death. It was not until now that the threat of this Granny Nether Mountain was completely removed. He was not in a hurry to extract her strength. Instead, he handed the 2 jade Peeper fragments to the other party. After obtaining the 9 nether broken root, these 2 fragments were no longer useful to him. Now that the Peeper Woman had become the Hall Master, Jiang Li could rest assured and make her stronger. No matter what, she had to be worthy of the position of Fengdu City's Hall Master. It's your turn. After subduing the Peeper Woman, Jiang Li brought the other demon kings back to his human emperor's hall. These guys did not have any ability to resist under the 9 nether broken root. However, in the outside world, they were all peerless calamities that could cause chaos. With the enhancement of a powerful bloodline, ordinary Earth immortals were probably not their match. Jiang Li felt that he could give such fellows a chance to turn over a new leaf. Manche, Taij Yui, Yonj, Heu, Kaiang-u, Notchu, and Dejiang, who had just woken up after some treatment, saw their names appear on the stone monument one after another. They became official employees of Fengdu City. However, when the name Notch appeared, Jiang Li was suddenly stunned. He sensed something. He walked closer and sized up these demon kings. It had to be said that there were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons on this Bakian mountain. Apart from that Dejiang, none of the remaining 5 were ordinary demons. There was no need to mention Taij Yui and Manchi. As for Yonj, Heu, and Kaiang-u, they were all descendants of ancient ferocious beasts. The blood of the mutated beast Yong, the long-haired Hong-u, and the ferocious beast Kaiang-kai flowed respectively. Just the appearance of these guys could cause chaos in the world. They had even inherited a portion of the power of ferocious beasts and innately possessed strength and potential that surpassed ordinary demons. Not only would the gap not shrink because of the increase in cultivation, but it would only grow larger as time passed. Before Jiang Li broke through to the Soul Formation realm and obtained this strength, he would probably not be a match for any of them. The last demon king, who was called Nutchu, gave Jiang Li a familiar aura. If it was before he used the Nuwa stone to be reborn, Jiang Li might not care, nor would he understand what that aura represented. However, it was very clear now. The current successor of the human emperor actually sensed the aura of a connate human on this ugly female demon king. The other party's entire body was wrapped in a layer of green clothes, and her face was also covered by clothes, causing others to be unable to see her exact appearance. Jiang Li waved his hand, and a tree root automatically stretched out to remove the cover on the other party's face. She resisted this, but she, who had just left her name on the City Lord's stone monument, was unable to resist Jiang Li's will. However, after removing the cover, Jiang Li immediately looked away. Ugly, she was really too ugly. Her face, or rather, her entire body was wrinkled and dried up. It was like a piece of dried meat that had been thrown into the fire to be roasted. The hair on her head had long been burned away, and there were large patches of charred skin. It was definitely at a level that people could not bear to look at. Even skeletons looked much better than this. At first, Jiang Li did not react when he heard the strange name Nutchu. Now, after seeing this appearance, a 7-colored rainbow suddenly flashed through his mind. Only then did he finally recall the pictures and words he had casually glanced at in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. However, the name recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas should be Nutchu's corpse, not Nutchu. Actually the zombie demon of Nutchu's corpse, right? Although Jiang Li was asking, his tone was especially firm. This was because the race of Nutchu had long died. The classic of mountains and seas stated, Nuchha's corpse was born to be roasted by 10 suns. In the kingdom of men, she used her right hand to block her face. With the 10 suns in the sky, Nucha lived above the mountain. It meant that the author of the classic of mountains and seas, the ancient human Boyi, had seen the scene of 10 suns together in the kingdom of men while following Dayu to control the flood. At that time, the mountain that was roasted by the 10 suns was the country where the Nuchu race lived. One of the branches of the human race, the Nuchu race, was killed by the 10 suns just like that. Their race was exterminated from then on. Even after they died, their corpses still stood. They covered their faces with their right hands and faced the 10 suns proudly. This was the wanton slaughter of humans by the demon heavenly court in the ancient primordial world. This directly led to the subsequent story of Hui shooting the suns. However, he did not expect that Jiang Li would actually be able to see a member of the Nuchu race here today. Although the other party had already transformed into a zombie demon, she still seemed to be a human. Jiang Li looked behind her, just as the other party left her name on the stone monument. A thread connected to his back. Do you have any other clansmen? Chapter 635 Human Mind Thread 1. My clansman, Lord City Lord. Do you know what we are? After the Nuchu Demon King covered her face with her clothes again, she asked in surprise. In the north of the Bakian mountain, there's a graveyard with 13,000 charred corpses. However, there's only one zombie demon. Me. Actually, I don't know what I am. On a certain tomb, there's a tombstone with the tomb of Nuchu written on it. That's why I called myself Nuchu. The Nuchu Demon King's words confirmed Jiang Li's guess. In the Bakian mountain, which was a place where yin and yang interacted and was disliked by gods and demons, there were very few people around. Such danger zones often became junkyards where some powerful people lost terrible things. The Nuchu race that had been slaughtered in 10 days was undoubtedly a scandal that was enough to start a war between the two races. It was naturally normal for them to be transported here and abandoned by the demons. In the cultivationless age, the place that was the least affected was probably the netherworld. The charred corpses of the entire Nuchu race were nourished by yin chi because of this. Coupled with the fact that they had been roasted for 10 days and were as dry and charred as charcoal, they had been preserved until now. Under a coincidence, the Nuchu Demon King was born. Only you? What a pity. You are a member of the human race, a citizen of the Nuchu Kingdom. This is the last city left behind by the human emperor's lineage. Stay here in the future and do something for the human race. Jiang Li roughly explained the other party's background. Saying things like the 10 suns in the sky and the ancient humans confused the surrounding people, including Qin and Swordhead Pei Zong. Most of them thought that Jiang Li was fabricating a story. A few golden crows could be used as the sun to shine on the ground. When had the demons entered the heavenly palace? How could weak creatures like ordinary humans chase after stars and the moon? Even in the continent of the 9 provinces, where one could fly, such words could only be said in a fantasy. In the current cultivation world, no one would believe these words. In any case, the sun in the sky was definitely not formed by the golden crow. That was because such creatures could not survive the cultivationless age. However, as the person involved, the Nuchu Demon King believed it a little. This was because in the entire Bakian mountain, among the billions of demons and ghosts, she might be the only one who did not like to eat human flesh. Jiang Li did not care if they could believe him or not. After asking carefully, the only zombie demon in the entire Nuchu race brought him a pleasant surprise. The Nuchu race grasped a weaving technique that was not inferior to the seamless heavenly robe. One had to know that the green clothes on their bodies were top-notch materials that could remain intact after 10 days of burning. Although so much time had passed and she had now transformed into a zombie demon, her technique was definitely far inferior to back then. However, this body still had a special weaving spirituality. He summoned the thinnest 9 nether root and handed it to the Nuchu Demon King to knit a new great mountain robe. After giving these guys a few simple words of encouragement, He handed them to Kinhuman to arrange. Everyone retreated, and soon, he was alone in the human emperor's hall. What are these threads? Standing in the human emperor's hall, Jiang Li was slightly puzzled and expectant as he turned around to look behind him. There was nothing there. Be it observing with the naked eye, reaching out to touch, or probing with his essence soul. There was nothing. However, he could vaguely sense that there were a large number of unknown threads behind him that stretched out from very far away in various directions and connected to his back. He tried to step out of the human emperor's hall, but the feeling became more and more obscure. Before he could react, it disappeared. After trying several times, Jiang Li finally confirmed that these threads were greatly related to the human emperor's inheritance. With a thought, his figure had already disappeared from the human emperor's hall. Instead, he appeared in a dream space filled with stars. After stepping into the inheritance core of the last human emperor, the threads on Jiang Li's back immediately became slightly clearer. It's indeed effective. Jiang Li was delighted in his heart. He had already stepped onto the charred star tower. Although this building looked dilapidated, it contained the legendary fire of the human race and the blood essence left behind by the last human emperor. It was an important starting point for Jiang Li to obtain the human emperor's inheritance. At this moment, stepping into Star Tower was very different from the first time he came. The suppression on the stairs no longer affected him. Under the enhancement of the current unparalleled merit blessing in the cultivation world, every time Jiang Li went up a step, the surrounding human fire would jump excitedly. These flames were cheering for his arrival. The threads behind him also became clearer and clearer. It was not until he stepped onto the top floor of Star Tower that Jiang Li could already see the extremely fine threads through the double enhancement of the merit blessing and the 7-color Tao body. After staring at it for a long time, he discovered that the threads that were 100 times thinner than hair were actually woven from thousands or even millions of threads. What were these? When did they appear? Chapter 636 Human Mind Thread 2. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Li took out the human emperor's battle halberd from the coffin. Sure enough, after holding the halberd, the threads behind him became much clearer. They were barely visible to the naked eye. The human emperor's battle halberd in his hand trembled slightly. Strands of power were gathering from the threads. Each thread did not provide much power, but together, it was enough to make Jiang Li gasp in admiration. In just a breath, he had accumulated the power to brandish the human emperor's halberd. That was a power that could injure an earth immortal with a single strike and suck dry 10 soul formation cultivators. Jiang Li could sense that even if the halberd was not augmented by any of his strength, its might was more than 3 times stronger than before. If he slashed out, he would probably immediately tear open space. He was eager to try, but he did not dare to destroy the Star Tower. With the divine weapon in hand, the current successor of the human emperor immediately recalled the abnormal change when he used the human emperor's battle halberd. The expenditure was abnormally large, and the power increased exponentially. Even in the cultivation world, such huge energy couldn't appear out of thin air. Now, it seemed that the threads connected to his back were the reason. Jiang Li threw a level 10 appraisal skill at one of the threads. It actually worked. Name: Human Mind Thread. Type: Rule Manifestation. Source: Great Mountain Region, Great Goose Kingdom, Nest Village. Status: Solid. Count: 3852. Note: You have taken the first step on the path to becoming the human emperor. Name: Human Mind Thread. Type: Rule Manifestation. Source: Great Mountain Region, River Brow Kingdom, High River City. Status: Solid. Count: 520,000. Note: You have taken the first step on the path to becoming the human emperor. Source: Sunken Swamp, Green Screen Kingdom, Chaos Site City. Status: Weak. Source: Near the Storm Sea, Black Scale Kingdom, Fish City. Status: Solid. Jiang Li appraised a few more threads in succession. His appraisal skill had already reached the maximum level, and it provided him with quite a bit of useful information. First of all, the essence of these threads was the manifestation of a certain rule of heaven and earth. Since it was indicated in the appraisal technique that these human faith threads were Jiang Li's first step on the path to the human emperor, that was most likely the early stages of the human emperor position. To be honest, after being the successor of the human emperor for so long, although he had used this name previously, Jiang Li had actually always thought that he had only obtained a few treasures from the human emperor's lineage. There were no cultivation methods or other inheritances apart from the three sovereigns' mystic realm that had yet to appear. He only had 4,000 more human emperors' blood chi that could automatically refine the aperture than others. This was the first time Jiang Li had noticed that he really had something on him. The human faith threads on his body should have existed long ago. However, before breaking through to the soul formation realm, he could not observe it. He carefully studied the appraisal information. Every tiny thread here marked the source. It was a certain mortal gathering point. The number should represent the number of people at the gathering point. However, the statuses of these threads were divided into two types, solid and weak. In fact, the difference between the two types of threads could be seen from the eyes. One was solid and stable, and the other was illusory. There were more dotted lines and fewer solid lines. The ratio could roughly reach a disparity of 300 to 500 to 1. Jiang Li held the halberd tightly and carefully sensed the difference between the two. He discovered that under the circumstances that the numbers were similar and they were of the same race, if each weak line could provide him with 1 unit of power, the power provided by the solid line would be 100. The difference was so great. What was the difference between these two types of threads? Jiang Li could not help but fantasize. If he could convert all the illusory lines into solid lines, wouldn't he be able to kill gods and Buddhas with the human emperor's battle halberd? He continued to appraise. Among the countless lines, he also found Nuchu from Fengdu City. This thread was what Jiang Li had sensed when the Nuchu Demon King left her name on the stone monument. Moreover, this thread could provide more strength. Coupled with those familiar or unfamiliar places, it could be roughly deduced that the humans represented by those threads should be the humans under his rule. For example, the four hands of the Great Mountain region, the Rock Mountain Range, Fengdu City, the Ice Plains Barbarians, the Edge of the 10 Directions region, the Storm Sea controlled by the Dragon Transformation Island, and the myriad beast plains that had been transferred to the Great Mountain Alliance. As for the slowly increasing weak threads, they came from the mortal gathering places of many other regions in the cultivation world of the Eastern region. These humans were originally unrelated to him, but now, they suddenly formed a connection with Jiang Li. He was not a fool and quickly understood the key. The reason for this was most likely what the Cloud Manor had promised previously. They would establish a temple in the name of the human emperor. In just a few months, the area covered had already reached hundreds of mountains. If he had to do it himself, it would be impossible without 10 years of effort. Although these humans who were not under his rule could only provide weak human faith threads, moreover, the weak threads could only provide 1% of the actual power, there were many of them. Just now, it had already increased the power of the human emperor's battle halberd by several times. It was the kind of power that did not require Jiang Li's main body to expend any energy, apart from the power of incense. This pleasant surprise was even more valuable to Jiang Li, and it directly increased the upper limit of his strength. No, this is probably not a pleasant surprise. Jiang Li recalled concubine Yun's reaction at that time. That lady must have seen through this and deliberately helped. What a huge help! After putting away the halberd, the human emperor's successor remembered the Cloud Manor's favor. What he did not know was that concubine Yun, who was sitting in the palace, was very satisfied. The aura of merit on her body had increased by more than 30% compared to a few months ago. Her face was rosy and filled with purple chi. Her cultivation and strength had reached a high level. In the case of concubine Yun's merit foundation, 30% was enough for 1,000 good people to accumulate for 10 lifetimes. With the special cultivation method of the Cloud Manor, these merit points could also be directly converted into strength. This was the reason why the Cloud Manor always liked to befriend people with merit. By rewarding good and punishing evil on behalf of the heavens, one could turn merit into their own. That was a profound cultivation method directly related to the rules of heaven and earth. She had helped the successor of the human emperor so much and obtained the sincere gratitude of the human emperor's successor. Although he was thousands of miles away, she had also obtained huge benefits. How deep is the merit on this human emperor's successor? It hasn't decreased at all during this period. What a strange guy. How's the investigation? Did you find any clues? No. We've already explored this ghost city. There's no reaction from the brush. Although this ghost city is quite impressive, there are no experts inside. Outside Fengdu City, a group of strangers who had been reminded by the Bakian mountain spirit gathered here for some reason. I obtained information that there's a layer of space below this ghost city. Have you checked? One of the leaders asked. I've checked. The barrier on the surface and underground is quite brilliant, but it can't stop us. It's still empty down there. Only one dungeon is filled with ghosts. The brush still doesn't react. However, we discovered that this chain is connected to the center of that city. There might be something hidden on the other end of the chain. This group of people had actually silently infiltrated the Changlu underground palace. Fortunately, the Earth Spirit was guarding the house. They did not see the 5 human emperors' halls and only walked around the ruins for a long time. The only strange thing they discovered was this strange chain that grew out of the center of the city and fell into the netherworld void. The chain was so long that the edge could not be seen. Although the chain looked ordinary, the materials were actually heaven-defying and nothing could damage it. No one would believe that there was nothing important hidden on the other side of the chain. The other side of this chain? Wu Zi, Liu Chang, the two of you go and investigate. After giving the order, 2 young men dressed as scholars walked out. They turned into 2 green lights and followed the chain into the endless void ahead. The last corpse of the last 9 kings must be hidden there. Chapter 637 Making an Example. 1. Oh, the dragon imprisoning lock was triggered. Jiang Li, who came out of the Star Tower space, immediately saw the dragon imprisoning lock that was swaying slightly. At that time, Jiang Li had used the dragon imprisoning lock to cross the void and connect to the netherworld fragment where the Bakian mountain was. Later on, he wanted to leave a way out, so he did not retrieve it. It was unknown who touched his chains at this moment. He took out Shanting's ears and used the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to investigate along the dragon imprisoning lock. Jiang Li originally wanted to fuse these ears that had reached the earth rank and might become stronger as spiritual chi recovered in the future into his body when he broke through to the soul formation realm. However, the first condition for building a body was that there were no impurities in the mind. Unfortunately, the resentment in Shanting's ears was too deep. Just using it would cause damage to cultivators, let alone fusing it into their bodies. Up until now, it could only be used as an artifact. The Bodhisattva Heart Sutra followed the sound of the chain and quickly discovered a group of people at the edge of the netherworld fragment. It sounds like this group of people is very strong. A total of 10 Earth Immortals. How generous. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt a rather strong threat from one of the middle-aged men. This person's strength was definitely not inferior to Granny Nether Mountain, or even slightly stronger. Such an important figure had come to Fengdu City. He could not be here to sightsee, right? Following the dragon imprisoning lock, 2 cultivators were exploring down the chain, in the void. They were similarly unable to fly, and they could only slowly descend like Jiang Li earlier. It was impossible for them to know the situation on the other side of the dragon imprisoning lock. They probably just wanted to investigate the secret of Fengdu City. He silently observed them through the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. From the words of this group of people, Jiang Li quickly guessed their identity. Thera from the Divine Judgment Hall. Some time ago, Fengdu City had attacked several times and left many traces in the frozen ground of the northernmost region. On the night of the tragic Death City's attack, another group of cultivators from the Inkskar Academy disappeared. Previously, he did not have the time to pay attention to them because of the threat of the Blood King Palace. It seemed that he was free now. The Divine Judgment Hall did not know that Fengdu City was related to the Great Mountain Alliance, so such investigations were naturally unavoidable. However, compared to this kind of probing that could be dealt with using strength, the internal pressure of the Divine Judgment Hall was even more troublesome. Fortunately, he had an alias. Otherwise, at this moment, someone would probably force him to hand over the corpse of the Polar Mountain King. Regardless of whether they would attack in the end, it was quite troublesome. How can I send these guys back? Jiang Li subconsciously did not want more secrets of Fengdu City to be exposed to the Divine Judgment Hall. He wanted to use other methods to drive this group of people away. This was because this was a ghost city after all. If an expert wanted to find him to eliminate demons and defend justice, who could he reason with? The Divine Judgment Hall had countless experts, making him feel very insecure. However, while Jiang Li was thinking, he tilted his head slightly and saw the human faith threads behind him. He was suddenly stunned on the spot and did not speak for a long time. A moment later, he looked at his hands and clenched them into fists, feeling a huge strength that filled his body. His original worry did not seem to be so important anymore. The current him was no longer like before. Not long ago, he already had the strength to protect himself. He had tried it before. After breaking through, in a hidden battle, he was already not inferior to Granny Nether Mountain in all aspects. If he fought with all his might, Jiang Li, who had a large number of unreasonable statuses, would most likely not lose. When he was in Tragic Death City earlier, Jiang Li had seen that Granny Nether Mountain's strength was roughly on the same level as the leader of the high-grade Divine Judgment faction. He would probably not be inferior to those high-level Divine Judgment leaders. In other words, Earth Immortal experts who had successfully condensed the 3 flowers above in the cultivation world of the Eastern region. There might not be enough fingers to count such experts, but with the addition of toes, it was probably enough. Unknowingly, Jiang Li, who had almost been bitten to death by a scale demon, had already stood at this height. Further up were the unfathomable Cloud Manor, the Flame Dynasty, and the Sea Palace. However, even if it was them, the current Jiang Li was confident that he could keep his life in their hands. Or rather, in the current cultivation world, no one could really kill him. This was because his Tao body had already completely fused with Qi Yao's muscles. As one of the strongest ancient humans, Qi Yao's body could not be completely destroyed even by many mighty figures at that time. They could only separate his body and hide it in the 5 mountains, 4 seas, and 8 wildernesses. Even after experiencing a long cultivationless age, the muscles still maintained their vitality. Now, it was even more impossible for the power that sealed it to exist in the world. Against Qi Yu or the current Jiang Li, they could only kill him by obliterating his soul. Destroy his essence soul that had fused with him. Jiang Li, who cultivated the Great Carefree Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, knew the profundity of the Great Carefree Sutra. If he saw that the situation was bad, he could transfer his essence soul at any time and run to a clone to take refuge. Then, he would throw back a parallel mind and continue to cause trouble for the enemy. Chapter 638 Making an Example, 2. At that time, even if he was trapped by the enemy, he could hide for 3 or 5 years. As long as he wanted to, he could return to his body at any time and catch the enemy off guard. Even if he lost for a moment, the one who would be tortured to death would definitely be his opponent. So, when he thought about it carefully, Jiang Li suddenly felt that there seemed to be no need for him to be so careful now. Occasionally, he could show his strength to the world. However, in that case, these uninvited guests might be useful. No, just these people were not enough. If he wanted to do that, he needed to gather more strength. From the looks of it, the passionate Fengdu City should receive more guests. However, if he wanted to do that, he still needed the cooperation of a fellow. Otherwise, those shrewd fellows from the Divine Judgment Hall would not be easily tricked. After walking out of the Human Emperor's Hall, Jiang Li directly walked into the bustling Fengdu prison. In the silent underground palace, only the screams here could add some vitality. Pushing open the dungeon door, The screams of those ghosts seemed to be even more miserable than the last time he came. City Lord. Why are you here? Sit. My place is not very clean. City Lord. Please don't mind it. The warden, who was holding a cup of soul dissolution liquor and slowly drinking it, immediately stood up and wiped his seat when he saw Jiang Li arrive, and he invited Jiang Li to sit down. Apart from wine jars, there were still wine jars here. It was not humble to say that it was not clean. Jiang Li stepped forward and glanced at his soul dissolution liquor. After the Northern Profound Hall Master, Ku Shui, arrived, the quality and intensity were more than 10 times higher than before. The warden, who was originally drinking bowl after bowl of soul dissolution liquor, could only slowly brew it now. Are any of the previous prisoners willing to join? Jiang Li casually picked up an upgraded version of the soul dissolution liquor. After pouring it into his mouth and updating his status, he walked towards the depths of the dungeon. I hurriedly followed, but his expression was a little troubled. Please forgive me, City Lord. Those guys are too stubborn. I've used all my methods, but I still can't make them submit. After easily crossing a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, Jiang Li and the warden quickly walked into a dungeon that was heavily sealed. In the entire Fengdu city, its toughness was second only to the human emperor's hall. After striking out 99 seals in a row, he opened the cell door in front of him. No matter how cautious they were, it was not too much to be wary of this cell. This was because there were 14 powerful Earth Immortals imprisoned here. If these guys escaped, they could overturn Fengdu City. Kid, who are you? Do you know what will happen to us if you treat us like this? I am the sect master of the 6 Yin sect. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Don't use those boring tricks on us anymore. They are useless. Make a decision quickly. Otherwise, when we recover our strength, do you think this small prison can trap us? On my mountaintop, there are 38,000 roasted human skin lanterns. Kid, do you want to be one of them? As expected of a group of demonic cultivators and Earth Immortals, the words they said were each more terrifying than the other. Of course, there were not only threats but also temptations. Cultivation method, secret technique, authority. Woman, pick one and let me go. No matter what you want, I can satisfy you. Have you heard of the name heart-changing demon? I have a precious wisdom heart that can turn a stupid person into a genius. If you let me go, I'll change it for you. As soon as Jiang Li entered this cell, voices sounded, and all kinds of threats and temptations surrounded his ears. Of these 14 Earth Immortals, only one was Grand Secretary Mengu of Inkscar Academy, who had wanted to attack Ginhuman a long time ago and was captured by Jiang Li. The other 13 were all Earth Immortals of the Demon Sect who had been captured on the night of the tragic Death City's attack and were later rescued by Jiang Li. At that time, they had been skewered by Jiang Li and used their mouth spears and 2-9 netherwood to absorb a lot of strength. The spiritual chi was so huge that the 2-9 netherwood reached the edge of reaching the next step. Now, they were breaking through on the Bakian mountain. However, because these 13 guys were all in the state of borrowing lives from the Blood King Palace, at that time, most of the power absorbed was from the Earth Immortals of the Blood King Palace. After Jiang Li locked them up for some time, these fellows actually woke up. The threat of the Blood King Palace was still there. With the principle of not wasting talent, Jiang Li did not kill them easily. Instead, he planned to let them abandon the darkness and join the light. They would wear masks and contribute to the future of the human race to atone for what they had done in the past. However, these guys were all Earth Immortals after all. Their arrogant hearts would not give in so easily. Moreover, the body of an Earth Immortal was indeed sufficiently tough. The prison warden, who had not reached that level, could not really injure them even if he used all his methods. This fueled their arrogance. As soon as they entered, they thought that they were interrogating Jiang Li, an Earth Immortal who has recovered his strength. How terrifying! Jiang Li made a terrified expression, and then he drew the mosquito spear and bloodthirsty trident on the spot. Chapter 639 Making an Example. 3. he stabbed the few Earth Immortals who were the most clamoring twice. He stabbed them until they were dispirited and weak. Seeing this scene, the remaining Earth Immortals fell silent. These two Earth-rank artifacts were too sinister. Even an Earth Immortal would be unlucky. Seeing them behave, Jiang Li continued. I heard from the warden that everyone is very stubborn and would rather die than submit. To be honest, I admire your integrity and am deeply touched. Look, these bones are so hard. If we dig them out and stew them, they definitely won't rot for 10 years. Jiang Li smiled as he walked to the side of a familiar person and grabbed his shoulder. With a crisp crack, the shoulder bone of a dignified Earth Immortal expert was actually easily crushed by Jiang Li. Oh my, sorry. I accidentally used a little more strength. We're old friends. I believe you'll definitely forgive me. Don't you agree? Myriad Slaughter Sect Master, Wu Fan. Since he had to throw the book at someone to set an example, it was naturally best if the target he found was the Myriad Slaughter Sect Master who had some grudges with him. After such a long time, this fellow had finally fallen into Jiang Li's hands. This expert who had once forced the Great Mountain Alliance into a corner was currently frowning tightly and staring fixedly at Jiang Li. What? Sect Master Wu Fan, don't you remember me? Jiang Li placed his hand on the other shoulder, and soon, cracking sounds sounded. Great Mountain Alliance leader Jiang Li. Wu Fan practically ground his teeth as he called out Jiang Li's name. Senior Wu Fan, you have a good memory. You actually remember a small figure like me. I'm flattered. On account of our friendship, say a few last words. It can also lighten the mood of the other good friends present, right? As Jiang Li spoke, he pulled out a bone from the other party's body. After carefully wiping it clean, it was as translucent as a red crystal. There were also some Daoessence patterns engraved on the surface. Jiang Li showed the bone to the other Earth Immortals with interest. Look, so this is the bone of an Earth Immortal. I'm sure that this bone is very artistic. I wonder if the bones of Earth Immortals who cultivate different cultivation methods will be different. After walking around and letting everyone see it, Jiang Li returned it to its original owner and stuffed the bone back in another place. The Myriad Slaughter Sect Master, who had been closing his eyes and rejecting Jiang Li's teasing, finally could not endure it. The winner takes all. If you want to kill, do it. The hatred between us has long been planted. There's no point in saying anything. Kill me. Being in the hands of an enemy might be even more painful than death. Ever since Wu Fan found out that he had been scammed by the Blood King Palace, his mind had already exploded. Now, he had fallen into the hands of this originally weak leader of a small faction. Instead of enduring torture, it was better to die. However, as a captive, he could die if he wanted to. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Jiang Li took 2 steps back and patted his chest as if he was frightened by the other party's ferocity. What a difficult person to get along with. However, senior, don't worry. I'll use your body well. Jiang Li finally lost interest in playing with the other party. If he continued like this, it might seem like he was a little crazy. After politely reassuring the other party, Jiang Li stretched out his hand and grabbed Wu Fan's head. His fingers exerted strength and slowly stabbed into the other party's head. Chapter 640 Dragon Python reappears. 1. Jiang Li's finger stabbed into Wu Fan's head. This Myriad Slaughter Sect Master thought that Jiang Li planned to give him a quick death. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Under the cover of the Great Mountain robe on his body, a chaotic growth of the Flesh Mountain blood tattoo on Jiang Li's left arm began to emit a soul-stirring strange red light. This was the terrifying beast blood diagram that Jiang Li had condensed using the Mountain of Flesh and Blood while fusing with the Heart of Chaos. The power contained in this blood tattoo was so crazy that even he was shocked. If not for the fact that the Yakshaw clone had sacrificed himself to assist from the side, Jiang Li really did not have 100% confidence in condensing this blood tattoo. This extremely chaotic power was indeed terrifying to the point of satisfying Jiang Li. Chaotic power surged into the Myriad Slaughter Sect Master's body through his left hand. With a crack, his teeth were crushed on the spot. The dignified Earth Immortal actually screamed in pain and fear. Gulp! A strange squirm suddenly appeared on Wu Fan's left face. Then, like a balloon, a tumor the size of a football grew out. On the tumor was a long and thick tongue. This tumor was like a new child. After it appeared, it curiously licked Wu Fan's face everywhere, probably wanting to understand the world through this method. However, as the person involved, the myriad slaughter sect master, saw such a change in his body, it was hard to understand the extent of his mental breakdown without experiencing it personally. What did you do to me? Kill me? Damn it, kill me. That tumor was clearly far from the end. That was only the beginning of the change. For the first time, Wu Fan felt a fear that was even more terrifying than death. He did not know what was happening to him. He only knew that it was definitely an extremely terrible thing. It was not only his body that had changed. The crazy and chaotic will was filling his essence soul. It was unstoppable and irreversible. All rationality was leaving him. The other 13 Earth Immortals also began to panic from their disdain. Unlike Wu Fan, they had all participated in the war that defeated the armored trolls before they were captured. At that time, they had more or less used weapons made from the chaotic power of the Azura world. They had seen many such disturbing scenes. After the powerful armored trolls of the same level as them were tainted by that power, they lost all their dignity in front of them and turned into disgusting lumps of flesh in despair. At that time, they only felt emotional and excited. After all, those were man-eating demons that had suppressed the cultivation world of the Eastern region for thousands of years. They would not make people feel empathy. However, they did not expect that the same scene would happen to human experts. Didn't that mean that as long as Jiang Li was willing, he could turn them into that thing? The higher one held a high position and had powerful strength. The more they would cherish their lives. Previously, they had dared to speak to Jiang Li like that partly because of their dignity as experts. On the other hand, they felt that Jiang Li was unable to truly harm them and were fearless. Now, seeing this scene in front of them, they finally felt true fear. As long as this fear appeared, the other conditions would be easy to negotiate. It had to be said that the body of an Earth Immortal was really ridiculously strong. Under Jiang Li's hands, Wu Fan's screams continued for an entire 4 hours before he calmed down because his throat was blocked by a variety of deformed organs. The entire transformation process lasted for a total of 10 hours before it was finally completed. The dignified sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect could no longer be recognized according to his former appearance from his soul. He had completely become an emotionless deformed warrior. Yes, Wu Fan did not become a useless ball of flesh. The lumps of flesh formed by the armored troll experts had already piled up into a mountain in the coffin. Instead, under Jiang Li's control, it transformed into a 30-foot-tall human. Although his entire body still looked very disgusting, one could barely see a human figure. Mutated number 1. Test your skills. Jiang Li withdrew his left hand, which was covered in mucus, before he could shake it. The status on his body had already cleaned up these foreign objects. He pointed at one of the remaining 13 Earth Immortals, Wu Fan, who was the first aberration. The remaining 5 bloody holes in his head quickly disappeared. Then, according to Jiang Li's instructions, a pair of eyes that were no longer symmetrical looked at the unlucky Earth Immortal who was randomly chosen. Number 1 opened its mouth to vomit, and blood-colored energy erupted from its mouth. Immediately, countless arms spewed out from inside, turning into a pillar of flesh that ruthlessly smashed into the Earth Immortal. Not only did the other party vomit blood, but when he retracted his hand, a large piece of flesh was torn off. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. The attack could break through the defense of the Earth Immortal body. Apart from not having any rationality, his basic combat ability was still passable. Then, it's your turn to choose. Do you plan to join Fengdu City directly or become like this before joining? Don't worry. There's no need to consider my feelings. No matter what you choose, I'll be satisfied. Jiang Li's expression was sincere as he gave these 13 seniors 2 very promising choices. Chapter 641 Dragon Python reappears. 2. He even asked them not to consider his feelings and to follow their wishes. The Earth Immortal mutation looked a little disgusting, but it was indeed quite powerful. After the mutation, the secret techniques and Tao techniques that he was originally good at would not be able to be used. Even his domain power would not be able to be used. However, correspondingly, in terms of physical strength and recovery ability, the Earth Immortal after the embryo was even stronger than before. Coupled with the chaotic force field that seeped out of his body, it was enough to disturb the domain of other experts and not fall to a disadvantage because of the loss of the domain. Although his combat ability would still decrease greatly, fortunately, he did not fall out of the range of the Earth Immortal realm. It could satisfy Jiang Li's expectations. Although this new Flesh Mountain blood tattoo was ugly, it brought Jiang Li a terrifying ability. In this way, the remaining 13 Earth Immortals no longer had any room to bargain with Jiang Li. After a moment of silence, they began to nod in agreement. After all, the promise given to them by the Fengdu City Lord was quite lenient. Apart from needing their help under specific circumstances, they usually only needed to refine pills and artifacts, repair array formations, patrol, capture ghosts, teach disciples, develop the territory, and do other miscellaneous jobs. The 12 demon sect experts had relatively low morals and quickly agreed. Now, only Grand Secretary Menggu had not spoken in this cell. His old face alternated between green and white. Jiang Li walked over and helped the Grand Secretary tidy up his long robe. Such scholars often valued their reputation very much. If he forced them, it would probably be very difficult to achieve the result he wanted. At this time, giving them a way out might have a miraculous effect. Grand Secretary Menggu, speaking of which, we only had a misunderstanding previously. We're not really enemies. In fact, Fengdu City saved your life. I hope you don't mind the details. You've been here for a while. What do you think of my Fengdu City? Jiang Li paused for a moment and continued without waiting for the other party to answer. The sages often say that there is no discrimination in education, but look at the billions of ghosts here. Most of them can't even read. How sad is that? Teaching is still teaching no matter where. Perhaps the Grand Secretary can try to fulfill the words of the sage and establish the precedent of the ghost scholar. Jiang Li's words were naturally nonsense. Who would let an Earth Immortal teach others how to read? His words were purely meant to give the other party a way out. Grand Secretary Menggu did not surrender because he was afraid of death. Instead, he had given up on his reputation to repay the debt of saving his life and teach these pitiful ghosts to become unprecedented scholars. Grand Secretary Menggu had studied his entire life and had never heard of anything like teaching without discrimination. After the last Earth Immortal agreed, Jiang Li took turns bringing them to the human emperor's hall to leave their names. When it was all completed, the foundation of Fengdu City had already risen to a level that was enough to shock the world. If he was willing to admit his identity and lead Fengdu City to join the Divine Judgment Hall, with Jiang Li's contributions to Tragic Death City and Fengdu City's current strength, even if he was not included, it was enough to make another high-grade Divine Judgment faction appear in the Divine Judgment Hall. Apart from the increase in strength, now that this Grand Secretary had joined them, they could put on a good show for those guys. The information from the 12 demonic cultivators and this righteous Earth Immortal from Inkscar Academy should be enough to convince people. A few days later, Wuz and Liu Gu, who had been sliding down the dragon imprisoning lock, finally saw something other than endless darkness below. It was a huge land floating in the void. The concentration of yin-chi was even more terrifying than the netherworld illusion. Roar! Before they could see the full appearance of the land, they heard a loud dragon roar from below. That was not the point. The key was that the brush hanging on their waists suddenly moved. These two brushes were distributed to them by the dean. The material used was the hair of a direct member of the Qin dynasty's royal family. Therefore, it was called the Imperial Brush and had a magical ability to detect the royal bloodline. Now that there was a reaction, didn't that mean that? They immediately became excited and tore off a few hairs from the tip of their brushes. They scattered the hair in the air and immediately flew in the direction of the dragon's roar. The thing that let out the dragon roar was definitely the dragon python formed by the last 9 kings. Dean, we discovered the dragon python. They grabbed the jade pendant on their waists and shouted. They had made a huge contribution this time. Continue to approach carefully and be prepared to retreat at any time. A familiar voice sounded from the jade pendant. The Inkscar Academy's principal, Zhao Ming, who was still standing at the edge of the netherworld fragment, had a painting unfolded in front of him. On the painting paper, countless ink stains gathered and floated, forming an image of Wuz and Liu Gu. No. Listen. There are sounds of fighting below. After the two of them descended another distance, they suddenly saw a dragon python flying over from afar. Behind the dragon python, 13 figures chased relentlessly. However, the 13 figures did not seem to be together. They maintained a safe distance from each other and attacked each other from time to time. Wait, isn't that Grand Secretary Mengu who disappeared some time ago? Why is he here? Old Demon Heart Changing. That person is Old Demon Heart Changing. There's also the sect master of the 6 Yin sect and the other missing Earth Immortals. Why are they here? The 2 soul formation cultivators did not dare to approach anymore. If they were swept into an Earth Immort level battlefield, they might lose their lives if they were not careful. At this moment, because they had already reached the border, the fleeing dragon python paused and was surrounded by the 13 Earth Immortals. A terrifying stream of light erupted, and the space in this area collapsed under the pressure of the ability. However, they were clearly unwilling to shatter the corpse of the Polar Mountain King. After suppressing the dragon python, they began to attack each other. The scene was extremely chaotic, and this also gave the dragon python a chance to escape. A moment later, the dragon python escaped from the collapsed space. Its dragon tail swayed and flew back into the depths of the black fog. On the spot, only 7 dragon python scales emitting a silver luster were left. The 13 Earth Immortals seemed to be a little afraid of the black fog. They did not pursue it immediately and turned to look at the dragon scales. If you give me all 7 dragon scales, I'll withdraw from this competition. How about it? Old Demon Heart Changing sneered. Every scale is a ticket to the Apang Palace. Heart Changing, you are too greedy. The scene was silent for a few seconds before the 13 Earth Immortals attacked together and grabbed the dragon python scale in the air. After the blinding spiritual chi light erupted, the 7 people who had obtained the scale scattered, and the other 6 chased after it. Among them, one of them was Grand Secretary Mengu of Inkscar Academy. The fleeing Grand Secretary also saw the 2 scholars hanging on the chain. After recognizing that they were juniors from Inkscar Academy, he suddenly changed direction. After approaching the dragon imprisoning lock, he shot the scale at the 2 of them. Leave quickly. Hand the scale to the dean. After shooting out the dragon scales, Grand Secretary Mengu resolutely turned around. He waved the brush in his hand and formed a wall with ink words to block the demonic cultivator experts chasing after him. Wuz and Liu Gu did not dare to stay any longer. After grabbing the scale, they immediately climbed up at full speed to escape. Soon, they disappeared. However, after the 2 of them disappeared, the 13 Earth Immortals who were originally ready to fight immediately stopped. They looked at each other and smiled. They had finally completed their City Lord's order. It was naturally simple to deceive 2 soul formation cultivators. However, behind them was Inkscar Academy's dean, Zhao Ming, who was staring fixedly at them. Therefore, they were not just pretending just now. They fought seriously. A few of them even had some grudges against each other. The battle was very real. Chapter 642 Longevity Elixir 1. At this moment, the dragon python that had burrowed into the black fog poked its head out again and elegantly flew to everyone's side. Golden light flashed on its body and it had already returned to its human form. The Polar Mountain King was tall and vigorous. His eyes were bright, and he did not look like a dead person at all. City Lord. The 13 Earth Immortals cupped their hands and bowed to the Polar Mountain King. Their gazes were inexplicable. After joining Fengdu City, they realized that the secrets here were much deeper than they had imagined. For some reason, although this City Lord only looked to be at the Soul Formation realm, His true strength had reached the level of a high-grade divine judgment leader. Even without using any spiritual chi, just his physical strength could easily suppress any of them. There were also two mysterious hall masters who were in seclusion. They looked at the strange phenomenon that appeared above the two halls of Northern Profound and Western White. They knew that those two's strength was above theirs. This unknown ghost city actually hid three such experts. As for the corpse of the Polar Mountain King that the Divine Judgment Hall and the Blood King Palace were searching for, it was actually in the hands of this city lord. In fact, this city lord could even perfectly unleash the power of the corpse with his brilliant puppet manipulation technique. It looked like he had been resurrected. The person controlling the corpse of the Polar Mountain King and acting with them was the city lord of Fengdu City. To the current Jiang Li, there were actually many methods to control this corpse. However, in order to look more realistic and prevent the Blood King from secretly controlling it from afar again, Jiang Li still used the safest Bodhisattva Heart Sutra's parallel mind. Unfortunately, after setting up layers of traps in the body of the Polar Mountain King, the Blood King did not descend. That guy was really cautious. Perhaps the slash of the human emperor's battle halberd had shocked the other party, causing the Blood King to not dare to rashly fight him. Otherwise, with Jiang Li's current essence soul, he might be able to accomplish this in one go and directly crush the Blood King to death in his mental world. City Lord, I'm afraid our show might not have the desired effect. I'm very familiar with the Dean of Ink Scar Academy, Zhao Ming. That guy definitely won't spread the news. The benefits are really too great. With that guy's personality, he won't even reveal it to the Divine Judgment Hall. After the former Grand Secretary of Ink Scar Academy, Meng Gu, joined Fengdu City, his mentality quickly changed. At this moment, speaking of his former dean, he did not feel any burden at all. This is human nature. This is related to the national treasure of the Dragon Vein. Very few people can differentiate between priorities under such heavy benefits. Jiang Li glanced at this respected Grand Secretary. At that time, after he sensed Qin identity, he had also chosen to attack immediately. One was only a descendant of Prince Ning's bloodline, while the other was one of the true last 9 kings. It was related to the great secret of the Ipang Palace. In this day and age, who did not want to advance further? However, sometimes, the more you hide it, the more suspicious it will be. Of course, I still need everyone to continue working hard. I don't think you want to stay under my watch anymore. Then, this is the freedom that everyone dreams of. Jiang Li's goal was to use the current greed for the treasures in the Ipang Palace to attract a large number of cultivators to help him do something that required a lot of strength. Naturally, he could not let Ink Scar Academy seal the news. News needed to be verified by many sources in order to be true. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Gate of Hell and let them return to Fengdu City before jumping back to the continent of the 9 provinces. Many of the gates of hell that Jiang Li had set up were not exposed. It was completely possible to do it without anyone knowing. As the 13 Earth Immortals spoke, they entered without looking back. This was a rare opportunity to get some fresh air. After being captured by the Blood King Palace, some of their previous forces were heavily injured, and some were directly destroyed. Some of the treasures that had been hidden in the past needed to be retrieved, and some of the remaining disciples needed to be gathered. Jiang Li also hoped to take their original territory under his wing. This way, the human threads behind him would be able to turn from illusory to corporeal. There were still many things to deal with. He could not let these 13 Earth Immortals idle for nothing. The 13 Earth Immortals had just left when Jiang Li's main body hurriedly passed through the Gate of Hell and arrived here. He held a bulging soul-capturing bag in his hand. Twisted human faces appeared on the surface of the bag. It could be seen that the people inside were not good people. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The surface of the good quality soul-capturing bag suddenly emitted wisps of red fog. At the bottom of the bag, a thumb-sized hole had already been burned and was growing larger and larger. It was as if he was holding a hot potato. Jiang Li hurriedly threw the cloth bag out. The bag had just flown into the air when it completely disintegrated. 10,000 red ghosts started out. Those ghosts and evil spirits were sinful. Their bodies were wrapped in dense red fog and they did not have any rationality. As soon as they left the soul-capturing bag, they began to fly everywhere. Wherever they passed, red fog spread. Even in the netherworld, everything withered. It could be seen how terrifying the red fog was. Jiang Li did not show any mercy. Streams of light shot out from his hand and exploded the large number of ghosts that were about to spread. Chapter 643 Longevity Elixir 2. After these ghosts died, they only left a red ball of resentment on the spot. Even the best quality soul-capturing bag can only last for 15 breaths of time. This resentment is indeed so terrifying. Fortunately, he did not use the yin burial coffin to store these things. Otherwise, Earth-rank artifacts would not be able to withstand such construction. Just now, Jiang Li had used these evil people's souls as carriers to absorb some of the resentment clouds floating above Tragic Death City. After capturing it again, he quickly crossed space through the 2 gates of hell. He had transported 10,000 ghosts here to kill them in order to transport a portion of the resentment of those abominations here. The resentment contained in 10,000 mortal souls is still not enough. Jiang Li observed the size of the ball of resentment and felt that it was not enough to stop a true expert. After repeating it several times, a sufficiently wide range of resentment gathered at the place where the dragon imprisoning lock was connected to the netherworld fragment. With a thought, another broken peeper formed in his hand. This was a new power provided to him by the Western White Emperor Hall's Hall Master, the Peeper Woman. However, because the other party had yet to recover her strength, the 2 jade peepers had yet to recover, and the status provided to Jiang Li was still relatively limited. Now, he could only barely use it. Jiang Li pressed one hand on the peeper and beckoned with the other. Immediately, wisps of resentment floated over and condensed into a thin string that landed on the broken peeper. As Jiang Li's fingers plucked the red peeper string, the red fog slowly surged and spread to the dragon imprisoning lock along with Jiang Li's will. This was the special ability of the jade peeper spirit. 9-colored string. The 3 demons of the Xuanian tomb were all talented prehistoric variants. One was the 9-tailed demon fox, and the other was the 9-headed pheasant. The original name of the jade peeper spirit should be the 9-string peeper. The jade had no strings, but she could use the power of heaven and earth as strings. As long as she strung the corresponding peeper strings, she could control this power. Using water as a bowstring, she could overturn the sea and overturn the river. Using soil as a bowstring, the ground would collapse and crack. At this moment, Jiang Li could only condense a single peeper string, and because the peeper had broken, its might was greatly reduced. However, he could still control the originally useless tragic death resentment. After a series of single notes, the terrifying red resentment finally sealed the connection between the dragon imprisoning lock and this netherworld fragment. Unless one had the same boldness as Granny Nether Mountain at that time, no one could easily step foot on this land. If he wanted to catch a big fish, he could not let the small fish eat the bait easily. In addition, the fishing line had to be sturdy enough. After putting away the peeper, Jiang Li stomped his foot and grabbed the end of the dragon imprisoning lock to escape underground. After fusing with the broken root of the 9 nether wood, he could already move freely in the Bakian mountain. He grabbed the dragon imprisoning lock and buried it in the earth vein core before stopping. This way, unless the dragon imprisoning lock broke or this piece of the netherworld shattered, they could forget about using brute force to pull out this chain. The preparations were completed. All that was left was to wait for the storm to rise. Outside Fengdu City, Principal Zhao Ming pulled the chain back to the netherworld from the void. He casually threw Wu Zindel Yugu to the ground. In his hand was a silver scale the size of a basin. It's indeed true. After seeing the 13 Earth Immortals chasing after the dragon python from the painting, this Dean could no longer maintain his calm. He jumped into the void on the spot and tried to rush to the netherworld to capture the dragon python. With his strength and Grand Secretary Mengus' help, the other 12 demonic cultivators were nothing to fear. At that time, the corpse of the Polar Mountain King would definitely be his. The Inkscar Academy had a secret treasure, the painting world. As long as he put the corpse inside, He was 90% confident that he could avoid the Blood King's senses. With the king's corpse in hand, when Ipang appeared, perhaps he, Zhao Mingde, could become the final winner and rise up with the wind. However, when he arrived, the battle between the dragon python and the 13 Earth Immortals had already ended. From afar, he could only see a mess. He wanted to step in and search personally, but he discovered that a large amount of dense resentment blocked his footsteps. After a few attempts, he could not cross the void from that distance and could only temporarily return to the netherworld illusion. Dean, should we inform the Divine Judgment Hall and ask for reinforcements? A Grand Secretary stepped forward and took out a jade token. However, Dean Zhao Mingde turned his head and looked at him for a long time. Suddenly, he waved the brush in his hand again and wrote 20 silence words in the air. One for each of you. Eat it. The Inkscar Academy sync word divine art was effective. No one in the world could remove a letter personally written by the dean. The surrounding people looked at each other. They quickly understood their dean's meaning. He planned to hide it from the Divine Judgment Hall and work alone. Although they still had some doubts and were worried about the 3 high and mighty divine pillars, it was clearly impossible to disobey the Dean at this moment. As Jiang Li had expected, no matter how noble a person looked on the surface, they would still be tempted by such benefits. Fortunately, Fengdu City was prepared. In the continent of the 9 provinces, in the sky above a cultivation city in the cultivation world of the eastern region, a figure suddenly appeared without any warning. The cultivators in the city discovered that something was wrong and immediately turned the space-splitting crossbows to aim at the person who came, wanting to maintain their own flying restrictions. However, immediately, pressure pressed down, causing the entire city to collapse. A large number of weak cultivators were directly pressed to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Fortunately, the aura was retracted immediately, leaving only the word scram in the air. Earth Immortal. It's an Earth Immortal. Run. The city lord of this city was only at the soul formation realm. Usually, he could barely maintain his dignity. However, now, a dignified Earth Immortal was standing above them, and it was obvious that he had ill intentions. Forget about reasoning, he did not even dare to do anything. How could a 100-year-old foundation be more important than his life? That's the sect master of the 6 Yin sect. After recognizing who the other party was, all the cultivators who could still move immediately turned around and fled. In an extremely short period of time, most of the people in this cultivator city had run away. Then, this Earth Immortal and everyone else took out a dragon scale. TSK, I can't kill the innocent. This city lord is really troublesome, he muttered to himself as the former sect master of the 6 Yin sect used a special method to activate the dragon scale in his hand. A moment later, the ground split open, and the entire city split open from the middle. The cultivator who had not fled too far turned around and discovered that under the crack, a ruin with the symbol of a cultivation dynasty was breaking out of the ground. That's the symbol of the Qin dynasty. In the crowd, some forces and merchants immediately sent out information. With so many people present, everyone would know in less than 2 hours. 6 Yin. Hand over the dragon python scale. At this moment, a stream of light flashed over from the sky in the blink of an eye and snatched the scale in Sect Master 6 Yin's hand. The battle between the 2 Earth Immortals was about to begin. They directly gave up on the attack below. As they collided, they flew into the distance. Everyone present was dizzy from the aftershock of the collision, but wealth and treasures were tempting. They immediately rushed into the ruin and snatched a large number of treasures inside. This seemed to be an armory. The armory of the Qin dynasty. Rows of armor and weapons were placed neatly, and killing intent was everywhere. Every item here was an artifact. Although they were a little damaged because of the grinding of time, as long as they were repaired slightly, they could continue to be used. The cultivators with small plans immediately fought for them. Some smart people knew that good things had to be inside. Not long after, one of the soul formation cultivators saw an ancient leather scroll in the depths of the ruin. On it was the Apang Pill scripture longevity elixir. It was actually the longevity elixir. The soul formation cultivator often reached out, but unfortunately, two other hands grabbed the leather scroll at the same time. A joyous treasure hunt was clearly about to happen. Chapter 644 Stirring the Storm. 1. Jiang Li, who was hiding in the distance, quietly watched the situation develop. A few soul formation cultivators were completely attracted by the leather scroll of the Apangpil scripture longevity elixir. After a short battle, they each snatched a portion of the incomplete scroll. Unfortunately, they had spent too much time snatching the leather scroll. In less than half an hour, Earth Immortal experts from the Divine Judgment Hall arrived. The few soul formation cultivators did not obtain any benefits. They could only desperately memorize a portion of the contents of the leather scroll and obediently hand over the pill formula. Just the words Ipangpil scripture were enough to attract the highest attention of the Divine Judgment Hall. With a little investigation, they would know that the two Earth Immortals who had been captured by the Blood King Palace had just fought here for a silver dragon python scale. At this point, Jiang Li's goal had already been achieved. Next, he only had to let those 13 fellows act a few more times before accidentally revealing the location of the Polar Mountain King. That was the largest known ruin in the entire cultivation world of the eastern region. Everyone would go crazy for it. The corpse of the Dragon Python King and the longevity elixir. Fengdu City will be filled to the brim this time. Looks like we have to go back and prepare to receive these guests. As he spoke, Jiang Li and Qin Shuman who stood beside him vanished into the darkness. In fact, there was no such thing as the longevity elixir. This was not the ancient times when immortals and Buddhas were everywhere. Looking at the history books, it could be seen that the rulers of the previous cultivation dynasties might have been affected by the power of the Son of Heaven. There had never been a Qin emperor who could live past 300 years old. After ascending the throne, they did not live for more than 100 years. No matter how strong he was or how deep his cultivation was, he could not change this fate. These people in power had naturally tried to refine medicinal pills to extend their lives, but the effects were really unsatisfactory. Those longevity elixirs with unknown effects and the true pill formula were indeed still sealed in the Apang Palace. Strictly speaking, Jiang Li could not be considered to be lying. However, the pill formula in this ruin was secretly placed in by the Fengdu City Lord in advance. The source was an incomplete pill formula he had obtained from Tragic Death City. It had a very long history. It was said that the main copy of the pill formula came from the dynasty back then. It had the style of the era thousands of years ago. Later on, more than 10 alchemy masters repeatedly explained and complemented various alchemy theories. Any alchemist would treat it as a treasure and want to hug it to sleep every day. At the very least, if he were to find the precious materials on it, he would definitely not be able to see any flaws before practicing it more than 100 times. Not only was the pill formula reliable, but this ruin was indeed real. After Jiang Li threw the parallel mind into the king's corpse, he obtained the last bit of memory from the Polar Mountain King. Among them were a few royal treasure vaults that had been hidden and had not been discovered by the Divine Judgment Hall. These were originally supplies prepared by the last 9 kings for the uprising. Unfortunately, they were not used in the end. Jiang Li let the 13 Earth Immortals open the Dragon Python scale in public. On the one hand, it was to verify the authenticity of the Dragon Python scale. On the other hand, it was to ignite the greed of more cultivators. That was the longevity elixir. In this ruin, there was only an incomplete formula. However, as long as they carefully observed some clues inside the ruin, they could speculate that there was a large pile of medicinal pills in the Apang Palace that could make people immortal. Coupled with the Blood King who could still cause trouble after thousands of years, the existence of medicinal pills would become very credible to medium-sized divine judgment forces and Earth Immortal experts. There were dynasty treasures and dragon veins that attracted them. As for the other cultivators, they believed that it was impossible for them to obtain that treasure. However, the dragon python was so big and had so many dragon scales. If he could obtain a dragon scale and obtain a medicinal pill from it when the Apang Palace appeared, it might not be impossible. This was enough to attract a large number of cultivators to swarm over for longevity. If he could gather this force, perhaps he could do something that even Jiang Li could not easily do. Next, in the continent of the 9 provinces, the 13 Earth Immortals would erupt in an intense battle for the dragon scales. In Jiang Li's plan, they would destroy a few dragon scales and lose 1 or 2. This would make the entire cultivation world of the Eastern region understand that it was a treasure that even Earth Immortal experts had to risk their lives to seize. Jiang Li did not believe that the cultivators could resist this temptation. Now, news about the Qin dynasty was the hottest news in the cultivation world of the Eastern region. Any movement was worth the diligent pursuit of intelligence merchants. This was especially true for the news of the last corpse of the 9 kings. Even a small clue was enough to make people go crazy. Under the fuel of some forces, the news of the silver dragon python appearing in the netherworld spread out from various channels as quickly as possible. A few days later, outside Fengdu City, at the edge of the netherworld illusion, Dean, more cultivators and small forces are gathering. Thero, unwilling to leave. Zhao Mingde, who was standing on the edge of the void cliff, looked back. Sure enough, there were dense cultivators gathered in a huge semicircle. Chapter 645, Stirring the Storm. 2. They were all ambitious people who wanted to come and slaughter the dragon python after hearing the rumors. Some of these cultivators arrived at Fengdu City through the gate of hell on the night of the full moon. Some used the Ghost King desolate ground to overlap the netherworld illusion and relied on the guidance of the spider lily and carefree grass to come here. Ever since Jiang Li ruled Fengdu City, he had cleaned up the Ghost King desolate ground several times and captured many Ghost Kings to become his subordinates. The remaining Ghost Kings were frightened by him and hid. This caused the Ghost King desolate ground to no longer be as dangerous as before. Although the journey to Fengdu Ghost City was still a little difficult, as long as they found a way, many low-level cultivators could already do it. In just a few days, 100,000 cultivators had gathered here. From the Soul Formation realm to the Foundation Establishment and Core Formation realm, there were all kinds of people. At first, these cultivators did not know the exact location of the legendary dragon python. However, someone quickly sensed the abnormality of Inkscar Academy. A group of scholars guarded a chain and drove all the outsiders close. If there was no problem with them, why did they stop others from approaching? What was that suspicious chain connected to? What kind of treasure was it that even the high-grade Divine Judgment Inkscar Academy was tempted? The goal of these 100,000 cultivators was clear. They came here to find the dragon python. Wasn't the actions of the Inkscar Academy the same as exposing themselves here? As the news spread, more and more people gathered here. They did not dare to approach, but they could not chase them away. They stayed there and relied on the number of people to tentatively approach. Among those cultivators, there were many members of the Divine Judgment Hall. It was impossible for Inkscar Academy to directly start a massacre. They could only use the pressure of an Earth Immortal to continuously drive away those cultivators. Dean, the Divine Judgment Hall is asking about the Dragon Python again. This matter has already alarmed the 3 Divine Pillars. Also, the other families have sent another investigation team over. They said they want more information. Another scholar stepped forward to report. He held the communication jade token as if it was a burning iron. With such a huge commotion, it was impossible for the Divine Judgment Hall to ignore it. Zhao Mingde had only been plotting for 2 days when he was caught off guard by the information that was inexplicably leaked. I jumped into the netherworld void and actually fell back into the living world. No one had come out of this chain. Those Earth Immortals appeared in the cultivation world of the Eastern region without any warning and caused a storm. After thinking about it, this was the only explanation. However, for some reason, Grand Secretary Mengu had yet to contact the Academy. Tell them that we've already found a clue. Get the other families to come and support us quickly. As high-grade Divine Judgment forces, they were already the decision-makers in the Divine Judgment Hall. Even if they hid the news for a few days, No one could say that the Ink Scar Academy was wrong. Since he could no longer hide it, he could only temporarily put away his thoughts and do things according to the normal procedures of the Divine Judgment Hall. However, at this moment, Zhao Ming suddenly paused and turned to look in the direction of Fengdu Ghost City. Above the city, a terrifyingly dense black cloud was enveloping over. There was some noise from the back of the crowded crowd. Tens of thousands of cultivators retreated to the sides. Through the crowd, they could already sense the terrifying aura on the other side. This person was definitely not weak. Zhao Ming frowned because the power of his essence soul that he had probed had actually been shattered by someone. It reflected waves of pain that he had not felt for many years. It was an extremely thick essence soul power that had probably already condensed into a physical body. He had never seen such an essence soul. The aura of the person was clearly not from any of the other 11 high-grade Divine Judgment factions. Why would an expert of this level suddenly appear here? Was it those old fellows who lived in seclusion? Or was it from outside? The thick crowd dispersed to the sides, revealing a masked person surrounded by 13 Fengdu Ghost Kings and 7 Nether Mountain Demon Kings. Behind them, endless dark clouds rolled. Inside, there were at least 10 million yin burial ghost soldiers lined up in an endless line. That aura made all the cultivators present speechless. The existence of the Demon King and Ghost King was easy to accept. However, there was actually a faction that could silently nurture so many elite ghost soldiers. Even if they mined all 10 high-grade spirit mines, they would not be able to raise so many ghost soldiers, right? This faction had spent so many resources to raise a large number of ghost soldiers. What was the difference between this and throwing spirit stones into a fire pit? Only the current successor of the human emperor could do this. After breaking through to the soul formation realm this time, his body and soul had become exponentially stronger again, and he could withstand more spiritual chi cleansing. Not long ago, Jiang Li had already refreshed the 2 statuses of top-grade spiritual chi infusion and top-grade blood energy infusion. The speed at which the dual cult energy surged out of his body was 100 times faster than before. If he could learn the technique of pouring spiritual chi back into the spirit stone, the current Jiang Li would be able to produce a top-grade spirit stone and a top-grade blood crystal in 15 minutes. It would not be long before he could become the richest person in the continent of the 9 provinces. Therefore, in terms of consuming spiritual chi, he, Jiang Li, had never been stingy. He was not afraid of not having more spiritual chi. The only worry was not being able to use it all. The Divine Judgment Hall is handling matters here. Those who are unrelated, stop immediately. I am the Dean of Ink Scar Academy, Zhao Ming. Please leave. Clearly, the Dean of Ink Scar Academy was not afraid of trouble. He thought that Jiang Li was also coming for the Dragon Python, and his figure flashed as he took 2 steps forward to block it. As soon as the 2 sides met, they knew that the other party was an expert of the same level. Drawn by the other party's aura, their auras spontaneously seeped out of their bodies. On one side, the 9 nether power carried a brilliant might. On the other side, ink and paper spread out like written rules. The 2 auras collided crazily 100 feet in front of each other, forming a line visible to the naked eye. They pushed and snatched, not giving in at all. Heavens! The sky is splitting open. The surrounding cultivators looked up. Red lightning appeared in the sky, and small cracks would appear from time to time in the empty air. The earth shook and the sky was torn apart. He had actually done this with just the collision of auras. Those who were weaker retreated one after another. If they were affected by the aura in the collision, their souls might be directly dispersed. No wonder so arrogant. As expected of a high-grade Divine Judgment leader, Jiang Li's eyes narrowed under the mask. After breaking through to the soul formation realm, even Earth Immortals or Demon Kings would be easily suppressed by him. This was the first time he had met an expert who could match him in strength. These were the people who were second only to the 3 divine pillars and had condensed the 3 flowers on top of their heads. They had reached the limit of essence, chi, and spirit. It was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Li believed that he had already given it his all, but he was unable to suppress his opponent at all in the collision of auras. If they really fought, what would happen? He looked at Zhao Ming, who was holding the brush tightly in his hand. After throwing an appraisal skill over, he learned that it was a medium-grade Earth rank artifact. Using such a brush to use the ink word Divine Art gave him a headache just thinking about it. Moreover, as a high-grade Divine Judgment leader, he might have stronger artifacts in his hands. However, Jiang Li was not afraid of the other party. He had many treasures in his hands. If they really fought, it might not be so easy for them to determine the winner. However, the group of subordinates from Ink Scar Academy would most likely not have a good time. Ding Zhao, standing outside my city, but you want me to leave? How can there be such a thing in this world? Jiang Li resisted the pressure of the collision and took another step forward. He was clearly wearing a mask, so his expression could not be seen, but the surrounding people could clearly hear the smile in his voice. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Fengdu ghost city behind him shook as if it was alive, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations that were higher than the previous waves. Chapter 646 Pull it over. After all, this was Jiang Li's territory, and Fengdu city was his home ground. If it was Union in battle, he was 90% confident in making this team suffer a huge loss. Now, do you still want me to leave? Jiang Li controlled Fengdu city. The combined might finally completely suppress Zhao Ming. The other party's ink Caldora domain collapsed with a bang, leaving only 30 feet around him to protect himself. He could no longer protect the people behind him. The 4 Earth Immortals of Ink Scar Academy were forced back by Jiang Li's aura. The remaining 16 soul formation cultivators spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. If not for the fact that their souls had already transformed into essence souls and become even tougher, they would be considering what color to choose from the coffin lid. Fortunately, Jiang Li was not overbearing. After displaying his strength, he slowly withdrew his aura. This Ink Scar Academy was a high-grade Divine Judgment faction after all. If they really went overboard, there would be a lot of trouble. The Fengdu City Lord, may I know your name? I've never seen someone like you in the cultivation world of the Eastern region. After knowing that he was at a disadvantage under the enhancement of Fengdu City, Zhao Ming calmed down. After studying for a lifetime, he could still maintain his composure. Just call me Dice 9 Nether. I've been cultivating in Fengdu City in the Nether world and haven't gone out for 1,000 years. How can the famous Divine Judgment Hall have heard of a small figure like me? Jiang Li casually lied, and then he continued walking forward with his hands behind his back. The moment he brushed past Zhao Ming, the hearts of tens of thousands of people skipped a beat. They were all worried that these two experts would fight if they disagreed. If an expert of that level attacked, it would be fortunate if 30% of the cultivators present could survive. Fortunately, both sides maintained their restraint and nothing happened in the end. Jiang Li only walked to the edge of the void cliff and looked at the dragon imprisoning lock that drooped down. So many of you came to my Fengdu city, but you didn't enter the city. Why have you been surrounding this Yin crossing lock? The other side of this chain is not a good place. It's desolate and not a blade of grass grows. How can it compare to my Fengdu ghost city? The disdainful tone in Jiang Li's words perfectly displayed a ghost city lord who lived in seclusion in the netherworld all year round and did not know the changes in the outside world. He mocked the ignorance of these outsiders from the perspective of a local. This chain is called the Yin Crossing Lock. Do you know the place opposite? Zhao Ming, who had been suppressing his anger just now, suddenly jolted when he heard Jiang Li's words. Yes, this chain stretched out from Fengdu City. How could this Taoist 9 Nether not know the situation of this chain? He could not think of a way to go over, but this native must know. I apologize for my earlier offense. Please enlighten me, 9 Nether City Lord. Both sides had only tested each other with their auras. It was not a big conflict. Now that Ding Zhao had lowered his head for the Dragon Python King's corpse, the atmosphere quickly eased up. Yes, this Yin Crossing Lock is an ancient divine artifact. It can be long or short and is indestructible. It can cross the void and connect to the netherworld fragment. As for the fragment opposite, it's where yin and yang are separated. There's a mountain above. If a living person crosses it, they will die. If a dead person crosses it, they will live. But there's nothing good there. We can't pass through now. Don't cause trouble outside my city. Leave as soon as possible. After Jiang Li glanced at the chain again, he prepared to bring his people back to the city. It was as if he had created such a huge scene just to warn them. Fellow Daist 9 Nether, wait. From what you said, you should have been to that nether world. But why did you say we can't go? Is it because of the resentment? How could Zhao Ming bear to let Jiang Li leave? He hurriedly went up to ask. Cough. My Ink Scar Academy is willing to give up 1,000 miles of land to establish a ghost market for Fengdu City in the cultivation world of the eastern region. Seeing that Jiang Li did not answer, Zhao Ming immediately expressed his sincerity. Jiang Li stopped and pointed out 5 fingers, indicating that he needed 5,000 miles. After reaching a consensus, Jiang Li spoke. This chain is 44,444 kilometers long. Originally, we only needed to rely on the chain to fly in the air. However, a guy who calls himself the Blood King came a few years ago and brought over a lot of resentment from somewhere. He tainted the other end of the chain and cut off this path. Zhao Ming believed most of it. This was because he had seen that terrifying red resentment in the sky above Tragic Death City. As expected, the Blood King Palace was behind this. However, something must have happened to the Blood King Palace in that war. This caused the 13 Earth Immortals to escape in advance and lose the corpse of the Polar Mountain King. In that case, they still had a chance. However, how could he pass through the chain? If you really want to reach that netherworld, it's not impossible. As if he had received benefits, Jiang Li changed the topic and brought them a little hope. Fellow Taoist, please enlighten me. Zhao Ming no longer cared about the small conflict just now. If he could reach the netherworld before the other Divine Judgment Hall experts arrived, he might have a chance. However, the method Jiang Li told him was clearly unable to satisfy him. Jiang Li suddenly grabbed the straight chain, and roots stretched out from his feet before firmly stabbing into the ground. Then, he leaned back slightly and slowly tightened his muscles. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Li's figure was currently undergoing a strange distortion, and his entire figure was becoming blurry. That was because a terrifying physical strength was erupting in his body. Even if he did not do anything dangerous, the force still caused the space around him to distort. Many people did not understand what he was doing. This Fengdu city lord seemed to only be standing there holding the chain. However, after 1 breath, 2 breaths, and 3 breaths, someone finally sensed the change. It's moving. That chain seems to have moved. At the edge of the void cliff, where the dragon imprisoning lock fell, there was the sound of metal rubbing against rocks. The thick chain was pulled back at a slow but determined speed. It slowly moved until everyone clearly saw this scene. Since the chain is tainted by resentment and can't be passed through, why don't we pull the entire netherworld fragment over? At that time, it won't be a problem to pass through from either side. It was like 2 ships connected by ropes. If he wanted them to approach, he only needed to pull the rope on either side. Jiang Li's method was so simple and crude. However, what he wanted to pull was an entire netherworld fragment. Chapter 647 The Strength of 10 Million People 1. Now, each of the buckles of the enlarged dragon imprisoning lock was each 3 feet long. In theory, he had pulled it closer by 10 feet. The other cultivators present did not feel anything, but the few people from the Ink Scar Academy who knew what was connected to the other side of the chain were deeply shocked. At the Earth Immortal realm, holding mountains was an ordinary task. Otherwise, the previous battle would not have directly destroyed the salt crystal plain. Up until now, there was still magma that had not completely condensed everywhere. However, they could do this because of the power of spiritual chi and rules. Moreover, it was the result of more than 80% of the top experts of the Divine Judgment Hall attacking together and fighting the Blood King Palace that had gathered a large number of experts. It was extremely difficult to replicate it again. Now, through the chains, it was hard to imagine that dragging an unknown netherworld fragment with strength was something that a single person could do. This scene caused the Ink Scar Academy to be even more vigilant and take Jiang Li seriously. At the very least, he could not do this. When he recalled the scene of Jiang Li borrowing the power of Fengdu City earlier, Zhao Ming barely understood that he had borrowed the power of the city and could still possess such power. A moment later, Jiang Li slowly retracted his strength and released his grip. The originally taut chain relaxed slightly. That's it. In calm water, a few mortals can slowly drag a large ship. There are so many of you. If you spend some time, are you afraid that you can't drag that netherworld over? My ghost soldiers can help too, but each of them needs to be paid 3 spirit stones per day. Obviously, as the city lord of the ghost city, Jiang Li was already the type that was very easy to talk to. Not only did he not pursue the matter of these cultivators appearing in his territory without his permission, but he even explained the chain and the situation of the netherworld opposite to them. After that, he agreed to rent out his ghost soldiers at a low price. He could simply be called a good city lord of the netherworld. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators present saw this, their prejudice towards the ghost city decreased greatly. They would definitely stay here for a period of time. Compared to the chaotic wilderness, they were naturally more inclined to the city beside them. After seeing the prosperity and temptation in the ghost city, how many of them would fall for it? Presumably, it would not be long before this ghost city became even more prosperous. However, the Dragon Python King's corpse was bait thrown by this city lord. The Yin crossing chain was the bridge he had left behind. The resentment clouds were an obstruction he had set up. What longevity! What a panky! They were all stories fabricated by Jiang Li. If the cultivators present knew this, who knew how they would feel? The reason why Jiang Li made such a big fuss was actually to borrow the strength of many cultivators in the cultivation world of the eastern region to pull over the netherworld illusion where the Bakian mountain was. On the one hand, it was to better control the Bakian mountain. On the other hand, after Jiang Li broke through to the soul formation realm, he vaguely felt that this matter was extremely important to him. Unfortunately, his own strength was not enough to do this. After walking back to Fengdu City with his back facing the many cultivators, Jiang Li immediately broke character and started to move the muscles and joints in his entire body. It's indeed too difficult to rely on just one person's strength. He had used too much strength just now and had a cramp. After fusing with Qi Yao's muscles, Jiang Li's physical strength obtained an extremely exaggerated increase. Moreover, as his muscles continuously absorbed spiritual qi and vitality, he would continuously become stronger. It would continue growing until Qi Yao's muscles recovered to the limit of his current spiritual qi capacity. In terms of brute force, unless one of the leaders of the 3 divine pillars was a pure body cultivator, Jiang Li's strength could be said to be peerless in the cultivation world of the eastern region. However, even such power seemed a little powerless in front of an entire netherworld fragment and the Bakian mountain range. After Pang-U created the world, the clear chi floated up and the turbid chi sank. The 9 heavens became higher and clearer, and the 9 nether became lower and heavier. Any stone picked up in the netherworld was 10 times heavier than the stones in the continent of the 9 provinces. The weight of that netherworld was definitely more terrifying than he had imagined. Earlier, he had indeed pulled the dragon imprisoning lock a little, but it was not close to 10 feet, but just 2 fingers worth of distance. Jiang Li had purely wanted to motivate those cultivators. He did not want them to retreat in the face of difficulties, so he secretly controlled the dragon imprisoning lock and stretched it out a little where they could not see it. It looked as if the entire Bakian Mountains netherworld had been pulled back by him due to inertia. If Jiang Li continued to exert strength, this speed would gradually increase as time passed. However, there was a limit. Even in the netherworld void, there was resistance. That resistance came from the pull of space, and it was quite considerable. Jiang Li had tried before. If he maintained his full strength and kept pulling the chains, he could probably only maintain the level of a mortal walking normally. The distance between the two pieces of netherworld was more than 44,000 kilometers. It was simply too far away. 100 years. That might not even be possible. Rather than spending 100 years, he might as well cultivate properly. With his cultivation speed and condition, he might have already become a true immortal. Chapter 648. The strength of 10 million people. 2. Although Jiang Li had tens of millions of ghost soldiers in his hands, ghosts did not have a physical body and were not good at strength to begin with. This could be seen from the fact that the ghost soldiers were all wearing paper clothes and using paper weapons. They were all outstanding ghost soldiers that were comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators after Jiang Li poured a large amount of spiritual qi into them. However, in terms of strength, they were really a little weak. Therefore, Jiang Li did everything he could to attract a large number of cultivators to gather in Fengdu Ghost City. This was not an ever-changing battle. He could completely use the method of increasing the number of people to gather sand into a tower and gather all the resources. This way, he could gather enough power to change the world. Not long after, the other high-grade Divine Judgment Hall members arrived. In the beginning, they were naturally unwilling to listen to the Ghost City Lord's words. They sent hundreds of people down to test the dragon imprisoning lock. Through some artifacts, he reflected the scene on the other side of the chain. High-grade Divine Judgment factions were indeed high-grade. All kinds of doubt techniques and secret techniques emerged endlessly. These experts gathered together and thought of various methods to bypass the resentment clouds. There were even a few times when they almost succeeded. However, Jiang Li had been plotting this for so long, so how could he let them ruin it? He used the Gate of Hell to run to the netherworld fragment and use various obscure methods to destroy it. Those methods, that did not have a high success rate to begin with, were all useless under Jiang Li's deliberate disturbance. After a few days, the Divine Judgment Hall finally discovered that they really could not cross that chasm. After much discussion, they decided to follow Jiang Li's suggestion and use the simplest and most crude method to pull the two netherworld fragments together. In order to obtain the power of those small forces and a larger number of rogue cultivators, they even opened up the chain and let many rogue cultivator experts follow the dragon imprisoning lock to give it a try. After they realized that this path was blocked, he also gave them a promise that the Divine Judgment Hall was willing to give a portion of the scales to rogue cultivators and small forces to mobilize a considerable number of people. The few high-grade Divine Judgment leaders of the Divine Judgment Hall also found Jiang Li again. This time, they wanted to borrow the Gate of Hell. If they wanted to act according to Jiang Li's method, they needed an extremely large number of people. As such, the monthly Gate of Hell and the Ghost King Desolate Ground were clearly not enough. They needed a more stable and efficient way. They could transport more cultivators from the Divine Judgment Hall and rogue cultivators who wanted to participate. If he wanted to open the Gate of Hell 24 hours a day, he only needed dark clouds to cover the sun and create a land of extreme yin to provide enough energy. After receiving enough remuneration, Jiang Li readily agreed. With a safer passage, the most number of Foundation establishment and even Qi refinement realm cultivators in the cultivation world could safely and quickly come here. Every day after that, the number of cultivators gathered in Fengdu City increased exponentially. 200,000, 300,000, 500,000. In just a few days, there were already more than 1 million people. Not only did the number of people not slow down, it even increased. For a time, inside and outside Fengdu City, there were human qi and yang qi everywhere. It caused the ghost residents in the city to open their mouths and suck everywhere. The human qi and yang qi mixed with the yin qi of the netherworld were absorbed without any burden even by ordinary ghosts. Now, on the top of Fengdu City, Jiang Li looked at the bonfire wooden houses that connected to the outside of the city and the traffic that had increased by 10 times. He sighed with emotion. This was the first time he had seen so many cultivators gathered together. However, to the size of the Divine Judgment Hall, this was nothing. If they were willing to stop most of the sect activities, The Great Mountain Alliance alone could take out 30,000 to 40,000 people. Not counting the medium and high-grade divine judgment forces, there were nearly 1,000 sects of the same size as the Great Mountain Alliance on the surface. There were also many sects that were accumulating merit points. When the number of people reached its peak, they would probably surpass his ghost soldier army. It was even possible that there would be more cultivators than ghosts in Fengdu Ghost City. However, with so many people, this section stretched out from Fengdu City and fell to the edge of the cliff. The chain that was less than 5 kilometers long was clearly not enough for them to pull. They also had to tie more ropes to the dragon imprisoning lock and use mechanisms like winches to better unleash the strength of so many people. Just for this, the price of high-grade threads in the various cities of the cultivation world of the eastern region rose exponentially. The four hands who had just moved here also found their job, day and night. They forged winches continuously. During this period, many experts also tried to pull the chains. However, they could not move the chains, making Fengdu City Lord's true strength even more mysterious. As such, the preparations lasted for more than half a month. On this day, a black mass of people had already gathered outside Fengdu City. A huge winch made of 150,000 refined iron was arranged according to a specific array formation. The thick metal material gave people an indestructible feeling just by looking at it. Every winch could carry huge power. They were presided over by one to several nascent soul cultivators, and they led 300 to 500 low-level cultivators. Then, ropes woven from special threads stretched out and connected to the metal buckle of the chain. As for experts at the soul formation realm or even the earth immortal realm, ordinary winches could no longer withstand their strength. They could either use their own artifacts or push stronger mechanisms to unleash their strength. Before it even began, everyone already felt heavy pressure. This was why everyone from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Earth Immortal realm liked to establish their own forces. In the cultivation world, there were not only fights and killings. In other aspects, human strength was unique to him. Ignite the fire. The first set of winches can begin to exert strength. Due to the fact that the range of personnel and winch was too wide, it was not convenient to transmit voices. It had already reached the level of using the beacon tower. As the first group of beacon towers lit up one after another, a total of 15,000 winches slowly spun under the push of manpower. Strengthening ropes that had been woven repeatedly gradually tightened and straightened. An increasingly huge force acted on the chain through these ropes. The cultivators pushing the wheel gradually felt resistance. Then, slowly, the 15,000 winches seemed to be stuck. No matter how they pushed, they could not move. There might be a problem with one or two winches. But how could all 17,000 winches have a problem? These winches were all made by skilled craftsmen. The bearings were covered in at least 10 layers of oil. Although it looked big and cumbersome, in fact, even a mortal could push it. The combined strength of more than 6 million people was actually stuck here, unable to pull the chain at all. However, didn't this mean that the combined strength of these 60 million people was inferior to the Fengdu City Lord? How shocking was that? Everyone knew that the higher the cultivation realm in the cultivation world, the greater the gap between each realm. However, it was unbelievable that 6 million people could not compare to one. Of course, if 6 million people could pull that piece of land over, Jiang Li would not have to go through so much trouble. Second group. Ignite the fire. An expert standing in front continued to give the order. After the beacon fire lit up, another group of people began to attack. The terrifying power directly doubled. Now, it was the power of 12 million cultivators. The chain shook slightly, but it still could not be turned. Then, the third group, the fourth group. An immeasurable amount of pure strength gathered together, causing the seemingly ordinary thick chain to gradually become blurry. At this moment, the chain finally began to move slowly, its speed increasing bit by bit. It's moving. It's moving. It's finally moving. Work harder. Don't be discouraged now. Chapter 649 Three Treasures Mystic Flower 1. The accumulated strength in the ropes shocked many people. Every rope was connected to a winch. On it was the power of about 400 cultivators. Each group had arranged 15,000 winches, and many experts had joined. However, it required the combined strength of 4 groups to barely make the chain move. This meant that the accumulated power had finally broken through the static inertia of the netherworld fragment. With this accumulation, their speed quickly reached the level of a mortal jogging. Although the speed was not fast, compared to the absolute stillness earlier, this was still a relief. As long as they moved, there was still hope. However, this chain was more than 44,000 kilometers long. If they relied on this speed alone, how long would it take to pull that netherworld over? Just maintaining this speed clearly could not satisfy them. Under the orders of the higher-ups of the Divine Judgment Hall, the beacon towers continued to burn. Then, there were 5 groups, 6 groups, 7 groups, 8 groups, and 9 groups. With more than twice the strength, the speed at which he pulled the chain gradually increased. When it stabilized again, it roughly maintained the average flying speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator. In this way, they could travel 1,000 kilometers in a day. 44,000 kilometers of distance only needed 44 days to pull the 2 pieces of netherworld fragments together. It was barely acceptable for the duration to be slightly more than a month. City Lord 9 Nether, is there really no other passageway in that netherworld? Standing by the chain, Jiang Li and a group of higher-ups of the high-grade Divine Judgment faction stood there and watched as the chain was continuously pulled back. The twisted space prevented them from easily approaching. Are you talking about the overlapping illusion? Shouldn't everyone know better than me? Be it the overlap of the Ghost King desolate ground and the netherworld illusion, or the illusions of the land of blood and tragic death city. They had been discovered by the Divine Judgment Hall a long time ago. In the cultivation world of the Eastern region, even if there were many regions like the 10 Directions region that were not ruled by the Divine Judgment Hall. However, after so many years, they had basically sent people to investigate. In terms of accumulating this secret information, Jiang Li could not compare to them. As expected of the Divine Judgment Hall, you can gather so many people in a short period of time. However, these people shouldn't be enough. The accumulated strength could indeed pull the dragon imprisoning lock at a decent speed. However, they were not Jiang Li, so they could not unleash their full strength like a perpetual motion machine 24 hours a day. In fact, when ordinary cultivators practiced spell techniques, they had to be careful with their spiritual chi when fighting. Cultivators below the Golden Core Realm could only store spirituality in their meridians and chi because they did not have a physical spiritual chi core. They could only maintain their output for 1 to 4 hours at most. High-level cultivators above the Golden Core Realm had stronger endurance. The time spent in fights between cultivators after the nascent Soul Realm was often calculated in days. However, they also needed more time to recover. Even if they controlled the time and immediately meditated without exhausting their strength, they would often need twice or thrice the time to barely recover. That was only spiritual chi recovery, not including physical and mental recovery. Of the 10 groups of people that were originally prepared, only 1 group was left as the substitute. Clearly, it was far from enough. If this continued, they would at most last for half or day before everything stopped. The experts of the Divine Judgment Hall were not fools and naturally thought of this. 60 million people were only the threshold. We still need to gather people, at least 3 times as many as now to maintain the operation. These people are all pulled from the coastal front line. If we want to continue, many internal affairs of the sect will have to be suspended. The losses incurred and the price of recruiting them will be several times higher. It will also take longer. We've already posted notices in various cities. We should be able to gather a portion of the rogue cultivators. My beast control sect is mobilizing demon beasts like bulls and horses. As long as we change the winch, we can replace a portion of the manpower. The few Earth immortals beside him quickly explained the current situation. Although it was a little difficult to gather manpower, with the size of the Divine Judgment Hall, it was only a matter of whether they were willing to take it out. The only problem now was time. They needed people who could arrive in a short period of time to support them. The few people from the Divine Judgment Hall looked at the Ghost City Lord. Jiang Li had long known that these fellows definitely had a motive for inviting him over so enthusiastically. Fortunately, their goal coincided with Jiang Li's. As long as their reward is enough, Fengdu City can provide temporary manpower. Jiang Li, who was wearing a mask, nodded in agreement. With his own brute force and the ghost soldiers of the city, it was enough to match the strength of 30 million people. Coupled with the fact that Jiang Li was a perpetual motion machine that did not need to rest, just by his own effort, he could reduce the original 60 million people to 40 million people. It could greatly ease the pressure of the Divine Judgment Hall. Since there were 3 groups of people needed, they could reduce the manpower by 60 million people. Coupled with the experts of the Divine Judgment Hall personally entering, it was enough to make up for the lack of manpower. Chapter 653 Treasures Mystic Flower 2. Of course, Jiang Li would not easily expose this cheat of having infinite stamina and spiritual chi to the Divine Judgment Hall. Who knew how many of the 12 high-grade Divine Judgment Forces were currently holding unfriendly intentions towards Fengdu City? In any case, the chain was connected to the ground under the City Lord's stone monument. Jiang Li hid in the Human Emperor's Hall and exerted strength, so no one could see him. The reward given by this group of high-grade Divine Judgment Forces was a promise. The promise of letting Fengdu City directly become a medium-grade Divine Judgment faction. After accumulating merit points, they could be promoted to a high-grade Divine Judgment faction. However, in Jiang Li's opinion, these guys were trying to gain something without any cost. Now that there was a great enemy like the Blood King Palace watching covetously from the shadows and the Divine Judgment Hall had suffered heavy losses because of several battles, it was time to urgently lack combat strength. With Fengdu City's size and strength, as long as they were willing to join, the Divine Judgment Hall would definitely want it. Even the promise of a medium-sized Divine Judgment was a humiliation. Merit, as long as one's strength reached a certain level, it would only be a joke. Jiang Li decisively rejected their shameless suggestion. Instead, he exchanged it for a precious resource that only Earth immortals used, the 3 treasures mystic flower. This kind of strange flower could help Earth immortal experts condense the 3 flowers to a certain extent. It was abnormally precious. Every flower required 1,000 years to grow. During this period, the investment was huge and spiritual plant masters had to take care of it at all times. It was impossible to plant it on a large scale. Sometimes, there was even a need for father and son to share their legacy and invest the lives of several generations to nurture such a flower. Not only was it expensive, but most importantly, it was priceless. In the cultivation world of the Eastern region, other than the Divine Judgment Hall, there was no other place to find it. Therefore, Jiang Li could only exchange for one with 30 million ghost soldiers. It could not be considered a loss. In fact, Jiang Li would have helped even without them saying anything. In the next 40 days, Jiang Li even planned to stay in the Human Emperor's Hall and pull the dragon imprisoning lock, not intending to leave. As a person with a high-grade merit blessing, he could vaguely sense that piecing together the netherworld fragments was a matter of great merit, just like resisting the invasion of the Azura world. Once they succeeded, all the participants would receive the Heavenly Doe's blessing. The more he did, the more merit he would obtain. Jiang Li had deeply experienced the benefits of merit. It could play a positive role in all aspects. He was naturally unwilling to waste this opportunity. Under the combined efforts of the Divine Judgment Hall and Fengdu City, more than 30 days passed quickly. As if due to the principle of material attraction, the closer they were, the less resistance came from the chain. The speed at which they pulled the chain also increased. This reduced Jiang Li's original estimate by nearly 30%. On this day, one could already vaguely see a faint black dot in the distance. Although they were desperate, seeing hope made everyone even more motivated. The speed at which they pushed the winches became faster. However, while Jiang Li and the Divine Judgment Hall were focused on this chain, the Bakian Mountain finally welcomed an uninvited guest. A silver dragon python was patrolling near the cliff. It suddenly felt a sense of fear. A pair of golden dragon eyes stared fixedly at a certain void. In the darkness, a force suddenly appeared like a flickering star. Swoosh. Feeling a tremor and push, a huge hole appeared in the silver dragon python's body and it was sent flying. Only then did the dragon python receive a scene of a stream of light instantly approaching. The attack just now was actually so fast that he only saw the trajectory after being attacked. After the stream of light pierced through the dragon python, it flew dozens of miles and smashed through several mountains before finally stopping. A moment later, the stream of light flew back. Only then did the dragon python lying on the ground see that it was a round stone ball. Jiang Li, who had once lost half his life to that thing, was extremely familiar with it. It was clearly the stone ball shot by the two stone lions at the entrance of the city god's hall. At that time, Jiang Li had been attacked because the city god's hall was in a state of overlapping space and was being attacked by a large number of experts. Most of its strength was used on defense, and all its functions were greatly reduced. The current city god's hall was at its peak and there were no other experts restraining it. What it could unleash was its true strength. Even the current Jiang Li would probably be unable to endure a single strike. The dragon body that had fallen to the ground did not die. It watched as the palace gradually became clear from afar. In the end, the city god's hall crossed the void and arrived above the dragon python. Imposter. However, in the hall, only the Blood King's cold voice sounded. Sure enough, as a yellow light descended, the lifelike dragon python first revealed its original form as a wooden dragon. Then, because the spiritual chi dissipated, it became a piece of rotten wood. It turned out that this was the wood demon that Jiang Li had disguised as with the dragon python dragon chi. After the wooden dragon was destroyed, Jiang Li, who was pulling the chain, sensed it immediately. This guy did not appear for a month. Jiang Li almost thought that the Blood King Palace had really given up on the corpse of the Polar Mountain King. It seemed that he was only unwilling to face Jiang Li alone in his soul state.